shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Got it. Go. Fido. Go. Bravo. Go. GC. Go. Max. Go. Eagle. Go. Eco. Go. FAO. Go. Payloads. Go. Scan for the customer. Go. DPS. We're go. Eco. Go. Booster. Go. Surgeon. Go. PRS. Go. Okay. And let's see. We'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
FCO, hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in S10. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy a negative return.
My songs know what you did in the dark. My songs know what you did in the dark. So light 'em up, light 'em up, light 'em up. I'm on fire. So light 'em up, light 'em up, light 'em up. I'm on fire.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. He's back.
Anything that you try and you don't succeed, if you learn from it, it's not a failure.
Yeah, that's right. Bobblehead Ross is back. He was actually back, believe it or not, as early as Monday, and I just haven't used him. I completely forgot to let you guys know that he's back, and so you guys didn't know, so you didn't ask. You didn't ever. There was no Bobblehead Ross questions, but Bobblehead Ross is back here, and he's with me. Speaking of back, there's a couple different things that were mentioned already this morning. Adam Aaron posted up a post 4 hours ago. My goodness, it's like 2 o'clock a.m. my time. And I know he's in my time. I think he's in my time zone area. So yeah, he is. He's in my time zone area. So he was up at like 2 a.m. Either that or he's someplace else other than in my time zone. So I don't know what the deal is, but maybe he's West Coast. I guess if he's West Coast, it would have been only 1 a.m. I don't know. But anyways, he posted this out. He said many big movies will open in May, June, and July, including Deadpool and Wolverine starring Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman, opens July 25th. Some 200,000 movie fans have bought their AMC tickets already. This is more day one ticket sales at AMC than for any other R-rated movie ever. Ever. That's crazy. That's a lot of movie ticket sales then. So yeah, get your tickets. They opened up. I think Melissa was telling us as early as Monday. I think it was. She was telling us that they were open for sale. So yeah, go out there, buy your tickets now. I'll tell you what, I went looking for some tickets. I think it was Tuesday night, maybe it was Monday night. One of those 2 days, I was looking for movie tickets, and most of the movie screens were all filled up the very first night. They did put on the app 2 different days. They had like a pre-release, and then they have like a pre-release date, and then so I was kind of looking between those 2 dates. There was nothing on the pre-release date on the app. Let me see here. Let me see what date that's showing here. Because I'm sure, I think A-list members are getting like a pre-screening of it. Let me see what my app says here. Oh, it's not showing it the same way that it was before. Maybe I gotta go. That's weird. Okay, well, it's not showing it the same way that it was, but there was 2 different dates that was showing up. I think it was the 25th, maybe, and the 26th, or maybe it was the 26th and 27th. I'm not sure. Anyways, I'm clicking on it right now and looking at it, and these movie times look like the July 25th dates are showing up here. Yeah, so I've got July 25 showing up, and most of those dates were all full. It's really kind of interesting how they've got it set up now. Originally, when I had clicked on this, it was there was 2 different dates that you could click on, July 25th and 26th. Now, when you click on it, it just says July 26th. But when it actually takes you in there, if you're an A-list member, the 25th date does show up. So if you are an A-list member or maybe even an Invest Connect member, you probably can get early access to those earlier days. Check it out. Sooner you get those tickets, the better, because you can go see it and not have to get any movie spoilers from your friends at work. Oh my gosh, I hate that. I hate work movie spoilers. They're the worst. I'm cleaning off my glasses. Good morning to all of you guys. Amazing Bluetooth says batteries worked. So I stood in a store in a what was it? CVS store? No, what is that? CVS, or what do we have down here? I can't even remember what I have, if it's CVS or Walgreens. But either way, I think it was CVS. I stood in a CVS in front of a whole rack full of batteries for like what seemed like a half hour, just looking at them all. I ended up getting the A23 battery, which is actually the one. It's a single battery that has 8 of the batteries that I need inside of it. So I bought one of those because I needed 3 batteries. So I bought the A23 battery. It was like $8, so it's like a buck a battery, and brought it home. So for $3, Bobblehead Ross is back here. Let's get it. Bobblehead Ross, how do you feel about being back now?
You have to have dark in order to show light. It's just like in life.
Yeah, it's so true. The man was a scholar. Amazing. So we got him back. So you guys go ahead and ask away. Let's see. You guys are saying something else happened here. I don't see it. Somebody was saying that the ET post from Roaring Kitty was gone. I still see it. It's still showing up for me. So I don't know about that. Anyways, let's see here. Let me take you guys over the other screen. Nelly in the Stash Sports Talk says, "Yo, Bobby, are we hitting 6 this week?" Bobblehead Russ doesn't like to give price predictions, but he does like giving sound advice otherwise. Bobblehead Ross, what do you think about 6 this week? I know we don't do price predictions, Bobblehead Ross, but in general, what do you just kind of think about that $6 number?
You know me. I think there ought to be a big old tree
I feel a little bit of a big old tree myself coming up here. Yep, I feel it. I can feel that coming too. Yes. Let's see. I'm gonna take you guys over the other screen here. My glasses are clean. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Bobblehead Ross. He's never wrong. That guy, man. I tell you what, it's amazing. Let's see here. I'm taking you over to the other page. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. I think we have something really cool here. Actually, let me finish my little spiel here, but we have something cool to announce here. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, please consider getting it for your account, as it could protect you from somebody being able to get into your account that's not you and messing you up at a crucial time. If you do set that up, make sure that if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, that you set that up as well, because you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Last but not least, and probably the most important of everything that I've said to you so far, is make sure that you're getting a statement of your portfolio from your broker every time that something changes on your account. And the reason I say this is because you are your best friend. Your broker's not your best friend. You are. And you need to protect your financial investments. And the only way you can do that, the only way, is for you to get copies of that information and store it for yourself to have it for the future date in case something should happen and you can protect yourself. So please, 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 every time your account changes, whether you buy something or you sell something, I don't care if it's AMC or whatever it is, you get a statement and you record that. Maybe even put it 2 different places on 2 different devices so you don't lose it. But yeah, please. Price prediction tally points. This is the cool, exciting part. We have 2 people who nailed the price prediction yesterday, right smack dab on the head. Because we had if I'm not mistaken, we had a 50-cent swing price. We had Twisty and Tech both guessed 415 to 515, which means that they were shooting for a 465 close yesterday, and they nailed it right smack dab on the head. So they will both be getting an extra bonus point for their price predictions. Everybody else, myself and Apex, we got our points, normal points, but we did not get any extra bonus points. So just those guys. Let's hand out the points. So Tech will now have 3. Twisty will now have 3. This might be the first time ever, I think. I have 1 now. And Apex has 2. I'm pretty sure that's the first time ever that we've had 2 price predictors who've predicted the same exact price that nailed it on the same day. Quite possibly the first time that's ever happened. I'm pretty sure of it. Let's see here. So taking a look at short exempt volume. Yesterday we had much lower volume than normal. What was our volume yesterday? Our volume yesterday in total ended up being 66.7 thousand share or million shares rather. Sorry. So here's the interesting thing. We're not really seeing short exempt volume decreasing nearly as much as I would anticipate based off of these kind of drops in numbers. So short exempt volume was 1.4 million shares previously when we had 84.2 million, and we dropped nearly 20 million shares in volume day over day. You would think that would go down significantly, right? But maybe I don't know, a quarter down from where it was. But we ended up seeing we went from 1.4 million in short exempt volume to 1.17 to be exact, more exact. Day over day price change, we were down yesterday 3.73%. So I'm going to get rid of that 1 of 3. If we were to see a increase today of 10% or more, I would give that 3 out of 3, because that, over a 3-day period of time, that would be 15%. But that's how much we would need to see today, is about a 10% increase. Utilization dropped a bit. It dropped quite a bit again. So we were at 74.15% yesterday. Today it's now 64.08% utilization. Something's going on here. Something pretty big. 64.08% utilization is a big, big drop. Did I just say? Hold on a second here. We'll take a look at why that is. 64.08. We'll take a look and see why that is. It's not really making a whole lot of sense to me as to why we're seeing such a big drop in utilization. But if somebody is closing out positions and they're closing out a lot of them just before a big run up, that usually would be the case. They don't want to have they want to try and close out as many positions as possible before a big run. And usually what'll end up happening is you'll see a big run in price, and then somebody's going to start opening up a bunch of short interest as the price is running up. So that short interest will return. Undoubtedly, it'll return, I promise. But it's interesting to see that it's dropping as quickly as it is here. So there's a lot of stuff going on in the background here to potentially close out this short interest, it seems like. Let's see here. Taking a look at moving on. What are we doing? Something's going on here with the live stream. Are y'all having problems watching right now? I'm just curious. I just was scrolling through here and I just noticed that it says concurrent viewers says 6, which is very abnormal. It seems like almost like something is going wrong. Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure. I'm just asking because I've never seen that before. It's really kind of odd. It's not. I guess maybe it's just not reporting the correct number or something. I don't know. Who cares? Anyways, moving on. Sorry about that. I just noticed it as I was scrolling through some screens here. Max Payne, currently at $4.50 from yesterday. Let's check and see what it is today. I'm still guessing 450. I don't think it's going to change. Yep, 450 it is. 531, the week ending 531, Max Payne is now 4. 67 is 4. 614 is 4. And 621 is 4. Taking a look at GME's Max Payne. This week is 20 now. 531, the week ending 531 is showing as 20. Week ending 6/7 is showing as 20. Or no, 1850 rather. 614 is showing 1950. And 621 is showing 18. Exchange traded volume. It's not exchange traded volume, sorry. Shares available to be borrowed, rather, from IBKR. It was sitting at about 400,000 shares available. We did see overnight, well, in the later portion of the day yesterday, there was an additional 300, we'll just call it, I'm going to round down here a little bit, but we saw about 300,000 shares borrowed. It was a little bit more than that, but 315, actually 320,000, but I'm just going to call it 300,000. I'm going to add that to yesterday's final number for the day on IBKR and how much was borrowed. Let's see here. That puts us at 4.15 million shares borrowed yesterday in total from IBKR. So we're seeing a lot of shares being borrowed right now and then likely being returned to somebody, but the other portion of the shares that are being borrowed are not showing up
on our lists of borrowable shares. So it's going to be really interesting to see when these start getting reported as loaned shares. But currently they're not. I mean, they're borrowing and then returning them and then borrowing and returning. But we're seeing loan share numbers dropping. But overnight, they did return about 400,000 of those. And then earlier this morning, we're at about 50,000 shares borrowed so far. Fees are currently at 4.13. Exchange traded volume. Normally on a normal day, I would expect to see about 64% of our volume going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 57.73% going through off exchange, EDGX at 11.04. For grand total 68.77%. That's about 4.77% higher than what I would expect it to be. So with 4.77% of our volume going through off exchanges, I think our price would have been closing at a positive number, if not even a little bit higher than what I would say almost somewhat significantly higher than where we were probably closing at the previous day. So I think that there was a lot of volume that kind of went through those exchanges to help keep price down. CHX volume was 49,000 shares through that. That's definitely elevated over the 30,000 number that gets me excited. GME CHX volume was 61,882 shares, also double the amount of what I would consider to be a large quantity. So lots of shares being returned right now. Taking a look at institutional ownership. It was reported at 85.354 million yesterday. This morning it is showing up as 85.353. Just slightly lower. Like 1,000 shares less. Options. Actually, I'm going to take you over to the other screen. We'll move a couple screens around. And then we'll take a look at options because we're going to get a screenshot of all the open interest on AMC and GME and just kind of view and see where that's at, see where it's heading. All right, let's do it. Highest amount of open interest is at a $5 strike. We do have the $6 strikes almost surpassing the $5 strikes. So the market's about ready to signal for a potential chance at a close closer to $6 than $5. But it's not signaling it just quite yet. So $5 is the magic number as of right now. That is actually down from the 6 that it was yesterday. So I actually just got that backwards. We were at 6 yesterday at 37.5 thousand contracts. So some of the $6 contracts did close, and we have an increase in $5 calls. And that's 37.6 thousand contracts. But they're still neck and neck. On puts, the highest amount of put volumes coming in at a $4 strike. There was 26.8 thousand contracts as of yesterday. There's now 27.8. So that is increasing. We want to see the puts decreasing. When the puts close, that's usually a good positive sign for us, and we tend to see price improvement. But the open interest is now suggesting a closing price by the end of this week is going to be somewhere between $4 and $5, which is $4.50. Ironically enough, where Max Payne is. I'm going to scroll through the list here of all the open interest on the options chain for this week and next week, and then we'll take a look at GMEs just for recording purposes. That way we can go back if we need to at any given point, and if something crazy happens, we can go back and look and say like, oh yeah, look, this is where it happened. Scrolling through this week's open interest on GME. I'll scroll back up real quick here. The highest strike in calls closest to current price seems to be about a $25. That's not really true. I'm going to go with the $20. Its closest strike to where it's at is with the highest amount of open interest is at 20, so it's already in the money. The largest amount of put volume near the current price is also at 20. So the market's really signaling for a $20 close by the end of the week, and it's currently running higher than that. That's always a really bullish thing. As I've mentioned on several occasions in the past, when price closes, I don't know, it was 8 back on May 3rd. It was 8 strike prices higher than what Max Payne was calling for. That's massive. It's really, really, really massive. It's a lot of strikes to be closing above. So right now, price is currently 1, 2, 3, 4 strike prices above the Max Payne for the week. So there's going to be more than likely a strong attempt to try and drive price back down to that 20 range. Scrolling on. Oops. And next week for GME. And there you have it. All right, let's see what's going on here with Ortex real quick here. Let's give this a quick refresh. Give that a refresh. Oh, come on, Ortex. Don't do it to me now. All right, here we go. What is going on with our numbers here? So here's our utilization falling further. We went from 74.15% yesterday to 64.08%. So we dropped 10.067. Yeah. 10.07% down. On loan amount, dropping day over day from 78.7 million shares to 73.3. So we're looking at 5.4 million shares returned yesterday. That's dropping the estimated short share interest to the free float from 13.82 down to 13.29. So 0.53, it looks like. So let's do a little bit of math. 368.09. Ortex is estimating that about 1.95 million shares in short interest was closed. So the question is how old were the positions that were closed out here? Were they newer positions or older positions? If the on-loan average age per day is rocketing upwards, then we know that they were more than likely just newer positions that were being closed out. If it's going sideways or down, then we know that they were older positions that were being closed out. It is dropping down, which means older positions are being closed out here. We have on-loan average age per day dropping from 45.12 to 43.64. This number right here, as I've mentioned to you on many, many occasions, the on-loan average age per day, when it drops, when it finds a bottom, it'll start trending back up. When it starts heading back up for 2 days in a row, that's when I know that there's a 15-day counter on a new price increase. This is one of the only indicators that I have ever found that is very, very solid about. I mean, I want to say like probably 75% of the time, it's accurate on signaling that there's going to be an incoming price increase. So as it stands right now, we're still trending down on this on loan average age per day. We got to find a bottom somewhere, and then it needs to increase by 2 days in a row, that value. But it has dropped from quite a big number up here from 92.55. I'm sorry, that's not right. 53.97 days, and we're down to 43.64 now. Security lending volume day over day slightly decreasing from 25.56 million to 23.85. Let's take a look at GME's numbers. Oh, wait. And I don't believe that this is going to be a result due to outstanding shares having increased. But let's just verify it real quick here just to make sure. Let's see here. Shares outstanding. Yeah, that is not the case. Also, let me check one other thing as well. Okay. All right, GME. Utilization dropped from 82.56 to 81.93. On loan amount, dipping as well from 83.54 million shares to 82.86. Not dipping very much. The estimated short share interest of the free float obviously did dip a little bit because there's obviously some shares returned. Not very many, in fact, less than 1 million shares. So this is dropping as well. Estimated short share interest of the free float dropping from 20.31 to 20.26. And then the on loan average age per day on this is dropping as well. Went from 68.03 down to 63.58. Security lending volume dropping from 23.93 million shares to 18.8. Again, I think many of these numbers are indicating that an institution or institutions in general who may be short AMC are I feel like they're signaling that they think another price increase is coming, and they're getting out of the way. SSR is currently at $4.19 for AMC for the day today. We have currently 219.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 42.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 112.9 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 32,000 contracts that are in the money. GME's SSR trigger price is $19.91 today. It did trigger yesterday, which means it's on once again. It has been triggering SSR consistently for just about a week now. According to Sonko Tracker, there's 146.3 thousand contracts out of the money in the calls versus 55.1 thousand contracts in money. 112.5 thousand contracts are out of the money in the puts versus 25.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. Since 5/13, this is the first day. Yesterday was the first day that it dropped under 1 million shares in short exempt volume. It was 967,000. Those are all very big numbers, though. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. GME is fifth on the list here with a 59.39% buy to 40.61% sell ratio. They had such a great... There must have been some sell orders that were saved for the end of the day yesterday because they were doing so well on the buy-sell ratio. And then now the final numbers that reported by the end of the day shows it just under 60%. But my goodness, whatever price movement that occurred at the end of the day yesterday would have been somebody saving up a bunch of sell orders, because you can see that right here. On AMC, we are still on the list here with a 56.97% buy to 43.03% sell ratio. I think we had gotten over 57% at one point. We never did break 60, so I'd like to see these numbers back above 60-40 if possible. kind of mixed. It looks like there might be a little bit more buying than selling going on by retail in general, but there's some mixed numbers out there. Ooh, look at that. MMRI jumping quite a bit here overnight. We had 287.24 on our last look of the day yesterday. We are now currently at 290.43, so risk in the market is starting to head back up again. 290.41. What is that doing to the spread on our 2-year, 10-year bond rates? Yesterday, we started out the day at 0.405 and ended the day at 0.417. We began the week at 0.4. It is now currently 0.418. VIX is currently showing that it is down overnight, but a future of 1333. It closed at 1186. We're getting close to the point now where it's getting really, really close to like a 2-point spread between the where VIX is actually at versus where the futures are suggesting it should be. There's all kinds of rumors about the Fed artificially manipulating the VIX in order to keep it low. I'm not sure exactly how they would do that, since it's a formula that's based off of options, and I don't understand how they could control that. I have to look more into it, and I'm not sure if I fully agree with it. But we are definitely seeing an attempt to try and drop the VIX quite a bit compared to what futures are suggesting it should be at. So we should see the VIX gap up at market open somewhat significantly. We're looking at like 1.5 point spread between where the futures are suggesting and where VIX is at. But that should mean that most of the markets are up right now, because it's suggesting that overnight the VIX went down by 0.44. So we'll take a look and see what they look like here. But the Nikkei is down 0.81, Hang Seng down 0.16, and Nifty 50 up 0.73. Some of the different markets here are being quoted as down anywhere from 0.32 to up 0.01. Most of our markets are showing down right now. It's unusual to see the VIX drop overnight, but have the markets down as well. So this could be a foreshadowing of how much the VIX is going to jump at market open. Of the Mag 7 this morning, 3 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% will get a shout out from yesterday's closing price. Excuse me. I don't see any. Gold is currently down 0.53. Again, super weird to watch markets trending down, but also seeing gold heading the same direction. But gold is trending down, so is silver. Silver is also trending down here, 1.14. I was mentioning to you guys, smart money appears to be joining in to buy up silver, more than likely in gold. Overall, on a larger time scale, it does look like there's a lot of consolidation going on silver. But it does appear to have a little bit of a leg here that's suggesting that it may make a breakout. Let me just check something real quick. It's getting close to a potential breakout going down. This may be a continuation, finally, after we've seen a bunch of volume coming in here, kind of like in this time frame that I've actually got drawn out here, that where I would have suspected price was going to be moving back down to the 29.5 range. If it does break this line here, maybe that's finally we're going to get that continuation of price movement from where it left off at, from this pattern that we saw. Ethereum Classic is down 1% and trending down. US dollar up 2.2% and trending up on a nice trend up here. When the dollar trends up, the market goes down. It did break overnight the trend line that I've got drawn up here that extends back from the beginning of this month. So it's a pretty good trend line that's found resistance on movement upwards several times and is now starting to break upwards. Today may be a pretty red day on the markets. It's gapping up right now. At least it appears to be. Oil in the pre-market up 6.9%. Now this is another weird one. We did have the government. I saw some media release just recently where the U.S. government was going to release some more strategic oil reserves to compensate for oil prices. But we see here in the pre-market this morning, and by the way, those strategic oil reserves weren't, I don't think they were part of our strategic oil reserves. They were actually reserves for something else, meant for natural disaster emergencies. And so I don't know if that's actually been sold off or not, but we're seeing a big jump in oil prices here, which should mean the market's going up. But if we see oil prices moving up and the market moving down, that could be trouble. That could significantly identify some trouble in the marketplace. But in the pre-market this morning here, and it's on low volume, 122 shares traded. It's up 6.9%. Let me zoom out on this because this is a pretty significant jump here, and see. I mean, I'm on a 1 hour chart right here, and you can see the dot way up here where price is moving from, and there's some consolidation, a lot of consolidation on oil prices. During this time frame here from basically 425 to current, so like a month's worth of consolidation in oil prices. But we are seeing a bit of a jump out here. This could be the big move outside of the extremely long wedge that I've got going on here on downwards momentum. It's finally jumping up, so it's at 2.32. Let me just draw a hard line on where 2.32 is. I'm sorry, it's at 2.48. My bad. I can't get it right on. It's getting there. It's jumping up and heading towards this breaking out of this really long wedge that I've got drawn out on a daily chart. So we may see if that oil from the U.S. isn't sold off to drop or to control prices on oil, and it starts leaping up, we could have a problem. I don't know that the economy can afford gas prices rising right now. Not heavily. SPY. This is just crazy. SPY is up yesterday 0.25%. This is nutty. SPY up 0.25% yesterday on 33.43 million shares traded. A normal SPY day should be somewhere between like 60 to 80 million shares. That should be normal. Maybe, yeah, 60 to 80 seems like it should be a normal volume from the past, historically. Volume is just plummeting on the SPY right now, and yet it's still heading up. It doesn't get any more bare of a signal than what you're seeing right now. How much further can it go? I have no idea. I really don't know. We might find out today. Tesla is down 2.14% in the pre-market. Pretty strong trend down. Amazon is down 0.03% in the pre-market. Slight trend up on that right now. It's been pretty volatile this morning in pre-market, but the overall trend is upwards. Cinemark is not yet traded. Doge is down 2.8%, trending down. Bitcoin is down 0.09, and the overall trend is up. It does appear to currently be breaking that trend up, though, right now. So I'm going to go with a trend down. GME is down 2.58% in the pre-market this morning and slightly trending down. HYMC is down 1.43% in the pre-market. It's only traded 66 shares so far, but the overall trend is still upwards here. NCMI is not yet traded. Hood is down 0.43 and trending down. AMC is down 0.43. I had I think it was on a 30-minute time interval. No, maybe it was a 5-minute time interval. On a 5-minute time interval, I've got a bearish or bullish triangle that's kind of forming here with this blue line at 480 and this level of support here. And you can see in the pre-market this morning, we haven't really managed to break out of this yet. I might have drawn this on a 30-minute time interval. I can't recall if I had it on a 30-minute or not, but if I did draw this on a 30-minute time interval, it looks like we did get a little bit of a breakout to the bottom side of what's supposed to be a bullish triangle. So we'll see if this is just a temporary break that's occurring in the extended hours of trading, because if I take out the extended hours of trading, we're still well within, I think, the pattern. Yeah, we're still well within it. So most of this is still just kind of trending up, and we're just seeing a little bit of a push down here that's temporary. It may reverse on this and continue to slide upwards and get that break back above 480 again. Taking a look at, like I said here, very temporary break. It looks like below that level of support. And that was I think that was a pre-market open. No, it wasn't. It was actually in the end portion of trading last night. I had a box that was sitting right here in the aftermarket hours for a potential break beyond our level of support and resistance, and so we got it inside my box. But I deleted my box earlier this morning because I wanted to have a nice clean screen instead of having that big old gray box here. But price is trending back up again. Inflow versus outflow yesterday, there was approximately $3.5 million more inflow than outflow. 18,000 shares traded so far this morning. We got pokey stick of volume coming in here in just about less than a half a minute. So we'll wait for that before looking at the rest of the numbers. But we do have 18.42 thousand shares traded so far. We'll see what our pokey stick of volume holds for us as a value. Here she comes. There she is, blowing up the time and sales right now on the screen. What you gonna give us? $150,000 shares. There's just no way that I can predict more than 30 to 50 million shares. It's just not a chance. Yesterday I had 35 to 55 million, and we ended up being a little bit higher at 66 million. I'm going 50 today. You know what? I'm going to keep it. I'm going to go 35.55. 35.55 million. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.06, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.87, which is average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.32, which is average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.47, which is slightly above average. Ichimoto. Lagging line is running into price line right now. That's not good. We want to have lagging line above price line. Conversion in the aftermarket hours yesterday did cross over the base when we had it above the base, which was more desirable. In order for price to turn into a buy signal for the day-to-day, price has to break above that magic $4.80 price range. I'm actually going to put down 485. because it looks like it's 481 is the actual value. So and I always round up a little bit on it. So 485 becomes the strong push point on a 1 hour time interval. On a 4 hour time interval, lagging line is below price line, conversion is below base. In order for this to become a big buy signal for the day-to-day, what we need to do is see that lagging line drive up above price line. For today, it's going to be about 660. Towards the end of the day, it'll be around 582. But I'm going to go with the larger of the two numbers. But we also have to have the conversion line cross the baseline. And one of the pictures that I drew you guys yesterday was this on what I wanted to see have happen to price. So what we should be seeing have happen is, two different little scenarios drawn out here. Either price moves up sharply and here to where conversion can cross base around this point here, or maybe in the future here, and price heads that direction, and then the lagging line would drive up above price at the same time and turn this into a big buy signal going through on Wednesday is what I was telling you guys, or Thursday rather, which is where this is right here. And you can see now that indeed the baseline is dropping down like I suggested. As long as we can start seeing conversion or price rise some more again, that conversion line will start heading upwards, and they should be able to cross. We can get a buy signal underneath the cloud here. And that price point, I think, is probably going to be right around 660. Do note that the top of the cloud for the day today is at $8.10. So that would be the other that would be the other big push point. Like if price were to blow past 660, and then there's just a bunch of buying pressure that kicked in, and you can see it over here in the volume profile that we had on the way up. There was a lot of buying pressure and a lot of volume that filled in here, and then there's just kind of a little bit of a gap in here in volume. Price could at 660 really start running very, very quickly through some of this area, and then do a little more of a retracement back down again as volume fills some of this area in here. But we're getting to a point now to where it's a very strong possibility that we could get some strong signals for buying pressure if price moves the right direction. If somebody's pushed into a position to where they are forced to start buying shares, it could get really, really dangerous for anybody who might be trying to bank on the idea that max pain is going to be 450 for the week. Because if you imagine max pain at 450, and if we were to close out with price above $8 by the end of this week, you're looking at 450s being in the money, or $5 being in the money, 550, 6, 650, 7s, 750s, and then if you push above $8, that's 7 strike zones that you've crossed in a relatively short period of time, and you'd be closing out the week above the max pain by seven price points, which would be pretty massive. But it all stems on whether or not there's going to be that buying pressure that's going to push the price enough beyond, or to create a signal to where there be more buy pressure when there might be a crucial time where institutions are maybe perhaps also trying to find shares. That's kind of the key point, where when institutions are trying to find shares, but we're also buying at the same time, those are crucial points, because that makes it very difficult for them to make a market. And that's where you get those big price runs. And that's where we are at. Looks like there might be some news here. Let's see what it is. Barron's simply just saying GameStop, AMC, and other meme stocks fall amid volatility. They rose on volatility too. Don't forget that. Let's see here. All right, I think that's all I got for you guys. I'm going to head over to the back of the big tramp. Little gentle note to you guys about my day and what I've got planned ahead. I do have somebody coming over to repair, well, not repair, but do maintenance on my AC this morning. So they should be here in maybe like an hour. So I'll probably be on break when that happens. I'll still, I'm planning on being here for the market open and the intro and everything for the day. If he doesn't need my help or he doesn't need my attention, then that should be fine. But I also have a dentist appointment at 11. So I will probably take my first break a little bit early and then probably be coming back home to get back on the live stream a little bit late after my teeth cleaning. All right. I don't have a price prediction right now. I need to see what's going to happen to AMC and the rest of the market closer to market open. It'll kind of give me like a better idea as to where the market sentiment to is AMC inverse to the rest of the market, or are we kind of like flowing with the market? How's that all going to play out? So I need to kind of see where that's looking. But as it stands right now, I do see potentially lower volume today than what we had yesterday. So if we're going to see anything, I'd rather see price movement down on low volume than price moving up. Apex says a girl can dream, Casey, that we run through 7 strikes. Last week, we ran through 11 strikes in 2 days. We did 6 on one day and 5 on the other. It was craziness. Absolute craziness. Let me head over to the back of the big tramp. Good morning, Pirate.
Morning, bud.
How you doing today?
On the fence, man. Still enjoying my first cup of coffee and trying to decide which direction I'm going to head. Kind of spoiling for a fight today, I ain't going to lie. See if I feel better after the coffee, though.
Yeah.
How are you this morning?
Some days you rise to fight, I'm doing good. I'm doing well. I felt like I was well rested. I woke up this morning. This is actually kind of a normal thing for me to do. I woke up without my alarm, like literally a minute or two before it went off. Kind of opened up my eyes in the dark and thought, gee, I wonder how much time I have left to sleep, like I normally do. And then as I'm sitting there thinking or contemplating, whether I'm going to go back to sleep or not, the alarm goes off. And that's always fun because I didn't want to grab the phone and look at it because I always feel like if I look at the phone and I find out that I've got like no time left, it's going to be disappointing. Or hardly any time left. So I don't grab the phone and I just try to go back to sleep. But yeah, today it didn't happen. I was like,
you
literally.
may have already covered it, so I apologize if you've already plowed this field. But what's up with the air conditioner?
So we started to see. I started to see. I have a what do they call it? The Nest. I have the Nest thermostat. And it's usually really good about keeping temperature right on where it's supposed to. And I started, which we keep the house at 72, and it started to rise. We've been having temperatures right around like 91, 92 outside, and the temperature started to rise and couldn't seem to get it back down below 75, and it stuck it right at 75, and was just constantly running. And so I'm sitting there going like, something seems a little odd about that. It's not usually the case. I mean, it does tend to struggle when temperatures are higher, but
that's not uncommon. You're not alone in that. I've had a lot of my renters, Florida, everybody especially people who haven't lived in Florida very long. They forget that it's hotter than 3 hells here.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's struggle, especially with like the modular homes that aren't as well insulated or what have you. But yeah, it's not uncommon that they struggle a little bit. I tell people all the time. We've had several that thought that just whatever they set it at, it should go there. If I set it at 65, then it should go to 65. I'm like, look, it's not designed to turn your house into a meat locker. It's trying to shave 10 or 15 degrees off of the ambient temperature at best.
Right. Well, I know that, and so, but I did go through. So we have three different intakes in our house.
Return air.
Yeah, return. So I 2 of them were kind of dirty, so I replaced 2 out of the 3. The other one I had replaced more recently. And
that was going to be my next question.
Yes,
because you slow the airflow down, it's less efficient.
Right. So
you look at their air filters, and it looks like a piece of carpet stuck in there.
It's like,
I don't know why my air conditioner's not working.
I did replace those 2 just to kind of see if that was going to help improve it. And after I replaced those 2, it kept the temperature much. It was more efficient at keeping temperature closer to 72, but not as efficient as it used to be. So, and it's obviously the unit's getting older and whatnot, but I don't usually have guys come out and just do maintenance on my AC unit. I usually just let it run until it fails. Which,
you're not alone.
Like most people do. Yeah, like most people do. And
how's your outside unit look, bud? Is it?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Garden hose. You take a garden hose and blow that thing out every once in a while.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, so and so that's
just a big radiator. Is all that is. It's just like a radiator on your car.
So I'm calling out for a guy to just come and just check everything and make sure everything's looking good as we're getting into the summer, because
nothing wrong with that.
We're only hitting 91.
A lot of people advocate for having a guy come out once a year and troubleshoot it. If nothing else, you get a good relationship going with your AC guy. In any event that you do have something that really shits the bed, they'll treat you a little more favorably.
Yeah, I am. So he's going to come out here, and the other thing is that we've had a long time known issue. Do you know we have one outside unit in a 2-story home that's 2,600 square feet or something like that, right? Actually, it might be a little more. It might be like 28. And it's usually homes that big have 2.
You might be a little woefully underpowered. Yeah, I was going to say you're right on that threshold where you probably could have done 2 separate units.
Right, but we don't.
Units for upstairs and down. Yeah.
So that's true. They have a controller board in our attic that's supposed to allow the unit to be able to switch between heating and cooling the upper and lower portions of the house for the same unit, which it's whatever. I guess it works somehow, right? Technology. Right. But our board apparently went out on us like many years ago. There's something fried on the board, and the guy told us, gave us a quote for it, and it was just like absolute, like ridiculous quote. And I was sitting there going like, I'm not doing that, because the other fix for it is to just take the board out and allow the system to just utilize one half, because it still cools off both top and bottom portions of the house, but it won't switch between the 2 now. So I basically just, instead of paying like thousands of dollars for a new board, I just basically cut the board out and said, we'll just heat one. We'll have one temp. So it does kind of suck a little bit, because the upstairs we have set for 72, which is what controls the temperature. So the upstairs is supposed to be the nice area, but the downstairs is super cool. Like it's like probably 69.
Well, physics being as it is, the cold air falls, cold air is being heavier. So you can cool the upstairs, and then by default it's gonna spill down in a cascading effect and cool the basement. The downstairs as well. So
the only problem that we're having right now, though, besides that, is that 2 specific rooms don't get good airflow for air conditioning upstairs, and I don't know why that is. So that's probably one of the things I'm going to have them look at while he's here.
Have you taken the time to crawl your fat ass up in the attic?
Nope, hell no.
If you have any, that's what you need to take a peek, even if you don't climb around up there, because if you get a collapse, sometimes they put those. Well, not sometimes. They use these collapsible ductwork. The old days of metal ductwork is over with. they use these collapsible, they're little more than a plastic duct, and if that gets squanched or squeezed flat, that can prohibit your airflow too, and it happens sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have him take a look at it and see, see if he can, if there's anything he can do to fix that, or see if he, if there is, something that needs to be done and it's reasonably priced, maybe get that fixed, because the kids get hot up there. So
we talk a lot of business. We talk a lot of business on here, and financial opportunities, what have you. And I'm here to tell you that if a young man or woman is in any way interested in getting, becoming more or less self-employed, I highly recommend looking into the air conditioning HVAC world. There's I've had just by default, because of my businesses, we've had a lot of interaction with them, and they're enormously profitable, and it's one of the few businesses you can run, smaller or get as big as you want. And I highly recommend people who are handy or young and considering something that they might want to build as a business for themselves to explore those options. Because I've never, as of yet, I haven't met anybody who was well educated in the HVAC world who didn't make good money. And I'm not talking about wages. I'm not talking about wages here now. I'm talking about wealthy money.
Yeah. D money.
Good morning. People with 4 employees, like one guy and 4 employees making, north of them. Well, I'll just leave it go.
No, it's true. It's true, because if you've ever been unemployed before, which has happened to me on a couple different occasions, when you're searching for, at least when I search for jobs, HVAC stuff always pops up on all the time on my searches for jobs, and it's true. There's just a ton of people that need it.
I have 2 friends, or 2 men. They're buddies, they're bros, and they've been together for almost 20 years. They're married. They're not. It's not full FOMO or nothing. Not that matters. But they built a hugely successful business with 4 or 5 employees, and they ended up cornering a lot of commercial work. And I'm here to tell you, when Olive Garden or Red Lobster, when their air conditioning goes down, they don't call around and look for the cheapest bid.
Right.
It's not like you got to come in with a competitive
Can't afford that.
bid and try to. Yeah. No, they call up and they're screaming, "Please, for the love of God, get our shit turned back on."
Yeah.
So enough of that. I'm just saying, if everybody says go to college and be a doctor or a lawyer or an Indian chief, but your old buddy Pirate saying, no, go learn HVAC, set your own hours, buy yourself a nice van, and get rich, or at a minimum, live a wonderful life. So there's your business tip of the morning.
Mm-hmm. What you got, D Money? What's going on, man?
I'm listed. Yeah, I'm a certified HVAC tech, and I run my own thing.
There you go. He's the one who's talking.
Trade school is the main thing, but yeah, you probably need a maintenance, but you probably got a 5-ton with the zone system, and that's probably what you're talking about with your zone board and everything. So I put several of those in, but yeah, normally a 2-story house. They do that to save on costs for a unit. Instead of running 2, you can run a 1 unit with the zone. You're kind of getting out cheaper. The sad part is, if your main unit goes down, you're kind of screwed at that point.
Oh, so, yeah. It happened to me once.
It's like, okay, I can cheap out and get a zone system, or I can spend an extra, 4,000 or 5,000, depends on what SEER rating, to get 2 systems in the house, where if one goes down, at least you got another one. So, and I'm actually heading to a job right now to do a mini split in a pool like bar area. So
there's something to be said about having 2 separate systems. Living in Florida, we've been here this particular time 10 years, and what he just said is exactly right. If one of our little capacitors goes down or something happens, it's really nice to just be able to bump up the other system and let it carry the load for a while. So I'm all about redundancy, backup systems.
Yeah, so we've had our system go out on us before, and it was in the worst time of the summer, and over 100 degrees at the time. When they finally got the new unit installed outside, luckily we were under warranty, so we got a brand new unit. But I'm sure the new unit that we're on right now is a piece of crap, because it was insurance paid for, and so I just kind of figured after having experienced or gone through that experience, I was talking to Melissa and I was like, I'd rather just have somebody come out now and look at it. She's actually I was going to cancel them because it started cooling a lot better after the filter change. And she's like, no, let's just get them out here and just take a look at it and see some of the other problems too. And, instead of having to go through what we went through, a couple summers ago. And, cause it was horrible. I think it took 3 days. When you have a AC down in 100-degree temperature, your drywall starts to heat up. And when
makes for some sleepless nights too.
Yeah. And so we had like 3 days where it took the new unit to cool down the house. I was surprised how long it took. I was like, damn, 3 days.
Casey, let me ask you. Is all your unit, is it all one unit outside, or do you have part outside, part inside?
Yeah, I've got the blower upstairs in the attic.
Okay, yeah. So I always tell people with what I do, I just say, hey, one-time maintenance a year. They can check gas and heat, and whoever does it right, they can do it all at one, and they won't have to do these contracts where they're getting two cleanings out of you, just so they can get that revenue. Some people like it, because they don't have to worry about it. But I normally get my customers like, hey, one time a year, I'll come out, clean all your cools, check all your cools, and then I'll check your heat as well. Normally it's around 70 degrees, 65, 70 degrees. And that's always better. I never not go neglecting your units, because it's kind of like not going to the doctors when you need to. You know what I mean? At least one time a year. I
pay a little bit now or pay a whole lot later.
Exactly. There you go. So, yeah.
Yep. So that's why he's coming. I like I said, it's not. There's nothing serious yet, and I don't want there to be. So it's more of it's the unusual preventative maintenance that's happening. That's all.
Casey, I get into all sorts of arguments with people about, I like to beat up on the whiners and the complainers, and we get into this X and Twitter with a lot of the attacks that are made on the boomer generation, which I'm Generation X, I guess, but the Gen Xers, about how it's almost impossible for the younger generation. And we get into these long conversations about how money doesn't go as far. Air conditioning is another example of a relatively recent phenomenon as far as every single house having AC. So it's the single biggest user of electricity in your house. And it's also expensive to have installed and maintained. And it's just one more example of things that, I guess you'd say, quote unquote, in the modern world, is viewed as a necessity. But in the 50s and 60s, that was a pure luxury. I thought that was interesting to note.
Yeah, I can't even imagine.
The lifestyles have we've become accustomed. We accept or expect to have almost everything as a baseline, air conditioning being another example of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the funny thing, Pirate, is I actually grew up without HVAC in my room.
Me too, buddy. You and me both. Yeah.
I had a window box fan pointing the other way to get the humidity out of the room. That's it.
Yep. Little cross ventilation if you were lucky. Yep.
1900 old house, built in the 1900s, and no HVAC or nothing. If I had to get HVAC, I had to go downstairs. We had one window unit. That's it.
Right. Yep.
So it's kind of crazy. I'm in the industry.
That's another thing that a young couple or a young man, single man, whatever, that's another debit, a liability that's on his paycheck that our grandfathers and fathers didn't have, gnawing away at their paycheck.
And to let people know, and all the young people, during recessions, you're guaranteed work. It's an anti-recession business, so it's always going to be there. So I do commercial HVAC for a company. They do like kitchen equipment and stuff like that. So I'm doing grills, kettles.
You do it like ice machines too, like your ice machines.
Do ice machines.
Right
I
on.
like to like ice machines and stuff, and then I do residential for myself. So.
Yep. Look at that, man. You came here for AMC and you got HVAC. It's a double whammy. It's awesome. It's good stuff.
Well, I'm passionate about it. I love it. You know,
Yeah.
it's,
You should,
you know,
as you should be. You do it for a living, so it's good. I'm glad you're passionate about it.
Well, it changed the world. Air conditioning changed the world, both in terms of food storage, production, um, everything, and from the way we live. It's one of the greatest inventions of all time.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm really starting to feel like I'm going to stick with my price prediction that I had yesterday right now. Sorry, I'm just watching the price.
You haven't lived as a 15 or 16-year-old guy or girl when it's so hot out that you got to take a shower at the end of the day, and then jump in bed and to try to fall asleep before you break out in a sweat. You know, you get out of the shower and you're relatively comfortable because of the delta or the differential from the hot shower to already a hot room. But you get out of that shower and lay down real quick and try to relax your body and fall asleep before you start to feel the effects of that heat. Different world we live in now. We're fortunate for it.
Exactly. Well, I just wanted to get on there and tell y'all I'm about to be at this job and start it, so I'll listen out through the day.
Thanks, man. That's what makes this place so cool is people step up to the plate and bring a personal expertise to it. So we're in your debt for sharing. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you. Demon, I appreciate it. Oh, he left. Dang it. Sorry, I was in the middle of time. I was in the middle of... If he hears this on the live stream, D-Money, thanks for showing up and sharing with us. I do appreciate it. And I just wanted to... I was in the middle of typing something real quick there to Martin, and I couldn't switch fast enough. My train of thought from what I was typing.
That's one of our biggest bragging rights, the fact that we have such a wide and varied group of participants that there's always somebody who's a expert in any particular field who's willing to step up and share some knowledge and or if nothing else, some interesting conversation about it. It's very cool.
Yep. Grove says, talking about changing the world, internet changed the world on a whole new level. It sure did. And I think it was really fun to have grown up through that. It was fun to be a part of BBSs from the get-go, and those very first ability in chat rooms to start talking to people from the other side of the country or the world for that matter, without having to pay, exorbitant amounts of money to talk to them like you normally would have in the past. It has definitely changed the world. I agree.
All right. Right up there with the wheel, the automobile, penicillin,
planes.
Absolutely. Yep. Aircraft.
Yep.
There's been a list of things through history that have changed the world in a big way forever.
Yep.
The internet is right at the top of that.
Yep. All right, I gotta head to break. It's 7:30, and I will put my message up on the screen here.
We'll see you when you get back.
Sounds good. The AC guy is supposed to be here, I think, at 8 o'clock. If he's not here, like, right on the dot, Melissa should be up, so I should be able to do the intro and the price prediction, all that kind of good stuff. But I'll see you guys in a bit.
Yeah, we could struggle through. It's not the first time this isn't our first rodeo with this sort of thing. So
cool.
No worries. It's going to be a good day.
Yeah. All right. See you guys in a bit.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. When I slow down, the wind in my head, I embrace the grit and grind. There's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. AMC ticker keeps on rolling, stock charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild animal inside. All ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Betting fair, living, crunching numbers all night, yeah. Fan up the beer, tinker analyst, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
Alrighty, guys. Let's see here. So I'm trying to get a price prediction in for the day today, and I do think that we're going to have lower volume based off of pre-market volume. It is suggesting that we'll see, I'm guessing, somewhere between 35 and 55 million. Again, I'm not going to change my prediction. That is lower volume than what we would have had from yesterday, which was 66.7 million shares traded. So a little bit lower volume today, but I am expecting a price improvement. I lowered my prediction from yesterday by 10 cents. So I'm going to go 436 to 536. Let's see here. Let me take a look at what the other guys have here. We've got Twisties going 401 to 501. It looks like we've got Tech coming in at a 456 close, so he's going to go 406 to 506. And Apex is the only one I'm waiting on. Make sure he didn't put one in earlier. I don't see one from Apex from earlier, so we're just waiting on Apex to find out the final prediction. And Twisty Swifty says, I swear Tech lives on my toes. Well, there was a period of time, I feel like every once in a while some of us get into like these grooves where we're predicting really close to each other. I swear there was a time, Twisty, where I think it was you and I that were stepping all over each other's toes as well. But congratulations to Twisty and both Tech on nailing the price prediction right on the head yesterday. It was pretty crazy. Apex says he's going 436 to 536, which is the same exact prediction I have. 436 to 536. Maybe we can change it around here, Apex, and you and I can nail it right on the head today and get those guys back. That would be something else if that happened. Our price prediction range for the day today is a 35-cent spread between us, from basically 551 to I said 551, 451 to 486. Individual prices. Twisty's got 451. Tech has 456, and then you and I both have 486. Which basically means that I mean we basically would be seeing price returning very close to about what it closed at yesterday, maybe 3 cents higher is what that's basically what Apex and I are guessing on. A 3 cent close higher than what it was yesterday. Joe, good morning. We got about 4 more minutes left here before we start the live stream. I do have the HVAC guy is here. I will do the intro this morning, do a quick little monologue, and then probably sign off because I don't want to leave Melissa to have to deal with this since I already started it. So we'll see how that works out. It just depends on whether or not the intro takes the appropriate amount of time. So far, he's looked at everything and said everything looks good. It's just old. It's like the house. Jason says, "Who's back?" Ah, you gotta wait until after the market open. You can't steal from all the fun. Apex is going 497. I think he wants the extra additional bonus point to get back in the game here. Roger that. I will put you down for 447 to 547. Right? Yeah. Okay. Got you down. Looking for that additional bonus point. It gives both of us an opportunity to get an extra bonus point here. It puts you and I both in contentions for that. Way to take one for the team. You could have gone down. You didn't have to go up. VIX is showing 2.78 for a jump up here. Let's see how the SPY is doing. It's showing down 0.12. Not a big decrease, and it's kind of stabilizing since earlier this morning. We'll see how that fares going into market open. The volume does look like it's pretty low again this morning on the SPY. Now it says leave the back of the tramp open. Absolutely. I'll do that. Melissa said you have finger toes. I don't even know what that means. What are finger toes? Did she really say that? Did you really say that, hun? What? Did you say I have finger toes? Finger toes? Yeah. No. Yeah, she said she didn't say that. You lie. I don't even know what finger toes are. Break Nation Sports says long toes, Casey. I have them too. I never really thought I had long toes, but okay. They're not stubby either, though. That's for sure. I don't... Again, the price, or not price prediction, but the volume prediction for the day today is 35 to 55 million. That's the same prediction that I had yesterday. There's definitely less volume occurring this morning than there was on previous days to kind of suggest in the pre-market that that's going to be the case. Duncan, good morning to you. Good to see you. It's that time of the day, guys. I will see you on the other side of market open.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GT. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GT. Max, go. Eagle, go. Econ, go. DeFeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting.
Guidance, we cleared all of our autoline constraints. From a weather
We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now on S-band. Okay, you sound good. Discovery,
Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Careful making wishes in the dark, dark, can't be so when it hit that rock and the sides in the meantime, I'm just dreaming of tearing you apart. I'm in the deep details with the don't know the world can never get me on my level. I just gotta get you off the cage. I'm a young lover's rage, gonna need a spark to ignite. My songs know what you did in the dark. So light 'em up, light 'em up, light 'em up, I'm on fire. So light 'em up, light 'em up, light 'em up, I'm on fire. Riders keep riding what they somewhere another pretty ranges. I got the scars from tomorrow, and I wish you could see that you're the antidote to everything except for me. A constellation of tears on your lashes, and everything you love, then burn the ashes. In the end, everything collides. My childhood, spat back out the monster that you see. My songs know what you did in the dark. So light 'em up, light 'em up, light 'em up, I'm on fire. So light 'em up, light 'em up, light 'em up, I'm on fire. My songs know what you did in the dark. My songs know what you did in the dark. So light 'em up, light 'em up, light 'em up, I'm on fire. So light 'em up, light 'em up, light 'em up, I'm on fire.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day is He's Back. I've completely forgot he was actually back on Monday. I got the battery Sunday night, and I wanted to have him to go for Monday, and I just kept forgetting about it. I just totally didn't remember. And so I wanted to share with you. We have the return of Bobblehead Ross. He's back, and you guys can ask him any questions you'd like to. He has quite the knack for being able to know the future or have great answers for anybody who asks questions of him. I'll ask him a question to start us off here. Bobblehead Ross, how do you feel about AMC right now?
This would be a good place for my little squirrel to live.
That's right, he's going to hide his nuts here. You got to love Bobblehead Ross. He's always got the right thing to say at the right time. Yep, that's right. All right, so I got to go. I don't want to leave Melissa on duty for the HVAC guy that's here to check out the AC. So let me go over to the back of the Big Tramp real quick. I'll just jump in there. Anybody who wants to hang out there and talk, fill in the time while I'm out talking to him before he goes. Let me just hop in here. Quack Quack Rex and Pirate, good morning to you guys. I'm gonna toss this over to you guys to hold the fort down while I'm talking to the HVAC guy.
Yeah, boy.
No worries, mate.
All right.
Go handle your business, and we'll try not to do too much damage here.
Sounds good. I'll see you back before. I'll definitely. I can't imagine I won't be back before 9, so I'll be back in just a little bit. See you in a bit.
Take your time. We got a long day today.
Sounds good.
Well, that's cool. He was kind enough to leave the microphone on for us so we can act a fool.
He might have left his microphone on.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Oh no, Casey.
Hey, KC, you left your microphone on, just so you know. Can you hear this?
Well, I guess we'll have to talk over him if we start hearing anything.
Yeah. If Preacher was here, he can move him to hot mic. There he goes. He's on it. He must have heard us. Yeah. Good deal. Good deal. Yeah, I've had many times I've had people come to my rescue, and I don't have anything to hide, but we're like any other family. There may be things that we talk about that we don't necessarily want the entire world to hear, and or any number of things, reading off a credit card number, what have you. So
yeah,
I think it's a good thing that everybody here kind of looks out for each other in that regard. Who all we have back here anyhow? Brandon, Quack Quack, Rex Wise, Trevor, and Yucca. Yucca's early. Good morning, Yucca. Well, in here 2 hours earlier than normally. We don't see him till 10 or 10:30.
I only see 3 of us.
Oh, maybe I need to refresh. You're right. I probably need to refresh my screen. Yeah, I think periodically my screen shows. Yeah, I stand corrected. He is not here. The Quack Quack, and Rex, and myself.
How's the weather in Florida today?
Man, it's gorgeous out there. Blue skies, light, fluffy clouds, and just a hint of a breeze blowing. It sure looks nice out there.
Nice.
Hey, excuse me for just a second. I'm gonna close out and refresh and see if my screen straightens up, because I'm getting I think I'm getting a lot of old stuff from yesterday on here. Give me just a moment, buddy. Yeah, that's much better. I have a bad habit sometimes leaving my computer on overnight. If I don't move to a different page or refresh frequently, I'll be left with stuff on my screen that's not current. So a lot of the stuff is still a learning curve for me. But much better now. Glenn C was kind enough to bring some of his personal due diligence in, and got a news release that said on May 22nd today, Delaware Supreme Court affirms the lower court's decision. That would be the Delaware Chancery decision on the Ape's AMC conversion. So that's finally put to bed. It would seem that they took that, filed some sort of an appeal and took it to the Supreme Court, and that was shot down. So it's nice to know that that's finally put to rest once and for all. Appreciate you bringing in some timely information there, Glenn. It's something that's important to know.
Yeah. I mean, they're still arguing over that. That's crazy.
Not anymore. It's done now.
Good.
For those of you unable to see the screen, listener only, we're at $4.57 after being open here for about 40 minutes. And, GameStop as well is at $21.57 currently. Relatively light volume on both tickers. S&P 500 at 5,318. NASDAQ is at 16,816. It's in the red, pulling back a little bit. The Dow is at 39,869, and it's currently pulling back a little bit as well. So looks like the major indices currently retracing a little bit. Brent crude oil is at $81.81 a barrel. NASDAQ is at 16,815. Gold is at 2,414, with silver at 31.88. Ten-year Treasury is at 4.4 and trending up. And I'm sorry I missed the 2-year. If I see that again, I'll be happy to share that with you. Yen to the pound is up. Euro is down. Bitcoin currently looks like 69,486. All you coin fans. Oh, thank you, MC. It's very kind of you. I'm not a technical analysis guy. I lack the prerequisite skills to pull up charts for you and make predictions. I've said many times I'm more of a macro guy. A lot of my decisions are based on geopolitical events, news, what have you. But I prefer to remain the class clown, and it's a role that I'm more comfortable with. There's the 2-year Treasury, 4.865, and it's moving up as well.
Hey, what's Pirate Coin at?
Man, Pirate Coin's pegged to gold. You know this, man. Pegged to gold. If you need to know what Pirate Coin's trading at, just look at the spot gold, and you'll be plus or minus a penny or two. You'll be right there. VIX is at 11.92, moving up, slightly green. Casey shared some thoughts this morning that there's a rumor running around that the VIX is being suppressed. He shared with the class that he's not really sure how they would accomplish that, since it's really just a formula. It's a reflection of other data that's, I guess, for all intents and purposes, hard to fudge, but one never knows about these things. You get a 30-year fixed mortgage today for 7.05%. If you're in the housing market, a lot of folks think that's high, but I think that's a reflection of their age and experience. Over the big curve, 7% for a 30-year mortgage is not entirely too bad. That's hard for people to hear, knowing that recently people were able to get mortgages for 3% and 4%. But that's the nature of things. If you fail to get the bottom, doesn't necessarily mean it's the end all beat all. Yeah, Gutsy says there's new AMC news out. I think you just missed it, Gutsy. We just briefly mentioned that. It's unless you found something different. Glenn was sharing with us that the Supreme Court's finally ruled that the lower court's decisions stand as is. But thank you anyway. Appreciate you and welcome. It's good to see you here. Yeah, Riffs. That's a big Moonlit Riff says rates aren't bad, but the home prices are. And yep, that's a big topic of conversation with people who turn in real estate circles. It's just exactly what direction those prices are going to head. So all sorts of theories out there and opinions on it. Kind of interesting. But yeah, Joe said prices are wild. I think that's accurate. The question is, will they get wilder? That's always the thing. Well, no worries, Gutsy. There's no need to apologize. I just letting you know that we covered it. But we're always thankful of anybody who shows up and brings in breaking news or anything that they have discovered. No one should ever feel should feel like just because they weren't the first person to bring it in, that in any way that's a poor reflection on them. I think it's to your credit that you're looking out for us, and we appreciate that. It's what we all come here together for. Chi-Town Turtle, good morning to you too, my friend. Good to see you here again. FGCV has a quick question. Your input is always valued. What do you got, sir? Lay it on us. Send it. Cat system reboot, Godzilla still being turned on. If your question is it still being turned on? To the best of my knowledge, yes. I think there's been some efforts put forth by lobbyists and some of those who are on Wall Street who have taken a stand saying that this is there's no bueno, and we know why. They're not real big on transparency in the market, but as far as I've heard, that's all still a go. Morning, Petro. For those of you new folks, Petro just joined us. He's our resident expert in all things related to fire departments. Spent his career putting his body in harm's way in the fire department. Always a joy to have with us. Yeah, I get it. FG says screw Wall Street and their lobbyists. That's you're not alone in that sentiment. But despite our shall we say, our opinion of them. It's they're just part of the machine. They're part of the game, and they have to be dealt with. He said that he's read that they have declawed the CAT system and pushed it out 2 years for it to be fully operational. Yeah, I read some of that as well. CPR that they had some. They asked for some exemptions and asked to have a delay to implement some of them or other. And I haven't done a great deal of research on it because I don't want to sound too Debbie Downer or negative on it, but I think it's going to be helpful and I think it's a good thing. But I'm not hanging my hat on that being the. There's been a tendency for our community to consistently look for one catalyst after another that they can say, okay, this is what's going to make it happen for us. And I think that's harmful to the community because when the time passes and it doesn't have the expected effect, then it leads to a decrease in morale and people become despondent. So I think ultimately it's not good for us to hang our hat on any one single particular event, and more importantly on a single time frame for the reasons I just mentioned. I agree with you though, Break Nation. You said if it's true, every single one of us needs to write in and complain every day. I said something yesterday that a lot of people complain, but they just complain to each other. The old preaching to the choir comes to mind. You know, if you really want to do something, break out 30 minutes of your day and make a phone call to your elected representatives and at least go on record. Because the truth, I know that they don't necessarily respond to everybody, and you may not get a congressman get online and chat with you. But make no mistake about it, they have interns and people that work for them that track sentiment. They track phone calls, and sometimes the squeaky wheel does get the grease, but more often than not, it takes more than just one person. If one phone call comes into your district and you're whining or complaining about a particular grievance, you may be discounted. But it's a whole nother issue if their phone rings a lot, because those phone calls represent votes. So I would argue that it's at a minimum, it's worth, if nothing else, making a phone call and leaving a real polite message. I don't see how that's harmful in any way. Attendees are saying every day. Yeah, you can do that too. You can, I guess, like I said, squeaky wheel gets the grease. So I guess it is, instead of calling one time, maybe call on a regular basis, and if nothing else, inquire as to what's being done, or if anyone is even passing your grievances up the food chain. Someone named Jewel, I don't recognize the name, must be relatively new, says, yo, to the guy who's speaking, I've listened to you for a couple of weeks now. I like you. You speak very truthfully about everything. I like the way you speak. More people is needed like you, I feel. So that's very kind of you, Jewel. I like your name, by the way. It comes to mind from one of my favorite movies, Pulp Fiction. Wonderful character in that movie as well. But we're glad to have you here, and thank you for the kind compliment. Everyone likes to feel appreciated, and I'm no exception to that. So thank you very much. And on my honor, I'll do my level best to keep you entertained when Casey is absent. I'm a pale substitute, and I in no way could even come close to filling his shoes and what he brings in terms of technical analysis. But I think it's fair to say that I may be able to make you laugh from time to time, and that might have some value in it for you. Knock it off, Andrew. You don't want my attention this morning. I'm on the fence on whether I want to be good or evil today. You don't want to tip those scales. For those of you who don't know, I tend to follow a 1 minute chart just because I crave activity and I crave entertainment. So a 1 minute chart gives me movement, allows me to. It's not necessarily, probably not necessarily the best thing because it's too easy to misinterpret those tiny moves. But when you hear me talking about the things that I see, it's normally on a 1 minute chart, not too dissimilar to what Casey has up on the screen right now. That's very kind of you as well, Sportster. Thank you, sir. It's no easy feat. Casey logs in at 6 o'clock in the morning, and for other than a few breaks here and there, he stays on until the closing bell, and then more often than not joins a lot of us in Discord for sometimes as much as another hour or two afterwards. Those are long 8 to 11 hour days, 8 to 10 hour days, and it puts a lot of pressure on him to constantly produce valuable content and engaging entertainment. And I'd like to think that in some small measure, we've helped not just myself, but the rest of us in the back of the Big Tramp have added some value here. Listen, everybody's not for everything, and I'm not everybody's cup of tea. And there's no shortage. I have no shortage of haters out there. Whether it's due to my acerbic wit or maybe my off-color jokes or my use of foul language. And I understand that. You know, that's the world. Everybody's not for everybody. But overall, we do our level best. AMC at $4.57. GameStop at $21.37. That's funny. Break Nation Sports said, "You actually annoyed me in the beginning. I'm not going to lie. But now I hope you're in the back of the Tramp with KC regularly." Hey, look, buddy, there's nothing I value more than honesty. I've been fortunate in my life to work with some of the finest men and women, but mostly men that this country can produce. And if nothing else, we were brutally honest with each other. There's no other way to be. You know, friendships, relationships are built on honesty. So I would expect nothing, no less from you. But I'm glad you've kind of warmed up to me, or at least have learned to tolerate me. So thank you. Yeah, MCon says the volume sucks. Yeah, it's for both tickets, for both GameStop and AMC. We're relatively anemic, if you will. Go easy, Twister. You know I keep a list. You don't want to be on my list. I have an unpopular opinion. It's but it's one I've shared a few times here recently. I personally think we're on hold until after the election. I think all of this is intertwined. It's all interconnected. The politics, the economy, the Treasury, the United States debt, Fed, stock market. None of it operates in a vacuum. It's like any other machine. You turn one gear and another gear somewhere down the line turns sometimes the opposite direction. And it's my humble opinion that we're in a holding pattern, predominantly because of the close proximity to the election. Who just joined us?
Good morning, Rex.
Rex Watts back. Good to see you, Rex. Hey, Rex, thanks for sharing your live going live the other day, or your camera shot. It was nice to see your face. I got a great deal of pleasure. Got a great deal of pleasure out of seeing your smile after talking to you for all these many years.
Oh man, I'm glad I got to see you too, Perry.
Yeah, good stuff, man. However, Frog just put a message in that says, community is built on different types of thinking who recognize similar common goals. It isn't always rosy, but it's needed. Absolutely, Frog. It's no different than my family here in Camelot. We, whether it be my wife and I, or interactions between my adult children, we don't always see eye to eye. It in no way diminishes, our love or fondness for each other, and our commitment to the family. And I'd like to think that this group is no different. We're all here for a common goal. Obviously to try to make money, to try to make an investment that pays off handsomely for our family's financial well-being. And it's to our credit that we're able to set aside a lot of the minor differences, whether they be religious, political, or pick your poisons. But for the most part, we've been able to hold off. We've been able to hold those divisive things at bay and set them aside for the moment and come together as a team. There he is.
We got
air conditioning again.
Yeah. Well, it's been on the whole time, but yeah, it's air conditioning is fine. I'll talk about that here in just a few, but I gotta run through numbers real fast. He's still here, and I don't have all my options yet, so I got to talk to him some more. So, and I'll just briefly say real quick here. He's telling me my capacitor and my switch or my contactors need to be replaced, which is something I know I can do. He's saying I need about. It seems like I might have coolant leak because I had about 4 pounds missing, or I'm 4 pounds shy on coolant. So he wants to add 4 pounds of coolant in there, and then he said that more than likely the leak's probably coming from the coil, which is upstairs in the house in the attic, and that's going to cost probably pretty good penny to replace. I don't know what the price is on that yet, but I think I'm probably going to just do the adding the coolant for now, and then start looking to replace the coil in the future.
None of my business, and I'm not gonna drag this on and on. But if it was me, I would ask him after he pumps it up to cycle it through so that it runs and kicks off, because sometimes they only leak after they kick off, and then ask him to use his wand, his little sniffer wand, to try to identify the leak. That's the least he should do. He has a little handheld device, looks like a flashlight. It's got a probe on the end of it, and it'll beep if it recognizes a coolant leak. And all he has to do is, while the system's running, is move around the system. It will take him 15, 20 minutes max. And he touches it to each little joint, your Schrader valve. Sometimes they leak from the servicing valve, all those little areas. And then because there's no point in paying $50 a pound and putting 4 pounds of coolant in that just to have it leak out in the next month. So that's all I have to share with you on that. I would ask him if he wouldn't mind using his wand to check it both while it's running and after it shuts off. I'll share this briefly with you, Casey. I had one that wouldn't leak until it turned off. They checked it and they said, yeah, everything was fine. And the guy was loading his tools in the truck. And when the system reached 77 degrees and it turned off, immediately I heard a hissing sound. And I said, hey, I found the leak form. I said, here, this is leaking right here. It was a tiny little copper joint. He's like, I can't believe you heard that. But I didn't mean to step all over your business there, but I would ask him if he could check, at least do a perfunctory check with his wand for escaping gas.
Okay. That's good to know. Yeah, that's good to know. Thank you. All right, I got to go through these numbers real quick here so I can get back out to them. Let me jump over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on there. We got a full rundown to do since this is the first time since market open that we're doing the numbers. Price prediction tally points. We had two gentlemen who had the same exact price predictions yesterday and nailed it right on the dot with price predictions. So congratulations to Tech and Twisty for getting the additional bonus point for that yesterday. Everybody else did get a point for yesterday's price predictions. This is not meant as financial advice. It's just simply four apes trying to guess what we think price is going to be for the day. Twisty has 401 to 501 today. Tech has 406 to 506. I have 436 to 536, and Apex has 447 to 547. Short exempt volume, 1.17 million shares. That was very, very high considering the fact that we had much lower volume yesterday. Utilization did drop quite a bit day over day, just a slight bit more than 10% to 64.08%. And that does mean that there were some more shares that returned yesterday. Day over day price change, we were down 3.73%. Max pain is $4.50. We went through all the rest of those numbers earlier this morning. So if you want to see what that looks like, I would go through the rewind a little bit and go back to this morning's numbers and check and see where I give out everything. As far as off-exchange data goes, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off-exchange and EDGX to be between 10 and 11%. Right now, we got 57.2% going through off-exchange and 13.16% going through EDGX. Those numbers are extremely high. It's at 70.36% combined when it should be about 54%. So 16.36% higher than normal. So there's a lot of price suppression going on through the usage of those off exchanges. CHX volume, which tells me that there's a fair amount of buying going on right now. CHX is showing 2,071 shares. Nothing unusual about that. GME CHX volume 13,010. That's not a very big number. Borrow fees for the day today, and also shares available to be borrowed. Looks like mainly returned since earlier this morning, and so there's now 250,000 shares available according to IBKR with a fee of 4.66%. In total, we've seen about 50,000 shares borrowed for the day today. Taking a look at, is that right? That's not right. We've had an additional 350,000 shares borrowed today. Taking a look at institutional ownership. It was earlier this morning. It was reported 85.353 million shares. That is currently now at 85.353 million. No change. Let's take a look at what we got going on here for options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is coming in at a strike price of $5. That's where it was yesterday. We have 7.8 thousand contracts in volume so far. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4.50 strike. That's up 50 cents from where we were at yesterday. We're seeing 2.1 thousand contracts in puts so far in volume for the day today. That's good if it's closing out a put volume at 4.5, which I would imagine that since we're right at that price point, we got down to 451 this morning. I would imagine that's puts that are closing and not new puts that are being purchased, but I don't know that for a fact. But if it is, that's a good sign because that should mean that there's going to be increased buying pressure going upwards. Market is suggesting a closing price between $4.50 and $5 by the end of the day today. At this point, taking a look at going over the other screen here, I'm going to move a couple screens around. We'll take a look at the rest of the data. Oh, nuts. There we go. According to Ortex, 5.45 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. That's going to raise the estimated short-share interest of the free float to 13.83%. Cost of borrowings at 4.33, average is 5.73, and max is 7.94. What do some of these numbers mean right now? What are we seeing that's going on? And I think it's important to really identify what's happening here. And I think that somebody is very, very scared about what is going to happen to price in the near future, as they're closing out as many puts as possible before price would run up. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense to close those positions, especially if they're older positions. Utilization went from 74.15% down to 64.08%, which means that there was definitely some shares that were returned yesterday. The on-loan amount confirms this by suggesting the on-loan amount went from 78.7 million shares to 73.3, which is a 5.4 million share decrease in loaned shares. The estimated short share interest of the free float as a result dropped from 13.82 to 13.29, suggesting that about 1.95 million of that 5.4 million was in closed short interest. And it's not a whole lot. 1.95 million shares is kind of a drop in the bucket in the grand scheme of things. The on-loan average age per day, what this kind of will tell us here is if this is dropping, which it is, that likely it was older positions that were closed out. If somebody was really, really, truly, honestly scared about price running up, closing older positions is going to be what they're going to be doing. So on-loan average age per day dropping from 45.12 days to 43.64. Security lending volume slightly dropping day over day from 25.56 million to 23.85. There's definitely institutions that are trying to get out of the way of something. GME's numbers we already covered earlier this morning. Again, if you want to see those, go check them out earlier this morning. I will do a quick update on what's being borrowed versus returned. Looks like they got a little bit of a return going on this morning. Trigger price for SSR for AMC for the day today is $4.19. There's currently let's refresh this. 248.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 44.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 113.5 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 31.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. GME is on here with a 63.97% buy to 36.03% sell ratio, which is looking pretty darn sweet at this time. AMC is not on the list as of right now. MMRI earlier this morning was 290.41 as it's dropped down a little bit back below 290. We're currently at 288.18. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.418 earlier this morning and is currently at 0.435. We're definitely seeing a separation, more inverted between those two bond rates. NASDAQ is up 0.07, Dow Jones is down 0.03, and the S&P 500 is breaking even. We have 2,817 decliners to 2,327 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing currently at this time. The best performing sectors for the day today is technology, followed by healthcare. The worst performing sectors are materials, followed by, energy is the worst by far, and materials is second. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. NVIDIA's earnings reports is today, just FYI. Financial institutions that are plus or minus 2.5% from yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. FRC is down 28.57%. And that seems to be the end of it. Gold is currently down 1.1% and trending down, a hard trend down right now on gold. It's interesting to see that the market's going down with gold and silver. Silver is down 2.09, taking a steep dive as well. Ethereum Classic down 4.33 and is trending down as well. The U.S. dollar is up 0.1. It was shooting up pretty drastically earlier this morning, and I was showing that to you guys that it was gapping up and was signaling towards a potential failure in market early this morning. And we are seeing, I wouldn't necessarily call it a failure just yet, but we are definitely seeing some downwards momentum in the marketplace. Oil is down 2.59%. It took a big jump up earlier this morning, is now starting to trend down at market open and starting to consolidate a little bit. We have mortgage-backed securities down anywhere from 0.13 to 0.17 and are currently trending up after a gap down at market open. SPY is down 0.05 but trending up since market open. On 3.52 million shares traded so far after 46 minutes of trading. I just want to see what kind of pace they're on. 46 minutes. Pace for about 29.92 million shares traded. It's very, very low volume again today. Taking a look at VIX, it is currently up 0.51. Did get the gap up this morning to, looks like the high might have been somewhere right around 1219 and started trending down afterwards. It's being absolutely crushed right now. Futures on the VIX are suggesting it should be around 1333 when it's at 1192. Not doing what it should be doing. It's kind of crazy. It's craziness. VTI is down 0.08 and trending up. VB is down 0.31 and consolidating with maybe a slight trend down. Tesla is down 2.3, consolidating after a trend down at market open. Amazon is up 0.52, trending down after a trend up at market open. Cinemark is down 0.92, trending down. Doge is down 3.64 and trending down. It looks like it's trying to break that trend currently, but it's got a ways to go before it gets there. Bitcoin is currently up 0.07, taking a strong turn from a downtrend into what appears to be an uptrend right now. GME is down 3.04 and consolidating. HYMC is up 0.1 and is consolidating. NCMI is up 0.71, consolidating. Actually, a slight trend up on HYMC or NCMI. HOOD is down 3.72, trending down, and AMC is down 1.3 and consolidating after a downtrend at market open. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately, let's just call it $600,000 more outflow than inflow. 7.8 million shares traded so far on AMC. After 48 minutes worth of trading, AMC is on a pace for 63.37 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 35 to 55 million, and that's looking very strong as a possibility. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.97, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.01, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.45, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.58, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval for Ichimoto, and I know I'm rushing through these numbers as fast as I can here because I don't want to keep this guy waiting too long if he is waiting. Let's see here. So we've got on this chart here for Ichimoto, lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. To turn this around, this chart looks weird today. Does not look like what I thought. Okay, well, it looks different, but conversion line is below baseline, lagging line is below price line. In order to get this all to switch over to something that's going to be a little bit more of a buy signal, price needs to make it up above the cloud, which should get the conversion back up above base or at least to base, and lagging line would be above price line at that point. And that specific price number that we need to hit is 485 or higher. So we're going to get some buy signals here. This green cloud here that's showing up is, to me, it's telling me that there's going to be a sharp rise in price to above 485 at some point and a very steep decline in price as well. It may be very, very brief, but we may see a quick jet above 485 for a short period of time, followed by a downwards momentum leading into a potential drive back up again going into Friday. On a 4-hour time interval, lagging line is below price line, conversion is below base, but you can see base is coming down to meet conversion. If price were to start rising, conversion could cross base and price could cross the price line. It would become a buy signal. Anything below this actually would turn this into a buy signal. You really only need price to hit something above the lagging line here, above price line, which is somewhere around I wrote 660 earlier this morning, but by the end of the day today, it could be as low as 585. So it's, because you can see prices dropping quite a bit in this range in here where lagging lines got to cross through it. So, it's right now it's 660 is what we'd need to hit, but by the later portion of the afternoon, it's 585. Ironic because it's the same exact price at, oh, it's not the same price. It's a buck more. It's not ironic. Never mind. Just teasing. 585 is the magic number, though, by the end of the day. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. Let me see. There is some news here on AMC. Let me see if it's actually related to us. AMC's Ape stock conversion accord upheld by Delaware High Court. Okay. Not sure what was going on there, but something must have happened. Consolidation right now.
Glenn C. was kind enough to share. He shared the news link earlier this morning.
Oh, okay, cool.
And, looks like they finally put to rest that appeal.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. I guess that's all I got for you guys. I'm gonna step aside here real quickly so I can make sure that this guy's not waiting on me, and I'll leave you guys to it again. Thank you.
Off you go. Glenn said he emailed his representatives in Congress, asked for their support in the CAT system being implemented, and I can't express how much I respect that, Glenn. Most people cry and moan, but they're too lazy to actually take any action. And the truth of the matter is, it doesn't take very long to, at a minimum, make a phone call and leave a message, polite message. But if you took the time to bang out an email and send it, then you're a credit. You're a credit to the movement.
Hey, Pirate, that goes into effect tomorrow, right? 23rd?
I think that's what they said. That was 23rd or 25th, but somebody was talking about it yesterday, but I know we're right on top of it. Musical companion. I know your question was for KC, but he had to step out for a moment. I think normally those songs are shared via Discord. I think if you and I may be wrong on this, but it's my understanding that the guys who are creating those sort of those songs are messaging him via his direct message on Discord, or maybe they're reaching out to him on Twitter/X. I believe that's how they're doing it. Yeah, Grove. I hope I'm not butchering your name. But said that they never respond, and it doesn't surprise me that they don't respond because I guess they're too lazy or it'd be too time consuming for them. But I choose to believe that your voice is still heard. If phone calls come in on a regular basis and it shows that a group of people have an opinion about something, they won't ignore that. Their lust for power knows no end, and their desire to remain in office means that they're in a constant state of politicking, electioneering, and even if they're not right on top of an election cycle, they still remain cognizant of the desires. You got to counter that now with the lobbyists who are spending money and donating to their campaigns. And that's the nature of these things. But the more people who participate in voicing their opposition or their approval of something, it goes a long ways towards helping them shape their policies. everyone here knows how much I love a good fight or an argument. And when the subject of politics comes up around the campfire or at the bar, somebody starts to bloviate, one of my first questions is, did you vote? Because I was always, old school that unless you vote, you don't have an opportunity to bitch. Because if you vote now and you went down and did your civic duty, then you're entitled to piss and moan all you want. Never heard that before, Chi-Town Turtle. It says whenever you write a physical letter to the government, you should send a postcard. Reason being is it won't have the same safety scrutiny as an enclosed envelope. Well, that makes sense, Turtle, and that might be and it may be easier too. Sometimes it's easier just to take a postcard and or even if you buy one that's got postage already affixed to it, just jot down a brief bullet statement, fire that off. I like that. I've never thought of that before. Yeah, I'm not trying to ignite a political debate or anything along those lines, and you're correct. Try to steer clear of all that. I meant more from a frame of mind of the CAT system and how there seems to be an effort underway right now from lobbyists to either shut it down or stop the implementation, and that if people feel adamant that transparency that'll bring to the market is beneficial to us, then they need to make their voices heard. Gruff says, my name is Peter. If you ever want to use my real name, I made that name when I was a kid. It's funny that you say that because our youngest went through a phase for a couple of years when he was really young, where he insisted on his mother calling him by a different name and all that. It was and she indulged him a little bit. It was kind of funny. And so Grove works. Grove is certainly more interesting than Peter. No slight intended. I have a sneaky suspicion that KC probably has a minor leak somewhere that's developed over many years of the systems vibrate. They're pressurized and depressurized and pressurized and depressurized, and constant swelling and contracting after a while takes a toll on soldered joints and compression fittings and what have you. It would appear that he's developed some sort of a real minor leak, and it may even be in a place where it doesn't leak coolant, which people call it, say, Freon, but that's just a proprietary name. The coolant that's inside, it may not leak all of the time. It may only leak at a particular time throughout the process, but it doesn't matter. It's cumulative. If every time he runs that system and it kicks on and off, if it loses a thousandth of a pound or a tenth of a pound, eventually his system will become so depleted that it's no longer able to do the thermal transfer. And I would hazard a guess that that's probably what's happened here. And then once he said he's down 4 pounds. That's quite a bit. I don't know what the total is, but for some reason or another, 12 or 13 pounds comes to mind. One of you air conditioning guys might be able to shed some light on that exact number. But if they have to add 4 pounds to that, that's quite a bit for a top off. If they can find out where that tiny little leak is somewhere in there, he could easily get a few more years out of that machine. I wish him luck with it. They're expensive. anywhere from $4,000 to $7,000 to replace the entire unit. Frequently now they can't just change the outside unit, the machine that sits outside of your home that has the fan and everything on it, because that has to the coolant that runs through that, they're a match set. So whatever happens with your air handler that's inside the house, it has to have the same kind, if you will. They have to be matched because of different temperatures and different pressures that they run at, what have you. So it's not as simple as just changing the outside unit. More often than not these days, they have to change the inside unit as well, and that can be that can add a lot of labor and money to it. So hopefully he won't be pushed into that corner. Z Wade Photography, good to have you with us today. Says says, I emailed Ron Estes, representative of my district in Kansas, right in the Kansas website. Took 5 minutes. Everyone who cares should take 5 minutes if it matters to you. Absolutely, Z Wade. This is the way. And it requires a little discipline, or somebody to put out a little, just an effort, just a minimal effort. I'm not advocating that people get in their car, take a day off work, and go try to make an appointment or sit outside of their representative's office on the off chance that they can corner them on their way into office. But certainly people can find a few minutes time to go to their website, or like I said, call the 1-800 number and leave a brief, polite message. And I'm all for that. I salute you for your efforts, sir. I found it interesting that I don't have it on firsthand knowledge, but most of the people who join us here every day are pretty straight shooters and don't have not a whole lot of bullshitting that goes on. And most of the time, the DD that's shared here is fairly accurate. Someone yesterday had shared that they found that, I guess, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's one of the candidates for the presidency, I guess he's running as a libertarian, that he came out publicly in support of GME, and more specifically the Ape movement. I think he even quoted the "I ride with you guys" little statement. So that's an interesting development to see a major national political figure voicing his open support. And I think I made a comment that we'll keep an eye out to see if any of the other candidates take a position on it on either side. Be interesting to see. Yeah, Chi-Town Turtle and Sportster said, both essentially echoing each other, saying you need to be polite when you're messaging these congressmen and senators and aides and what have you. You're exactly right. It doesn't do you any good to call up and just give them 3 kinds of hell. Even though that's my inclination and my personality, I couldn't agree more that that would relative that, and then that would be a waste of time. The best thing you can do is be polite, concise, make it brief, and very clear what your point is. And the point is that when the intern walks into the office and says, "Hey, Bob, you should just understand that today alone we've had 80 phone calls on this particular issue," and it matters. Doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get what you want, but it does matter. Turtle 4614 says he put his money where his mouth is and bought GME as well. You're exactly right. I think he said he dropped as much as 25 grand in it or something like that, which is no small thing. It's a nice chunk of change. For those of you who are listeners only, we're seeing a little bit of retracement pullback, if you will, on AMC. We just hit an intraday low of 447. Say again, that's $4.47. Something sort of similar with GME. It pulled back to 21 and change. It's at 21.38 right now. It looks like it's showing a minor reversal on the 1 minute chart, but we're definitely seeing a downward movement in AMC at the moment. Yeah, I'm with you, Breaker Nation. He said everything in him wants to go off and start yelling and cussing, and that's just because of the way we're built, where we're from. You know, it's kind of cut out of the same cloth, I guess. My inclination is to catch him in the hallway and really tear into him, but unfortunately, I don't think that's productive. Hey, there she is. Good to see you, Hanzo. Yep, I was excited to see the information come out as well, because it's not that they're any better than us or superior in any way, you know, but to see someone that's at that level of the government and it has that much, he's in the public eye. He literally has cameras in his face on a daily basis, and he has an ability to have his voice heard, and that's good PR. That's good public relations, and I was excited to see it as well. Jana, aka Hanzo, says the funny thing is he got that 20K, 4K from suing Monsanto, poisoning the soil. He thought it was funny to make them pay for the naked shorts. I wasn't aware of that. I didn't know that the money that he used was a settlement from Monsanto. But that's you're right. That's kind of ironic. AMC seeing a little increase in volume with the descending price at 445. Again, making another intraday low. GameStop at 21.34. Break Nation Sports said, "Isn't Trump's crew going against the mass short selling?" I feel like I read that, but I'm not trying to spread FUD. Yes, it's accurate. His media company, I would imagine. I forget the name of it at the moment, but they were. It's their claim, or his CEO's claim, that they were attacked in a similar fashion that AMC was with naked shorting and what have you. So they've taken steps to try to combat that, which I've argued is good for us. There's lots of theories out there about whether that's nefarious on their part or not. If they're just trying to, there's some people who think that it's a possibility that they're just trying to use that as a way to sell stock in his company, and that's entirely possible. In this world, I don't put anything past any of them. But I personally think that it's a positive development that, again, someone who has the kind of resources that they have, you know, it's back to the old, I love me some Godfathers. It's the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I think that's from the Godfathers. So Anna was making note of the fact that she's heard chatter that there's far more people involved in AMC now than there ever has been previously. And I don't know whether that's true or not. I'm hopeful that it is, and it's certainly logical. But I know there's a lot of eyes on this, a lot. And there was a time, folks, where I would hear the chatter and the talk of this could bring the whole system down, this could collapse it. And I was the first one to point my finger and make fun and say, look, there's another flat earther, another hyperbolic, drama queen. But I would be lying to you. I'd be remiss in my responsibilities if I didn't tell you the truth that I've come around to that way of thinking. I think there's a very real possibility that this thing has become so cancerous that it could have, it could really pose an existential threat to the entire financial markets and the system. And I don't have any kind of data to back it up, but for right now, I've said it's a flip of a coin. I think we stand a 50-50 chance of it really burning down the house. Kind of frightening to think about. It's not necessarily, doesn't actually help go a long ways towards keeping things positive. So I'll try to refrain from all that gloom and doom talk. But nonetheless, that's my opinion on it currently. You look at Casey's chart there and the Bollinger Bands and how those candles line up so perfectly with that bottom band, that stair step down. So it's something to see. Turtle 4614 says it feels like it's finally going to be over, but what do we know? Turtle, I quit a long time ago. As I said, now or 5 years from now doesn't change anything for me. Doesn't necessarily mean that I believe it's going to be 5 more years. I just I gave up a long time ago, thinking I've really tried to steel myself to harden my resolve against saying tomorrow is going to be the day. Because I found like that, although I got a little, endorphin bump off of it, or a little bit of excitement, building it up in my mind how that it's going to be the day. It seems like it's overall the letdown is too much when it doesn't come to pass. So I'm trying real hard to just say it will happen when it does, and I'll be here for that. Having said that, I don't disagree with you though. It does feel like things are heating up. But I try to temper my expectations and be guardedly optimistic because I've been wrong so many times. It's no secret for those who attend regularly. I personally, I'm ashamed to admit this, but it's the truth. I've called the bottom on this 9 times. 9 separate times. I've said, this is it. It can't fall anymore. And then I have the receipts for this. I acted on that. I actually made purchases at that time, as you should, and put my money where my mouth was. And each of those 9 times, I was wrong. And here we are. But that it doesn't mean I'm wrong on the call. It just means I'm wrong on the timing, and I'll accept that. So that goes a long way for me personally, to prevent me from trying to call the bottoms any longer. I thought I was that guy, and I'm not. But take heart, me mateys. You don't have to call the bottom. You don't need to. And anybody who's been around any length of time, fools with the stock market, will tell you it's foolhardy to try to call tops and bottoms. That's not how you play this game anyhow. So, didn't stop me from doing it. My hubris, my arrogance, and my my inflated sense of my abilities caused me to to do exactly that, to call the bottom. So it was just proof positive that it's almost impossible to do. Have 1 minute charts up, but it looks like for the last 10 minutes or so, we found a little bit of support today at 445. We've currently swung the other direction. Right now we're trading at 449, and GameStop is down to $20.96. MCon is asking for some explanations on capital gains tax. The best advice on that, MCon, is to have a qualified, certified public accountant ready. Even if you don't have them under retainer, at least talk to your friends and family. Find someone who's going to be able to help you with that, because that's what they get paid to do. When you have a toothache, you go to a dentist. So when you have tax problems and you find the squeeze has come and gone, and you fortunate enough to sell and gather yourself up your winnings, that's when you need to engage the services of a professional. A lot of that, in short and sweet, a lot of the taxes is going to be a reflection of how long you've held it. If you held your AMC or your GameStop for over a year, that's beneficial. You're treated more kindly in your taxes than you are if it was a shorter, underneath the 1 year threshold. And then it gets more complicated from there, but that's kind of the basics. So hopefully that'll give you something to think on. Good to see you, Tom. Everyone missed you this morning. Tom D's back in the house. He's generally lends a hand with Casey opening the stream up every day and welcoming everybody, making everybody feel personally greeted every day. And we missed you this morning, Tom. Good to see you. Yukon, you said it right. You just hit the nail on the head. If you have tax problems, you don't have problems. I've said that many, many times. If that's your big worry, you and your wife, or even for the single folks, if you sit down and you start wringing your hands and say, oh my Lord, we have made so much money, we've got a big tax problem here, I'll take those problems any day. Worst things that a man could be concerned with. Yeah, no worries, MCon. I don't want to be put myself out there as some sort of a tax expert or anything. I have a long and rather accomplished career in business, and I've had a lot of interaction with them, but their taxes are so personal, and it's the same thing. There's rarely one answer that fits for everybody, but generally know that if you've held your position over a year, an AMC, that goes a long ways towards putting you in just about the best spot you can be in. And there's some other things they can do to help you along the way as well. But I guess my biggest opinion would be, and take it with a grain of salt, was that there's no substitute for paying us a professional, whether it's taxes or legal advice. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes an accountant or a tax attorney can pay for themselves by finding money that you might have missed. So there you go. I like that. The King of Bling, Pro Jeweler, says paying taxes is a penalty for being successful. Exactly right. It's the way it works. Z Wade is sharing some thoughts. He said, by the way, for taxes, consider a real professional, not your buddy. You don't lose weight listening to the fat guy you grew up with. Yeah, that's pretty accurate, Z Wade. It's those guys who are serious about it, the professionals, as you stated, they pay every year They pay handsomely to get the updated tax codes and all of those subtle changes, the myriad of information that they have to stay abreast of is because that's where the devil's in the details of it, is that there's money hidden in all of those little caveats and carve outs, and they have to continually educate themselves on all those changes in order to position you the best way possible as far as your debt load, or your tax debt goes. So it's it'd be hard for an in-house person, small mom and pop family, to pay for that software and pay for all of that when all they're going to do is do their own taxes with it. So there's a real value in hiring a professional, and they spread the cost of that. They spread the cost of that out over many clients, so it's beneficial to them.
All right, I'm back. Whew.
All right, give us a debrief, man. We can't wait to hear what's the update.
So obviously a new coil is going to be needed eventually in the future. But he's going to get me a quote sent out to me. That's going to have to be something we're going to have to start budgeting for, because it's like $3,000, like $3,000 for a new coil is what he's saying. So sounds pretty expensive. Also because of the fact that the way that it's our coil, the way our house was designed, and the way that they originally put the unit in upstairs.
In the attic. It's in the attic.
Yeah, it's in the attic. It's right next to a beam, so fortunately he can't really get to it the way that he needs to. But he said that when they install a new coil, they would change it so that it was set up differently and the beam wouldn't be a factor any longer. But apparently the way they originally built the house, there's a beam like right in front of the panel that they need to get to it to gain access.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah. So
whoever did the install, they didn't think about it. They didn't think about the poor guy 15 years from now that might have to get in there. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. So anyways, that coil thing's going to be about like $3,000 or so, but the system was about 4 pounds light on coolant. We don't know how long it's been leaking for, obviously, but
That's quite a bit.
Yeah, he seems to think that it's been. I've never had any coolant added to it since the new system was installed. Apparently, I didn't think it was more than 5 years ago that it was installed, but he looked at it and he said it was 2016, which makes sense because we bought the house, I think, in 2016. And if that's the case, that would be 2016 would have been the year that we got married. Since insurance took care of it because we had a home warranty at the time. That kind of makes sense. So we haven't added any coolant to it since 2016, and it's down 4 pounds. So I know it's a closed loop system and it's supposed to maintain the entire time, but I would expect over time there's still going to be some leakage. But 4 pounds seems pretty excessive. So we'll find out. We'll find out if I start having some more issues again, how long it takes for it to leak some more. But ultimately, I think
that's what you'll find out. If it goes down another 4 pounds in say 90 days, then you got an issue.
Yep.
But if it takes it another 12 years to go down 4 pounds, then you're good to go.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
He seems to think that it's a longer leak than he didn't notice anything that I guess there wasn't anything apparent. So he seems to think that it's an older leak that's been just slow. But yeah, 4 pounds. That's what I did. The contactors and the capacitor I didn't do because I can do that on my own.
Yeah, that's a part swap.
Yeah, I've done a
capacitor
before. I don't think I've ever done contactors before, but I mean, it shouldn't be that more difficult than replacing the capacitor itself. So I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, so that'll be something I get to do in the future. He said it was good to operate on the capacitor the way it was, but he just said like over time it's going to get worse.
Yeah. And look, listen, to be fair, and it's not nefarious. Those guys want to sell a new unit because there's more profit in it for them and it's less headache. You get brand new shit. You're happy afterwards, but it's a huge expense. So, sometimes they're leaning more towards updating equipment. And they don't want to be the bad guy either. They're like, look, dude, this is a 16-year-old, 18-year-old unit. It's in the end of its useful life, and they don't want to see you pour $800 into something that's going to take a shit again next summer.
Yeah.
So they're in a tough spot too. But having said that, my wife and I, we've limped a bunch of them along. And you roll the dice. You roll the dice. You say, do I spend? Yeah, and so you make your choices.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
I think you stand a pretty good chance of squeezing a few more years out of this thing, from what I've heard.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably the case.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, and sometimes they'll take your cue from you. They'll look to see how you react or how you. And if you say, look, dude, I really need to milk this thing along a little while. I mean, I got one guy. He laughs at me. We have a unit that goes down, and it takes about 3 years for it to get to where it starts to frost up. So like every 3 years, I call him back out to put a few pounds in it, and every time he's like, I'm going to pump this thing up for you, but this is the last time I'm doing it. We're going to swap this thing out next time. I'm like, yeah. Just pump this thing up. Here's your money.
So the cool thing,
there's some laws that dictate some of that. I don't know if you know that or not, but technically, if it keeps losing Freon and they can't find out where it's at, they run afoul of some EPA regulations. So I guess they can, if you really want to get down to the nuts and bolts of it, there's some legality. At least that's how, and that, it sounds, it could be a sales pitch, but I was told, like, look, dude, I'm starting to get into a gray area here where I'm breaking rules, because if this thing, can't be fixed because of the whole concept of leaking the coolant into the atmosphere. But I'm sure that may vary from state to state as well. But I don't know, it looks good, man. It looks like you might be able to bring the thing around for a couple $100 and squeeze a couple more years out of it.
So just to give an example, and I could go back in the history and see what the temperatures were for the days, because I do know that we've had some cloudy days here and there, and it actually shows up on my app. But it's nice having a Nest because it actually tracks how many hours a day your system's been running for. Well, right. as an example, I'll just read off the hours from Friday the 10th going forward, because that's as far back as it pulls the data from. But Friday the 10th, 8.25 hours. 11th, 6.25, 12th, 7.25, 13th, 4.25, or 4.5 rather. 14th, 10. This is where I first noticed that there was a problem. Like I noticed that, okay, what's going on here? The 14th, 10 hours and 10.75 hours. Then the 15th, 11.25 hours. And I'm like, something is up here. Something's wrong.
Yeah, you're getting an increase there in runtime because it's struggling.
Right.
It's not cooling the air as much, so it has to run a lengthier amount of time to get the house down, and then it's still not getting where you want it. So
yeah. So that was my first clue, and then the last 2 days, both days were 15.25 hours between the 2 days. So it was getting progressively longer and longer that it was having to run for throughout the day. Temperatures have been relatively close to the same, like low 90s every single day for the last week or so. So that's how I kind of knew that there was something going on. But we'll see what happens now. Now that we've got it topped off here, maybe it'll be a little bit more efficient and in good working order for at least a little bit. All right, 10 o'clock. Numbers, and then I got to go to my dentist appointment. I know. I know it's so sucky that I can't, I'm just constantly running around doing different stuff today, so it's unfortunate, but
it's working out really well. We're entertaining ourselves with foolishness in between. We're getting the numbers out there for the people who look forward to that, and it's going real well, so don't give it another thought.
Good news is that I don't have anything for the rest of the week. Thursday and Friday I don't have anything scheduled that I know of. So
yeah.
No distractions there. I'm going to head over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again.
This task was appointed to you, and if you do not find a way, no one will.
Is that censored content? Good morning, censored content.
Good morning.
And Funky Pizza's back here as well. Funky, good morning as well. Let's do this. Numbers. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day on off exchange, I would expect to see about 60% going through that and EDGX combined. But alone in off exchange, we have 59.98%, which tells you that we're going to already be over those numbers. EDGX is at 11.56% of our volume for the day going through that exchange. The combined total on that 71.54%, or about 11.54% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume
it doesn't matter. We own the controlling interest in the company.
That's right, damn it. CHX volume for the day today is 2,744 shares. There's nothing unusual going on there. CHX volume for GME's coming in at 39,948 shares. That is over the 30K number that gets me all hot and bothered. So big numbers there. IBKR is reporting that there's been no change in available shares to be borrowed. Still at 250,000, but fees have dropped a little bit to 4.41%. According to Ortex, an hour ago, there was approximately 5.45 million shares borrowed for the day today. It's now dropped down to about 4.13 million shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop a little to 13.7%. The cost to borrow ends at 4.33, average is 5.73, and max 7.94. The shares on loan for the day today is at 73.3 million shares. That's 5.4 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 1.95 million of that is in closed short interest. Taking a look at options, the highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is coming in at a strike price of, it was $5 an hour ago at 7.8 thousand contracts. It's still $5 with 12,000 contracts now. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4 strike. That's down from 450. We had 450 an hour ago with 2.1 thousand contracts. 4 now has 4.2 thousand contracts. Market is suggesting a closing price between $4 and $5 by the end of the week, or by the end of the day rather. Also by the end of the week. And let's take a look at orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. AMC had fallen off in the last hour of the list, and but GME is on here. 64.39% buys to 35.61% sell ratio, looking very, very strong. AMC, obviously due to the fact that we're getting lower quantity of volume right now, is not able to make the list. I kind of feel like anything over 30 million shares should cause us to be on this list here for the day today. I have a prediction of 35 to 55 million shares. I'm a little, it's perplexing to me that we're not seeing ourselves on this list right now. MMRI was 288.18 an hour ago, is now 287.47. It was 290 overnight, and so we're seeing a big drop here and a separation between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates. 287.46. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates, let's see, 4.856 is the 2 years. The 10 years are 4.416. The spread is 0.44. It was 0.435 an hour ago. So it's definitely heading, they're separating some more inverted. We started out the week, just as an example, at 0.4. NASDAQ is up 0.09, Dow Jones is down 0.04, and the S&P 500 is up 0.01. We currently have 2,861 decliners to 2,512 advancers. The market is more advancing than declining this hour. 25.12. Four sectors are green right now. Out of the 11, we have the best two sectors, technology followed by industrials. The worst sector for the day-to-day is energy followed by materials. Of the Mag 7, 3 are green. NVIDIA with an earnings report today. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% or more from yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. FRC is down 10.71. Lots of red on this page. but nothing else meets the requirements for a shout out. Gold is down 1.21%. Looks like it may have found a little bit of a bottom at 23.81 and starting to trend back up. Silver is down 1.74, also appearing to find a little bit of a bottom around 31.09 and starting to trend back up as well. That may be short-lived. We'll find out here before the end of the day is over. Ethereum Classic is down 2.94. It does seem also to have found a bottom and starting to trend back up. The US dollar is up 0.15. I'm still going with a trend up on this. It looked like it was going to break that trend earlier, but started trending back up as well. Oil is currently down 1.94, consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.02 to 0.07 and trending up. And the SPY is breaking even for the day today. This is so freaking nutty. This is just craziness. All right, 5.38 million shares traded on the SPY so far after 97 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace right now for about 21.63 million shares traded on the SPY for the day today. 21.63 on the SPY. That's good. That's a record. It's got to be some kind of record. Yesterday it traded 33.43. I mean, we're still in the first freaking 100 minutes of the trading day, and our pace on the SPY is already at 21.63 million shares. It's still going to drop more. I don't know how much more this. Captain, I'm giving her all she's got. She can't take any more, Captain. What the hell is going on here? VIX is currently up 1.18%. It did test 1184 and bounced off that level. Red line that I've got in here as a level of support. Bounced off that and is starting to trend back up at 1201 right now. The futures are suggesting it should be somewhere around 1343, so it is off by more than almost a point and a half, which means that, if the VIX starts suddenly gapping upwards, the market's just going to tank. VTI is currently down 0.03 but trending up. VB is down 0.22 and consolidating after a trend up. Amazon is up 0.6, trending up. Cinemark is down 0.8 and is what is it? Oh, son of a gun, guys. I think I just read all those to you on daily charts. Hold on. Let's try that again. VTI is currently trending up. VB is consolidating. Tesla is down 2.92 and trending down. Amazon is up 0.63 and looks like it's breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. Cinemark is down 0.8, breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. Doge is down 2.65 and is also appears to be breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. Bitcoin is up 0.21%, breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. GameStop is down 4.07 and trending down. HYMC is breaking even and for the day-to-day and trending up. NCMI is up 1.01, trending up. Hood is down 3.46, trending up. And AMC is down 3.45 and consolidating after a trend down. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day. $1.2 million more outflow than inflow. 1342 is our shares traded so far for the day-to-day. 13.43 million. After 99 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 52.9 million shares traded by the end of the day. In pre-market, I gave a prediction of 35 to 55 million, so we're already inside that range. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.75, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.47, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.8, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.4, which is below average. And let's see what this news is. Probably nothing. What's going on with AMC Entertainment stock Wednesday? Question mark. Let's see what this says here. AMC's Entertainment Holdings shares are trading lower. The company's Ape stock conversion was upheld on Wednesday by Delaware's highest court. Chief Justice Collins J. Seats Jr. signed a court order on Wednesday affirming a prior ruling to allow AMC to move forward with its stock conversion to AMC Preferred Equity Units, or APE units, according to Bloomberg. AMC declared a special dividend in the form of an AMC. Well, you already know the story. I don't think I really need to read it. Here's a quote. After careful consideration of the parties' briefs and the record below, and following oral argument, we find it evident that the judgment of the Court of Chancery should be affirmed on the basis of, and for the reasons stated in the memorandum opinion and order dated August 11th, 2023, the court order states. AMC shares have been volatile in the recent weeks amid a resurgence of interest in meme stocks. Volatility was sparked by this. No, it wasn't. Liars. They said it was sparked by Keith Gill. Not true. Yeah, all the rest of that's just a bunch of junk. It's amazing when you can rely on media for your news and believe in it. It's so awesome. Do you think journalistic integrity is lost because the journalists aren't really journalists anymore? They're just opinion people?
Yep, that's it in a nutshell.
Is that what it comes down to? It's like they don't really have a background in actual journalism. They're just people who are just writing opinions.
And it's anything to be popular.
I don't think it's
someone failed to teach them that the way to become popular is to be a source of news. Instead, they just become a mouthpiece for whatever's the flavor of the day, and they use that to establish a following. It's unfortunate.
I was going to say, I don't think it's even people anymore.
You don't think what?
I don't think it's actually people anymore writing it. It might be just AI writing articles.
It's people, at least for the meantime. But there's no truth seekers or anyone who's out there to dig down and get the dirt, be the first one to, days they call it getting a scoop. That's no longer the case. Now it's just a matter of acting as a mouthpiece for whoever the powerful people are that can help you and further your career.
You tiny-brained warriors of other people's bottoms.
Somehow that's got to get fixed. I just don't even know how you do that, though. Like, I mean, obviously money is going to drive news. I get that. I mean, there's no way. I don't really feel like you can ever fix that in any kind of way. But like the journalistic integrity portion of that, like making sure that the journalists are actually doing like legitimate research. Somehow they need to be held accountable for what it is they say. And that's the main problem here, I think, is that there's just no source of accountability, and if they just want to, if anything, they can just lean back on the idea of, it's just for fun, or it's commentary, so it's not really news.
To some extent, we're starting to see that play out. You look at, if you look at like Joe Rogan, Carl, what's his name? The guy from Fox.
Ben, or no, shoot, I can't think of his name is.
Carlton or Carlson.
Carlson.
Tucker Carlson.
Tucker, yeah.
Just to name a few, those people were essentially, well, not necessarily Joe Rogan, but for Tucker Carlson, for instance, he was let go because of his views. I mean, it's pretty obvious it was because he took a journalistic stand against what the owners of the powers that be, the people that sit over top of him. And it resulted in him losing his job. Well, as a consequence, he's gone out and he's made available to himself this powerful tool of the internet, and now his reach has grown exponentially. He reaches. There's far more people that see his content now than ever did when he was on CNN. So we may be witnessing a change. It may be happening subtle. Maybe shifting right under our feet. We just don't realize it. That people will increasingly go to the internet for their information, and then it's going to be left up to the individual to discern for themselves whether they're getting unfiltered truthfulness or whether they're getting handed a line of horse apples that someone is paying them to disseminate.
I don't want to name any names because if they're listening, or if I don't want to embarrass anybody, but I have family members who literally turn on things like CNN or Fox News, and they just play it throughout the entire. I'm talking about people who are retired and they're not
That
doing
was
it.
me. That was me.
And they literally
Fox
turn on
News
CNN
Fox
or
News
Fox
stayed
News
on my house for
all day long.
Well, for
And
years.
yeah,
If you were in the military, you watched CNN. I knew this is I'm talking about when CNN first. I was around to see CNN's birth, and CNN. We could learn more about where we were going by watching the CNN news feed in our break room in the Air Force than we could from a briefing from the officers, because the news people always had the scoop of what was the next hot spot, where the geopolitical tensions were.
Mhm.
But that was no longer the case. So we for years we stayed glued to CNN, and then of course it became real political, and it started to become an issue. And then for me personally, my politics drove me to Fox, and I was the same way. If you came to my house at any time from morning till night, the default channel was Fox. You might change it to something else to see the Real Housewives of Pensacola, but eventually it's going back to Fox. And then after they were kind of, and there's many out there who will say, well, Fox was just right wing or whatever. But the truth of the matter is there was a double fistful of mainstream news organizations that were Democratic or leftist, if you will. And me being a Republican, Fox News was more closely in line. But once they capitulated, they showed themselves as they finally folded and became wholly owned subsidiaries of big money. Then it was like, well, I'm done with all of this. So I found myself, we're in our house, we're seriously contemplating just not even having TV any longer. It'll just be internet only. And I'm sure I'm not alone in that.
I don't have TV anymore. I haven't had it for years.
Yeah, we're gonna
Actually,
be there ourselves real soon.
I think might have been as long ago as like 2018 or 17, somewhere around there. I was just like, why? I mean, what's the point?
I want to be positive and optimistic. I want to say that ultimately people are smart enough to understand it. It's like money. Money goes where it's treated best. And if eyeballs are no different, people in their eyeballs will watch. They'll go where they feel like they're getting the best information. And I believe that. I believe ultimately, even the people who have diametrically opposed political views get tired of being fed bullshit after a while, or at least the thinking people will. And they'll say, I need to go somewhere at least to know what's really happening right now. And I think that the cream will rise to its top, and the people who avail themselves of the internet and Twitter and X and all of that, they'll become ever more popular because they'll become known as a source for true news. Be interesting to see how that works out.
Well, for
you
a
said,
while,
how can we change it? How we can change it is you can start a news channel. You can start the KC Shaw's news feed, and you can have dedicate yourself towards trying to find whether it's local news stories or international or whatever, and put out news and strive every day to be as balanced and fair, and let people choose for themselves. And I would argue that people are hungry for that. I think they would snap it up, both Democrats and Republicans, just to bear unvarnished truth, and then let me decide. Maybe a market for that.
I feel like whoever's going to decide to do that is has a lot of market. What's it called? Market available. Oh,
total,
yeah, available market.
Yeah.
Yeah.
TAM. Yeah, they can take market share.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you're in a town where every restaurant is just a shitty fast food joint, it's not a stretch to think that you could open up a nice mom and pop place and offer some decent food and gather up a good portion of the market. And I would argue that the news is no different.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say something different. I thought you were going to go with the idea that if you lived in a town but with nothing but a bunch of crappy restaurants in there, that you could start like a news review of all the crappy restaurants.
I've never met a metaphor that I don't like. It's like the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king, and all of that. That stuff's right up my alley.
Honest review and news of the food around you. Silva, ask me. So Silva's saying, who's back? I will show you. Who's back?
Let's put a few little highlights in here, just to make them little rascals just sparkle in the sun.
Oh yeah. Hey, oh, is sensory content?
Personal guru, our own personal guru, our own personal soothsayer, our shaman,
Sensor
our man with the crystal ball.
Sensor content wins the battery contest of how do we fix bobblehead Ross? By the way. Good morning, Yucca. Those are your claps. It's good to hear you farting away in here already. But yeah, sensor content. Real quickly, I just wanted to give you a quick shout out on this. I stood in front of my old battery rack there, and I remember that you had told me that I needed it was like an A32 or I can't remember what it was. A something.
A24. I don't know.
Hold on a second here. I've got it on my phone. I took a picture of it. But anyways, I opted out of finding a different type of battery and went with that one instead. It was let's see, where was it?
What do you mean a different one? Different size?
No, a different named battery, because inside that battery that I actually ended up buying, which was a A21, A23, and inside of that was 8 batteries wrapped. They're just basically the exact battery that I needed that were all just wrapped up in series on a in series. Wait, did I say that right? Yeah. And then I just unwrapped the battery. I just basically pulled the battery apart and then I have 8 batteries. So now I have backup batteries now. So, and it cost me like $1 per battery. So not a bad deal for $3.
No,
Sequence. No, series. Series? Parallel. Series. It's series. Yes, ProJuler says 12 volt. Yes, it is. It was a 12 volt battery, that one. And again, you just there. It's a series of 1.5 volt batteries that are in there or something like that. Yeah.
Did you know that you can start your car with a 12 volt battery?
I did not.
What do you think the over-under on the stock drop is going to be tomorrow? Optimistically, 40 points at minimum.
Yeah, Food Dog runs his Corvette on 12 volt batteries.
Well, all cars are a 12 volt system, every car. So I'm not sure what you mean by that.
I don't mean anything by it.
I mean, your car's 12 volt. Foo's car's 12 volt. KC's, everybody's car's 12 volt, with the exception of the Tesla vehicles.
I was just testing people.
Oh, okay. Well, did I pass?
You got an A.
All right. I get a gold star today.
Yes. And a happy face. And Foo is giving us lipstick. I don't know for what.
I gotta leave.
Foo needs to quit jacking around. He needs
in your general direction.
And he needs to take his ass out there and put those the new hoses on his Corvette so we can get to the bottom of this over temp condition. There's a lot of money, a lot of bets riding on this, on whether it's a water pump or his little flam idea that it's a collapsing hose. So he has work to do today.
I am going to be back here in a little bit. I got to leave. I just realized I got like 5 minutes before I got to get out of here to head to my dentist appointment. So I'll leave here in about 5 minutes. But for those of you who are wondering who's back.
Anything we don't like, we'll turn it into a happy little tree or something. Because as you know,
That sounds like Roaring Kitty.
we just have happy accidents.
How dare you? Wait, hold on a second. Where is it?
How dare you?
How dare you interrupt Bobblehead Ross? Good morning, Stock Wiz. Yeah, good morning, Stock Wiz.
Good morning. Good morning, Pirate.
Good morning, Yoga.
Good morning, Wiz.
Come on.
Break Nation Sports says Casey literally has stuff going on every day now. I know this week has just been crazy. It started with me just getting pissed off on Monday about AT&T, and then that just everything started to kind of spiral out of control. Then it was AC. Next thing you know, it was AC
there's a
and
whole
dentist.
world outside of YouTube. There's an entire whole world and
It's crazy.
All sorts of things that happen outside of a YouTube live feed.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Thank you for reminding me. That's actually an amazing thing that you just reminded me. This Saturday, provided that my wife doesn't have any specific plans, which I don't think that she does, but I want to do a poker tournament again this Saturday. So anybody who's available to do a poker tournament on Saturday, you got to be a part of the Discord.
No, wait. You're skipping past the important part.
What's that?
What's the grand prize?
I'm not committing. I'm not committing to anything at all. I don't. Sometimes it's a mystery. Sometimes you never know what you're gonna get. It's like
Cost me a lot of jet fuel to fly my company plane.
Life is like a box of chocolates.
Before I commit to the travel and the hotel expenses of all this, I need to know what the trophy's going to be.
I think you should play like the world is worth it. And that's
true.
Yeah, you should always
the
play.
Rights alone.
Yeah, you should always play to your best ability, no matter what the prize is, because that's how you train to be a better player. So,
I don't care if I get put out in the first round, as long as I can stomp Frank Lehman's guts into the curb. I'm good. If I can just go all in on the second hand and send him to the bar, just run him right off the table, then I'll chalk that up as a win.
But yeah, so
It's gonna be right after closing market.
no, so we haven't come up with a time on Saturday. So
Saturday.
Saturday. Oh, sorry.
Let me put up a poll here.
What time?
I don't know.
I might have to sleep in early, then get up because I have a time difference, right? 7 hours.
My God, who the hell cares?
All right, let me put in a couple different times here, because I know that sometimes work better, and I like to try and make it so that some people can participate. So I'm gonna put 10 a.m. I'm gonna put down 11 a.m. 10 or 11 a.m. on Saturday, or we can do nighttime, and so that makes it a little bit harder on some people who are not in the U.S. So keep that in mind for those who are not in the U.S.
Encourage maximum participation.
Well, but if we do it late enough, if we do it late enough on a Saturday night, then that's early morning for the people who are overseas. So if we said something like 9 p.m. and 10 p.m. On Saturday, and these are all based off of EST.
So you need a 4-hour window.
It's 4 in the morning then. Be careful. Most of us in Europe have like 7 hours difference with your time, Casey.
All right,
so meaning we are 7 hours ahead of you. So now at my place it's 5:30 in the evening.
Yeah, so I'll put down these times here. I'll put down these times here, and you guys can decide for yourself what you think is better. And I'm putting these times down so that you guys have the ability to be able to, help influence when you think time should be done as a community.
Yeah. Just so you
know. Grub wants to know if you're going to stream the game live so the people who aren't on Discord can watch.
I hadn't.
Question, Grub.
I had not done that in the past. It's an interesting point of view. The problem with me streaming it is that everybody's going to get to see my cards. So that's not really fair to me, because then everybody else can watch and I don't get to play.
There's not a workaround. Not a workaround there where you because your screen, because it's on your screen. I get it. Yeah.
I could set it up. There is a way for me to work around to where I can black out my cards and nobody would be able to see those. I can do that. That is possible.
But
yeah.
I hear a butt coming.
Well, the but is that they can still see my actions or my movements, which does give a little bit of a
An advantage to anybody who's
yeah. Because
and
I
he's
oftentimes will like to.
He's denied that because he can't see the counterparty.
I might maybe I black out like how much I would be betting, or also as well, so that nobody can see that either. Because that kind of sometimes I like to put in like in advance, like call any, or which could that could feed information to other players as well, and that wouldn't be fair. So. But if you want to be a part of this game, what you got to do is you got to send me a message somewhere, either through Discord or through X, to send me a message letting me know that you want a Discord link to get into the Discord and to be able to play.
So
hold on a second, I got to go. I got to go in here in just like a minute. So,
wait a minute.
No, I need to go. So I'm cutting you off. I'm just gonna back. I'm gonna back out of the big tramp because I really have to go. Goodbye. Okay, so here's the deal. The deal is that we're going to have to make this, we're going to have to set this up in such a way that if I do share my screen, people can see it. Actually, I just realized I could do something different here. I'll just mute the channel because I just realized I could do that.
I was going to say, you got to.
I don't know how to mute the channel. I'm going to just hold on a second, guys, because I need to go, or I'll just boot you out of here. So, I can. There's ways for me to be able to set this up so that you guys can see it. If I can figure out a way to make sure that it's set up, I will try to. I guess maybe live stream it if that's what people want. Also, if you want to contact me either through X or through Discord, send me a message. If I'm not following you on Discord, you can't send me a DM. So what you can do is you can just type a message on any message that I've put out there before and say, hey, Casey, follow me back so I can send you a DM. And then I'll follow you back and that'll work that way. So, all right, cool. I got to get up.
So much was transparency.
What?
Better run, you son of a bitch!
All right. I got to go. I'll see you guys later. I'm going to be late for my dentist appointment. So I'll see you in a bit.
We'll see you when you get back, man.
All right, later.
Grove, I put a message in there for you that if you are in Discord, it's easy to see the entire table. It has a whole you can spectate and watch the game as well, or play if you'd like. Normally we open up 4 or 5 tables and then 4 or 5 different chat rooms, and then you get eliminated and then move on to the next game. But if you just want to hang out, talk smack, and enjoy a few adult beverages and watch the game play out, it's easy to do. I'm just trying. The only reason I was encouraged by somebody asking whether you could go live, because then a lot of people just don't have the Discord, and so they could tune in just like you are here, and instead of watching a chart, you could watch the game and hang out with the crew and have a little fun. But it might create some challenges, and to be fair, it's hard enough for KC to produce these things because he has to, he's got to set up the rooms and divide the people up and keep track and all of that. So I don't want to shove yet one more task on him. But worst case scenario, if you just take the time and become a member of Discord, you are in.
God bless the internet.
So Yaka, what was your question? You had questions. Or is he muted?
I think Yucca muted himself.
Okay.
If I had to guess, he was just busting KC's balls. That's normally his standard. That's his modus operandi.
Yeah.
Well, Pirate, I was gonna, you know how Casey is an advocate of transparency and fair markets, but he wants to, he doesn't want to be transparent. He wants to hide everything during this poker tournament.
No, I think he's ate up with poker, man. I mean, he fancies himself the poker god, so those games mean as much to. He's a competitor of the highest level, and he's not gonna put himself at any disadvantage. And he's right. If people can, it puts him at a distinct disadvantage if he's the only one who can perhaps reveal something in the way of visual cues while the rest of us are playing against a cartoon character.
I think I think he wants to start this game this weekend because he knows the cat system is coming into play, and him as a market maker, he get away.
You're funny. That was a funny one. So you think he's shuffling the cards already?
That's
I know
funny.
we had a really good time the last time. I think it lasted 3 hours, maybe 4. I think we had 22 or 2 dozen participants, and we could set 7 at a table. I think we had 3 or 4 tables to begin with, and as people dropped out, we were able to recondense the tables and all that. And, yeah, it was big fun, man.
Last time it was late, right? For the people in Europe, it was not easy.
Yeah. Well, you're on the other side of the planet from us, so anything we do that would be convenient for us is going to be inconvenient for you guys. I had put forth an idea that the next time we could have the game where it's really convenient for the European crowd, you know, the preacher and yourself and all the other guys who are across the pond, John Hannaford and the likes. I don't want to miss anybody, but unfortunately, you guys are kind of in the minority, and so I don't know that if he considered it in order to accommodate, you know, say 10 people over there, that we're going to is going to burden, you know, 30 or 40 people over here. But I was willing to play along if they wanted to fire off a game on a Saturday night and start the game at midnight. By all means, man, let it rip, Tater Chip. You know, I'll gummy up and I'll give up some sleep. Dario says first place gets 10 shares. Last time, Dario, he gave away, I guess, a lot of people already know this, but Melissa had given him a gift, and part, so he regifted something that, that Melissa had given him, but he had a couple packages of the Bob Ross trading cards. I guess they're manufactured just like a baseball card would be, the little collectibles, and he had some unopened packages. And so it was kind of like the bragging rights. And Nails, those of you who are familiar, Nails won the tournament, and Casey sent those to him via UPS. And I think he maybe even threw in a few other little tchotchkes. But the bragging rights is the true trophy, to be able to squash all your enemies on the poker table. Got people in here like Yukon. Yukon's played, you know, a lot of these guys have played in tournaments, some of them even in big dollar tournaments, and so it's a nice gladiator tournament, fight to the death, if you will. We have no shortage of A-type personalities in here, guys who are, you know, they're competitive beyond measure, and you give those guys something to fight over, you know, they'll make it happen. Grove says, I'm not sure how to contact KC. All you have to do is reach out to him through any mode of communication that you guys have in common. Grove. If you are on Twitter, I know, or excuse me, X, this is currently called. KC has an X presence. You know, he's got a lot of people that follow him. He posts on there regularly. And so you can reach out to him on Twitter. If you have a Twitter account, just send him a message there. And to my knowledge, I don't think he's ever denied anyone access to Discord. I know that he has kicked a few people out. I know there's been a time or two that's a few people who've gone excommunicado, if you will, but those are very rare, and usually it's probably long overdue for whatever they were up to that caused him to put them out. But he's not really a gatekeeper. I think you guys, young guys, call them gatekeepers. And I don't think he's a real strict gatekeeper, and he doesn't have like some wild criteria that you need to meet. I think he just wants to ensure that you're not a bot, or that you're not someone else that he's had issues with in the past coming in under a fake name in order to stir up bullshit. We've had it in 3 years. We've had it happen 1 or 2 times where people have shown up with the expressed with no other intent than to just ruin a good time, if you will. Dario, he just put a poll in. If you see it on the top of the chat there, he's got a poll up right now. He wants to do he's kind of taking suggestions. I think he's got 2 morning times and 2 afternoon times. And just know that it'll take probably at least 3 hours to finish it. So feel free to pull up the poll there on your live chat and make your selection.
Who said gatekeeper?
I did.
What's up, Pirate?
How you doing, Danny?
I'm doing well. Hey, everybody. Whoever's in here. Stock Wiz, what's up, Blinker?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Doing well, doing well. Thank you.
Dario, your question says, "What's the blind time?" Do you mean how? What's the big blind bet? I'm not sure. He says no, like the tournament format. Oh, it's 7 card. It's like what you see on TV.
Sorry to interrupt you, Pirate. I think he means like how long before we start raising the blinds. So I think Casey was doing it, every like 15 or 20 minutes?
Oh, at the very end? Yeah. Towards the end there, he was concerned that we weren't going to be able to finish. So he did a thing where it was like a ever increasing blind. I forget the name they have for it. I'm not. But yeah, each we'd play like, I don't know, 3 or 4 hands, and then the blind would increase. And each time it would increase, and it forced action towards the end. And he did institute a policy towards the end there in order to bring the whole thing towards the end, because this group being as competitive as they are, people were digging in their heels and playing real conservative towards the end, and the game could have went for 12 hours. But I think we played the first half of the game. No, I'm going to say if we stayed 4 hours, we probably played 3 hours with no ascending blinds. We just used the standard big blind and little blind, and it's remained the same. It wasn't until the end where he started changing them in an effort to bring the game to closure.
Didn't we increase them every time we switched the table or merged? No? Or was that just at the beginning?
No, it was just towards the end. Yeah.
It'll be fun. Anyway, we play.
I'm not gonna lie. I didn't care for that. I don't like being forced to bet more than I ordinarily would by a ever increasing big blind. But I understand what it does. It's an effective tool for forcing action at the end. See, I'm old school. I don't care if the game takes 12 hours and we're there at 4 o'clock in the morning. Let's battle it out, But he's got to consider the needs of everybody and the timeliness of it and all that. So.
And it's certainly a fantastic story I've ever heard. And every word of it's true, too. That's the fantastic part of it.
In a real poker tournament, they do raise the blinds every hour or whatever it is. It's not much, but, it gets to the point where towards the end of the tournament, it's pretty significant.
Yeah, it forces action.
And then they start doing the ante, where everyone has to ante plus the blinds. So, yeah.
Yeah, Dario, it's all set up. It's computerized. It's the same game that we play on here almost daily after the closing bell. It's just a very basic computer game. It's provided free by Discord. And if you want to review it, just go to any Discord channel. And when you go to activities, it has a little game on there. You can play against bots. And they usually set up he usually sets up everybody's bank so that we get $10,000 a piece, like Robert put in there earlier. and then they set up a timer where you have about 20 seconds to make your play when your turn rolls around. And then I think the third one is they can set up the big blind. And it's pretty simple, and it's really forgiving for the people who aren't necessarily poker freaks, because the game does a lot of stuff for you. It'll tell you if you have a high hand or low hand, or if you're holding a hard cards. Or it can even give you some prompts to help you with betting, call or fold. And it's probably one of the simplest games I've seen in terms of as user interface. It's not real complicated to get your head around. If you're interested in it, what I would suggest you do is just practice up a little bit, just to familiarize yourself with how the mechanics of the game work, and go into Discord, and then you go to in the Discord, you have to go to the back of the big tramp or front of the big tramp, any of those places. And then if you touch on the little rocket ship, the little emoji of a spaceship, it will bring up a screen that asks you if you want to participate in some activities. I don't know what they have, a checker, there's a little first person shooter game or something, and poker's on there. And if you just click on poker night, it'll bring that screen up for you. And then all you got to do is hit join table. Believe me, man, I am a caveman when it comes to technology. And I picked up on it real quick, so I'm sure you will as well.
Boo, you son of a... I'll show you long. Pokey stick.
Hey, Danny, where the hell you been, man?
Hey, Yucca. Nah, what do you mean? I'm at work. What do you want me to do?
Man,
Can't just walk out my class and chat with you guys all day. How you doing, Yucca?
Doing all right, man. We missed you.
I missed you too, man.
That's gay. Only one party can say that, not both parties.
All right, fair enough. Full FOMO. So the first poker tournament, what do we? It was like what, 5 hours, right, or four and a half?
Yeah,
forever. It was like 3 days.
It was well into 4 hours.
But it won't be 12 hours like Dario is expecting. Unless we have a lot of people. We have like 100 people.
I'd like to see one. I'd like to see a big 12-hour, a big long drawn out game like that, man, to separate the boys from the men, something where you got to have sandwiches and have a few drinks. And
oh yeah, a couple of dancers.
Be a couple days. Dancers. You want one of those massage women to come at your table and give you a massage while you're playing?
I told you I do that anyhow. I have Mrs. Pirate put on a nice formal dress, like she's going out, something real elegant, and stand behind me to make me feel like a James Bond type, like the 007 Monaco, the casino at Monaco, Casino Royale.
The crazy thing is that Pirate and Mrs. Pirate, they get all dressed up with their jewels. They put a tuxedo on. They play the part, man. That's how they win.
Yeah.
Yep. He goes into his safe. He pulls out all the cash.
Clothes make the man.
That's right. Now with Fu, he sits in front of the poker table naked.
Trying to distract you.
Right. Yeah, he tries to intimidate you with his 2-incher. And then pretends to helicopter, but he can't take off, so.
Fu, you better not try to take away my name with that 2-incher.
Yeah. Yeah. Goes around taking temperature.
A little sideways trading, AMC at 451. And GME's bobbling around at the 21 level, currently at 21.15.
Spy just made a move.
Nothing too terribly exciting.
Which way?
Spy just went down.
Yeah. You know, this is a very shady administration.
The Dow's pulling back as well.
Damn,
We got
that's a little candle right there.
S&P 500 is at 53.14.
530. Yeah, that's it. I think it's
NASDAQ is at 16,800 and falling. So yeah, all your major all the major indices are in the red. And
we have Fed
be that what you will.
Do we have FOMC today, right?
Who?
I don't know about that. I know NVIDIA reports. NVIDIA is going to report. They have earnings after hours, so I think that's all the hubbub is. A lot of it's surrounding them. Looks like the 2-year, the 5-year, and the 10-year treasuries are all up, trending up currently. Grove says 10 a.m. may win, and that might be the case. Grove, it's you know, like it gives our fellows, our friends across the Atlantic Ocean, they can start at a reasonable time, and if they manage to make it to the end, it won't carry them completely through the night, but it makes it kind of doable for them. So I have no problem with that. I'm very fond of our friends over there in all those countries that come here and join us every day, and I'd like to see them have an opportunity to play as well. And Preacher, and all the rest of them, and if it means we have to start the game earlier, I'm all for that as well. Everybody can give a little bit, and we can make something work. Twisty says, is the tournament forgiving to latecomers? Oh, I already see where he's going with this now. Or even the pre-comers.
Ooh. Oh, yeah.
Premature all in.
I never pull out.
Leave it in. He had a thing the last time, Twisty, that he allowed people to come in late to join, even though they were kind of a cheat to the other guys, because you know they skipped it like a bye, if you will, for the first round. But I think he said up into the second, he would forgive the first round. So if you showed up and we had already played one elimination round and we're getting ready, I think last time he still let people join in because we weren't trying to make it, you know, hard and fast, but what they didn't want people to do was show up after we played for 4 hours and join the game in the last 30 minutes and then, you know, enjoy the bragging rights of winning, when the truth of the matter is if they had been there for the entire game, they would have been put out several times. So I can't answer definitively how he plans to address it this time, but last time he was a little bit forgiving if you weren't there at the actual opening. And if I might be wrong on this, but if my memory serves, it was the second when we went condensed to tables for what would be the first time when he first time condensed the tables. That was your last chance to sit down and play. No worries, man. I want to see as many people play. I want to see so many people. I want to see it get so popular that we have, you know, a problem making it happen, because it's just more exciting. I mean, don't get me wrong. I enjoy playing against Tom D and Preacher and all the censored content, and I've played countless hours of poker against one another. But it's always more fun when you see a bigger group of people, and especially when it's done tournament style, where you can't just, you know, when we play for fun, if you get booted from the table, well, you just sign up to sit down again, and the bank gives you another 10 grand. So we, you know, again, we just play for bragging rights. But with the tournament, once you lose and you're out, you're out. So guys play with a little more, they're a little bit more conservative, and they play I would argue they would play a little bit more like they would with real money, because hey, everybody wants the bragging rights. So. Dexter says, greeting from the Netherlands. Good to have you, Dexter. It's one of the things that we're most proud of around here is that we have participants from all around the globe, and it adds a little something extra to the community. Dario says, where will the invite be in Discord for the poker tournament? It's not by invitation only. We made a joke by calling it the International Invitational AMKC International Poker Tournament. We tried to come up with some big fancy long name, and in keeping with the traditions from Vegas and around the world. But no, there's no invitations. All you have to do is get an invite to join Discord. Once you're able to participate on KC's Discord channel, then you automatically have access to the poker table, because that's the platform that he uses. I hope that makes sense to you. If it doesn't, Dario D, just reach out to somebody on private and they'll walk you through it. It's not real complicated, man. It starts with getting into Discord. That's just the first hurdle and it's not a big hurdle, but it's unfortunately there's no other way around it, because that's where the game is provided. So yeah, no worries, man. Just reach out to KC via Twitter, or I guess that'd be the only way. If you're not on Discord, you can't reach out to him on Discord. And I'm not sure how that works either. Someone else might be able to speak to that. Maybe if you have the Discord app, but you don't have access to KC's Discord, then maybe there is a way there. I don't want to speak out of turn. Maybe you can reach out to him on Discord and he can provide you with that. But I know you need to specifically be whoever hosts the game. For instance, I set up a Discord in an effort to replicate everything we have here as a backup in case Casey's goes down, just like having the little bullshit pirate channel. I have a Discord as well, then the game is on there. But it doesn't do any good if everyone's not in the Discord. They can't sit at the same table. So regardless of who acts as a host, if you will, everyone has to be a member of that particular Discord in order to participate and or watch. No, Robert's correct. You don't have to have Nitro accessory. You don't have to pay. It's completely free, 100%. Doesn't cost a dime. Well, there you go. Dario's saying he got an invite a while back and he's in. Very well. Dario, if you go right now, come on in and join us, Dario. We're in the back of the Big Tramp right now. No better time than the present. Jump in and say hi. And if not, no pressure, my friend. But
yeah,
if you're
Dario,
in
come back here.
Even if you go to the back of the Big Tramp and you don't want to speak live, for what I understand, being a little microphone shy, but if you go to the back of the Big Tramp, you will pop up on the screen with the rest of us. Then all you have to do is click on the little rocket ship, and I would encourage you to do that.
Yeah, we don't bite.
Yeah, come sit next to me. Foo is not back here. Don't worry.
Even though you've been zinging us for a couple of days, it's okay, man. We don't. We want you to come back here. The more, the merrier.
Yeah, he wants you to come back there.
Oh no.
Yeah, I was a little concerned because, and I've played a ridiculous amount of time on there because it's a way for me to quiet my mind. It's almost therapeutic for me. So I go there and play against the robots by myself all the time. But I was frequently, I shouldn't say frequently, from time to time, the game will glitch out or it will freeze or you have to shut it down and restart it for any number of reasons. And some of that could be on my end. Some of that could be on my end as a reflection of my internet connectivity. But I was concerned that during the tournament that might present a special challenge, but it didn't. We ran for like you said, 4 hours. We started out with 4 tables. And then as people were kicked out, we would condense the tables to keep 7 people at tables at all times. And it went off without a hitch. I was amazed. So, yeah, no worries. Dario says he's at work and he can't do it right now. When you, Dario,
sorry, I was playing the soundboard.
If you do decide to come to the back of the big tramp, Dario, you can join the back of the big tramp, and then you can mute your microphone and you can mute the speaker, so you can access the back of the big tramp and not have the sound turned on or your speakers for that matter, and still take a quick peek at that poker game if you like, if that's helpful to you.
He's running the.
But I understand the constraints of being at work and all of that. So, hey, Trevor. Good afternoon.
Hey, Trevor. A Chicago teen named Dorothy just became the youngest person to earn a doctoral degree at 17 years old. She took her first college course at the age of 10.
Oh.
Wow. Real pretty black chick. Real pretty black chick.
Yeah.
And she had beautiful hair. And I saw that. That's an amazing accomplishment. I salute her, man. That's some badass shit.
She had her associates.
She's going to go on to do great things.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yep.
Huh.
Will you let her operate on you?
If she's qualified, I mean.
All right, go for it. Be the first one.
I got to see her do a couple under her belt. I don't want to be the first one.
Now, is she
never watched
she's not over 18. How can she operate? You have to be at age to open a person.
To open a person.
Am I wrong?
You never saw what was it, Doogie Howser?
That's man. That's a show. It's not a real. He never ages. He never ages.
Grove, I appreciate the kind words. Thank you very much. But KC's not monetized. For those of you who are new here, you might not know this, but KC doesn't get a penny. In fact, he's been steadfast in his refusal to take anything, even remotely, even so much as a gifted baseball hat. We talked about buying him a guitar to send to him as a display of our affection for over 3 years of Monday through Friday, 8 hours a day, and he gets absolutely no compensation for it. He's not monetized. He wanted to make sure that there was never an appearance that he had a conflict of interest due to money, and as a consequence. So, and I'm the same way. None of us who come here and gather on a daily basis see a penny out of this. We come here out of a fondness for each other, and it's literally just a clubhouse. It's just no different than a local bar where like-minded people gather to have a few laughs and enjoy each other. We've all kind of come to know each other much in the same way that you would in real life. And that's what we're here for. And I promise you, my friend, I get more out of this than I give you guys. This has become
now Pirate. He's become a YouTuber himself, and he's like KC, no monetary, but he's the opposite. He'll actually pay you to go see him. If you go see him, he said he'll buy you a drink. So we all got to go visit Pirate.
Absolutely.
You, Danny.
I'm gonna take you up on that, Pirate. I promise you. One of these days, I'm
gonna make it happen. If the time comes and we see the windfall, we see our just due profits from the time and effort that we put into this. I've earmarked one of my bucket list items is I'm gonna see that come into reality. I'm gonna pay somebody to do the tooling and to actually mint real pirate coins. I'm excited about that.
Nice.
I can't justify the expense through my financial committee, which would be Mrs. Pirate, out of our normal family funds. But at this point, if this thing plays out like it's supposed to, I've already made it clear that's going to be part of the budget. So
yeah,
just have Yucca mint them. He has the equipment.
I would, but I don't think Yucca can mint coins. He has that. He can speak for himself, but he's told us he does laser etching and he does 3D printing. But
maybe
we could talk him into reaching out.
Yeah, you can buy blanks and have it laser etched.
those coins are done, or I'm sure they're done on a press. I think the most expensive part is having the initial, when you do the initial design, they have to make the die. They call them die, just like printing like a quarter. And they put you know, when they print a quarter, they just put a slug of silver in there. I know it's not silver anymore, but then that press just pounds down on that with incredible amounts of pressure, and then shows the picture in relief. And my understanding is getting the initial dies built is the most. They call it tooling up. Getting the initial tooling built is the most expensive part. After that, it's just a matter. That's why they give you a price break. The more coins you buy, the cheaper they get, because nobody wants to go through all that bullshit and then produce 10 coins for you. Yep, so true.
Yours are going to be minted out of gold, though. Gold nuggets.
Yeah, Chi-Town Turtle. For those who've been here for more than the average time, we had a running joke for the longest time that we had a company that we were going to push as the next big thing to get rich quick, and it was a chinchilla farming factory, chinchilla farm in Djibouti. It's going to be based in Djibouti, and the jungles there. We're going to produce a line of chinchilla undergarments, bikinis, what have you, bathing suits, lingerie, and so we were going to go with something along the lines of somebody was kind enough. One of Pepperoni, the pizza guy's friends, was kind enough to make a picture of a chinchilla pirate. We even had that for a while, a little pirate on his ship, and it was actually a chinchilla as opposed to just a man. So we're thinking something along those lines, but it will probably be in keeping with the whole pirate theme of some sort of pirate on one side and something on the other side along the lines, in keeping with some of our running jokes around here.
And we have
if there's something that we can buy that's already done, it may be, you know, I seen one coin that said something about booty. I'm coming to get the booty, you know, play on words for the old pirate treasure thing. And it showed a rather well, shall we say, a nicely put together bottom side of the lady on the back side of the coin. But I don't know. That's way down the road.
So big, you about to. Go ahead,
Danny. No, I was going to say we have a superhero comic book also. We named them all.
Yeah.
That's right.
We spent 2 or 3 days on the superhero comic book. After 3 years, we've
got some ideas.
Fleshed out some ideas here. Yeah.
Go ahead, Dan.
No, I was just saying.
Food Dog said the studio.com makes challenge coins. Yeah, I was going to reach out to some of my military buddies, Food, because they have, you know, they got unit coins, and then they got squadron coins and all of that stuff. It's real. The challenge coins are real big in the military community, and I was certain that I could find someone there who could help me source those. And like I said, it might be, for economy's sake, we may be able to find something instead of having something custom made for us. We may be able to find a coin that has some sort of a comical or cartoonish type pirate on one side, and then something AMC on the back side, or something along those lines. But
I hope you're not talking about the Arnold plug.
No.
Get to the chopper.
No Arnold.
No Arnold plug with the AMC on the backside.
Yeah, I used to have a nice, well-rounded collection of challenge coins that I'd gathered throughout the years of my military. But I like to make presents of things. I've never met anybody yet who doesn't like to get a little present as a surprise. So I gave them all away over the years. I had gunship coins, special operations coins. I think I traded a gunship coin for other coins, because, you know, that's the way you do it. You trade rare coins for other coins. And I amassed a fairly nice little collection there for a while, but unfortunately, I think they're all gone. I might have 2 or 3 left, but it'd be fun. AMC still trading sideways at $4.52, $4.52, and GameStop at $20.86. No, Nana, I think it's consolidation. I think it's It's just your good old fashioned barcoding. I know it's not exactly barcoding, but chattering around there sideways. Way back in the day, trades would call them, you would call them, what do you call them? Burn days, something along those lines. Premium burn days. These are the days when it trades sideways like that, and they actually absolutely slaughter the people in the options chain, because the options chain needs volatility, you know, and time is your enemy in the options. So when you see those stocks just trading with little to no change over extended periods of time, you know there's a lot of people out there who get just getting vaporized. Break Nation Sports, thank you for asking. I didn't want to give the impression that I was on here trying to farm KC's wonderful audience to try to build up a YouTube following, and I have no desire to run a YouTube channel on a regular basis. It's there for the express purpose of a backup channel for us here, a backup clubhouse, if you will. But having said that, it's called Pirate Born 200 Years Too Late, exactly like it appears in my messages. So if you just like it's printed there on the screen, and unfortunately I didn't think this thing through, because if you just type it in randomly, Pirate Born, you're going to become plagued with videos from the immensely popular Jimmy Buffett, which is where my name comes from. I'm a Jimmy Buffett fan. So I'm sorry for my failings. I have failed you in that endeavor, and probably too late for me to change it now. But if you type in YouTube exactly as it's written there with the numbers and abbreviations and what have you, you'll find my channel. And then if you're kind enough to subscribe, when the time comes, if for instance today, for whatever reason, KC's stream goes down, like we get demonetized because we played the wrong song in the morning, then we will immediately go live there as a rendezvous point. And feel free to spread that the name of that. Someone was kind enough yesterday when we were doing a little test run of it. Yesterday served as a really good little test, and we were successful to get it up and running. I wasn't able to provide any charts or anything, but it was nice to have open lines of communication. We had a live chat and all of that, and someone was kind enough to put the link in KC's Discord general.
I mean, you have to mention we also have the backup, which is Baaaaaack.
Yeah, Baaaaaack is the backup. I'm supposed to be the third line in redundancy. Yeah. KC is the primary channel in the stream, and then his clubhouse, his bar. This is Cheers. After that, we were going to meet with Baaaaaack. Baaaaaack put a lot of effort into a real nice intro. He replicated the songs. He did a masterful job. And right now that's up in the air whether or not that's still going to happen or not. But he's taking a little time off. He's taking a little time off right now to himself. And if he returns, then we'll go back to that original protocol of meeting on his channel, because it's far superior. He's more technically skilled. He's able to produce charts. He's able to allow the internet link up, if you will, between Discord and the stream, which allows us to do what we're doing right now. And I lack all that. I lack the ability to do all those things. So Baaaaaack's backup channel is far superior than what I have created. But in the event, either way, if Baaaaaack fails to come up to speed and come online, then I will immediately do so. And then, of course, it stands. Anyone who's been around for any length of time knows that we have other backups as well. KC has a channel on Twitch, and we can all rendezvous on Twitch. And then if Twitch goes down, it's the old standby was always to meet on the YouTube Gangnam style video. You go onto a Gangnam style video and I guess do a chat there. And that was the very end, that was the Alamo. I guess I called it the Alamo, which was the last stand. If all else fails, meet on the YouTube video of Gangnam Style. And then beyond that, probably be every man for himself.
Huh.
M-Con says he's coming up with Jimmy Buffett looking for your YouTube channel. Did you spell it exactly right, YouTube, M-Con?
And no spaces.
Yeah, and someone else. Thank you for that. Someone else was incredibly helpful by saying make sure you don't put any spaces in there. You'll know when you find it because it's the exact same. It looks exactly what you see here. It's the picture of Diesel, my dog, with the pirate patch on his eye. And you'll know you're home when you see that. It's hard to confuse the picture of that white dog with anyone else.
All you got to do is click on Pirates or double click in the chat. You click on his name, and it pops up, and you got to go to channel, and it'll go to his YouTube channel.
Well, there you go. See, I didn't even know that. I have no idea how any of this works. I appreciate any of those tips. Thank you, Danny.
Yeah.
Oh, Sportster says, of course, I thought you were kidding about going to your channel yesterday. No, we were absolutely, yep, that's it, Tom. Thank you, Tom. Put it in. Tom put a link up there for you, or whatever you want to call it, the correct spelling.
So, Pirate, you seem like a guy who, instead of a man cave, you got a sort of a man cave, but you call it Pirate's Cove. Do you have any sort of
Yeah, when I built a little Discord channel because again, I was just trying to replicate everything that we use here as a way to join. And I was under the assumption, I didn't know this. I was under the assumption that if I had a Discord channel and a YouTube for us to gather at, that I would absolutely, by extension, I had to have the Discord too. So I built a little Discord with the help of my son. And on there, like we have here, we have the back of the Big Tramp. I just put a little thing on there that said Pirates Cove or Pirates Hideaway as an effort to come up with some sort of a funny little name.
Because I'm talking about in your actual house.
Oh, in my home,
real life.
Well,
Yeah,
no, I'm blessed with a pretty nice home. I don't have a particular hidey hole of my own, but I enjoy the fruits of my labor, and our home is it affords me lots of space. We have a game room here. Closest I could come,
there you go.
Yes, closest I could come to a man cave is we have a dedicated. When I was younger, I couldn't afford the quarters to play in the stand-up arcade games, and it was one of my guilty pleasures. Is when I became successful, I kind of indulged myself. I'm embarrassed to say that, but I started buying the real games. So we have quite the collection of antique, old school games like Galaga and Pac-Man.
Yeah.
Golden Tee and the rifle games and all of that. So that's as far as a man cave comes, that's about as close as I could come to that.
Golden Tee, that's always a good time. Nice.
Yeah, it's real big fun. And
that's awesome.
Unfortunately, they pretty much don't see much action these days. They sit around covered with dust because both my children, they're grown men now, but they've had gaming computers since they were very young, and they love the online gaming. And all that antiquated stuff that we have upstairs in that billiard room is pale in comparison to the entertainment that's provided by those computers. Thank you very much, Break Nation. That'll help us keep the channel alive. It's my understanding that we have to maintain at least 50 subs, or they won't allow me to even turn the channel on. And I can't say this enough. It's really important to me. I don't want anyone to ever think for a moment that I'm making this is some sort of an effort for me to make some sort of a pirate move to take over Casey's ship, or to some way or another Shanghai his crew, in keeping with my pirate theme, to Shanghai his crew in order for me to build some sort of channel or something. That's not my way. If nothing else, I'm a man of honor and integrity, and I would never want to be viewed in that light. It is 100% no more than I just look. I can't say this enough. I've become so fond of the people here and the fun that we have. I'm aware that it's going to come to an end. There's going to come a day where KC, he said it himself many times, that he's going to be finished. And frankly, I think he said it's going to be roughly within a week or two of him exiting his position. And I started to look forward and say, man, we enjoy each other's company, and I know we're going to be eager to spend our newfound wealth, but I'm going to miss this. I'm going to miss the time and just like I said, just hanging out. So that's what was the catalyst for me to put together a place so that at a moment's notice, and then also it made sense that for whatever happens, KC has a family emergency or power down or any number of reasons. It was cool yesterday because KC's entire internet was down and he used his phone to do the numbers on the backup channel, and that's exactly what I was looking for. And I'm proud that we've done that.
Break Nation said Pirates trying to take over the Black Pearl. Damn it!
Hey man, trust me with your life, but not your money or your wife.
Our Pirate, you're not trying to plunder KC's booty there, are you?
It was never my intention to build some sort of an online persona centered around the pirate theme and all of that. The truth of the matter is, I'm a music lover and a wannabe rock star and all of that. And
oh yeah,
one of my favorite all-time songs ever was "A Pirate Looks at 40" by Jimmy Buffett. And those of you who have been here long enough to know that I'm a lover of the water and boats and what have you in the beach scene. So that was just my way. It was just an homage for me to pay respects to one of my favorite performers, Jimmy Buffett. And the famous line of his song was, "I was born a pirate 200 years too late." Unfortunately, though, I think a lot of people miss the reference, and because of the immense popularity of Pirates of the Caribbean, it kind of took hold in me, not one to let an opportunity waste.
Mm-hmm.
I just picked up the ball and ran with it. So it kind of grew out of that. But no, big fun.
I'm so grateful. I'm so glad I got to see him before he passed away. His last concert in Miami,
jealous.
I think. It was
jealous.
awesome.
I never got to see the man play live. And the simple fact of the matter is, he actually had one of his boats in the harbor in Destin, and there's a place there where everybody gathers up and rafts up, and word spread like wildfire. They said, "Hey, you're not going to believe this, but Jimmy Buffett's just sitting out playing songs with his guitar in the back of his boat on Crab Island." I'm like, "Get out of here!" And I was like, it was an impossibility for me to splash my boat and go there. But no, his music was the soundtrack of my life for many wonderful times. Of course, I have a very wide taste in music. Jimmy Buffett is, if not the top of the list, he's very close to the top.
Yep.
Well, it's 11:23, and the AMC is at $4.52. Still just kind of chattering along sideways. GameStop at $20.85. Nothing substantial moving there either. 2-year Treasuries at 4.86, and the 10-year is at 4.4. Those are Treasury notes are trending up modestly. S&P 500 at 53.20. NASDAQ at 16,843. The Dow's at 39,800, 828 to be exact. The VIX is at 12.11, trending up. Bitcoin's north of 70 again. It's at 70,528. For you Bitcoiners, looks like you're trending up again. So there's some of the broad strokes for you. $30-year fixed mortgage is down currently at 7.05. you can get a jumbo loan for 7.34. That's for 30 years. For those of you who are contemplating jumping into the home market.
Hey, Pirate, who was Casey on the title? Who's the he's back?
Bob Ross, man, the Bob Ross bobblehead, our in-house guru, our sensei, man, our Dalai Lama, our own personal Dalai Lama.
Was he broke?
Pretty mistakes.
Yeah, man, he had a parts plus. He had a parts issue with batteries, man. The battery went down on it, and yeah, he failed to prepare, so he prepared to fail. He didn't have a battery, and the batteries took a shit, and it had little watch batteries in there. So, and of course, in typical Casey fashion, he was too hard-headed to just get in his car and drive to Home Depot or to a jewelry store and buy watch battery. He had to have it off the internet. So in order to have it off the internet, he had to have the exact number. It was big drama there for a while. We squeezed all sorts of content out of those batteries, but alas, he's FMC, for you non-military people. That's fully mission capable, meaning that the machine, Bob Ross, if you will, is repowered with fresh batteries and ready to give advice. So
yeah, probably pretty tough to find those batteries in Austin. Yeah, small town and all.
I told him, I said, "Damn, dude, you don't have like a Ace Hardware, a CVS drugstore, Walgreens. I mean, those batteries, they're literally next to the chewing gum at almost every cash register."
Yeah,
nope.
Yeah, it must have been tough
and
to
that's
find
okay,
those
man.
things. Yeah,
He's not here to defend himself, so I'm not going to kick him too many times in the balls. But no, he got it done. He got him off the internet.
I'm sure he's listening right now. I bet his Amazon delivery is probably about as fast as his internet.
Oh,
zing!
If he popped in right now, I'd laugh so hard.
How are you doing today, Captain Hayden? Are you having a good day?
Getting the carpets clean with the dry method, which is kind of funny since I used to lay carpet and
I'm unfamiliar with that. Teach us here. What's the dry method?
Funny as this sound.
Wait, what carpets are we talking about?
Not the wife.
Okay.
Yeah, is Yucca here? I got that off quick. And we would call that the bush anyway. But yeah, zing. Well manicured, like a putting green. But I found this company. There's, I think, Stanley Steamers nationwide, so they're always advertised in Atlanta. But there's a company called Hughes Dry, and what they do, and as funny as this sounds, they have a machine. I don't know who makes it. Probably somebody in Germany. And they get buckets of this manufactured, sterilized sawdust, and it's at certain weights, and they throw it all over the floor. And actually, I got to take one break here. I got to order at Zaxby's. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to tease you with that so far.
Get the coleslaw,
right on, man. Leave us hanging with the sawdust, sterilized sawdust cliffhanger.
Man, I'm edging over here.
Flashback.
You got me off the edge of my seat.
He said, "Clean the drapes." Or carpet. He said carpet.
All right. No,
What'd you get? What'd you get at Zaxby's, real quick?
The wife gets the grilled chicken salad. I get the fried, of course, because why would you go out? If you're not gonna get, you know what I mean? I mean, why even get anything? So,
sorry, I didn't know your wife was there. Come on.
No, she's not here.
Oh, okay.
So they throw the sawdust, and they have a machine that scrubs. Got the big 12-inch, probably two of them. I've never flipped it over to look, but it's heavy. This big 12-inch scrubbing brush. I think it is two, actually. And it scrubs these sawdust. And to call it sawdust is kind of an understatement. It is wood, and it attracts the dirt. And as it scrubs it through, it picks up the dirt. And then this thing has got a vacuum that's so powerful. And I've got some heavy couches. It will take the imprint of the legs of a couch. It sucks so hard, and it's a vacuum.
That's what she said.
Sucks
And
hard.
it sounds like when I'm out in the garage and I spill oil underneath a Food Dog's Corvette when I'm working on it, and I put floor dry down. It sounds like they're just scattering floor dry in your house and vacuuming it up, like kitty litter.
Sawdust, and literally takes away. Crazy. But the best part is,
No, we're losing them.
oh shit. My fucking radio.
Is she sucking too hard?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, you're back, man.
Yeah, my freaking iTunes went off. So it picks up all the sawdust. It picks up the stains with it. And the best part is, a lot of these companies, they've got the floor fans to dry them off. There's no moisture. So you're ready to go as soon as he's done.
Nice.
Great. But it's a huge dry system. I'd never heard about it. They're the only ones in Atlanta that do it. And they've done my carpets now 3 times.
You know,
I got a lot of traffic.
I've shared with you our involvement with real estate over the past 20 years. And one of the biggest things with selling a house is you want it to smell good. And there's 2 things you can do to make a house smell wonderful. And I don't care if they smoke cigars in there for 30 years. If you paint the house with a good primer and then paint it 1 coat of paint and then snatch all the carpet and pad out of it, it immediately smells like a brand new home. And I would argue that most people who have an odor in their house, about 90% of that odor emanates from that padding underneath that carpet. It's nothing but a giant friggin' sponge. Carpets they're actually pretty nasty, really. I understand the use. I understand their use, but I'm no lover of carpet.
Yeah, and nowadays they got that pad with that film on it, so at least it keeps it from going below the pad. Hey, you know what I mean?
Man, where's Yucca?
It happens all the time. It's like the car's not grounded. I just gave the guy the counter my credit card. I don't know about the Ford F-150. Every time I touch something, I fucking shock the shit out of myself and the person I give the card to. No shit.
That's what you get paying PowerPoint.
It's like when I go to pay for, like, if I go to a parking and you got to put your card in. If I'm touching the edge of my truck, it freaking kills me.
Yeah, it's the worst.
The car is not. I mean, I've got rubber tires. How am I getting this static buildup?
Because you're electrifying.
Yeah, I mean, well, thank you, sir. Or I've got a frayed wire somewhere and it's running electricity right through the frame.
Oh, you got a short somewhere, you think?
I don't know, but it's amazing. Every time I go to pay for something, I'm like, shit.
I know.
You know
when I had cloth seats, I used to generate a little static charge by sliding off my seats. Leather seats, not so bad, but I found that if you slide your ass around on cloth seats, much like shuffling your feet on carpet, you can generate a static charge that way.
I do have cloth. I wonder if that's this had vinyl cloth thing. Yeah.
You know how to fix it? They sell like a grounding strap you screw onto your frame, and it kind of dangles and touches the concrete, and it sends a discharge out, so that way it doesn't happen anymore.
I didn't know that. I figured that's what it was, and I didn't even think about it.
Static straps.
Yeah, I'm sitting there going, yeah, why don't I have one of those? I need one.
Yep. On this case, since you keep getting shocked, that's probably the best thing. Just remove the discharge from the car. Just look it up. They sell on Amazon.
Yeah. Hell, I've been all over Amazon the past few days. Not to sound too gay, but I've ordered now, since I'm now entered the sourdough world. I now ordered some baskets to let my dough rest in the fridge.
You got a little
Well,
beds for it.
Of course, why wouldn't you?
I mean, hello.
Why are you gay?
I mean, it's my bread. I've got to, let it rest.
Who's the one that's pushing buttons?
Why are you gay?
Not me.
That was
But,
me. Sorry.
Oh,
So it's funny, this bread I was doing before, this whole wheat, it's
shit's hilarious.
8 ingredients, and the big deal is mixing them. I'm sorry, getting the fresh stuff. With sourdough, there's only technically 3 ingredients to make the sourdough bread. 3. But the enzymes are the big ones to give the flavor. I was a
Hey,
little
Danny,
worried
where
about.
do we find?
I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say, Danny, where do we find that at? That keyboard?
You got to click on. All right. So, are you on like your phone or an iPad?
Yeah, I'm on
Yes.
phone. But we can talk about it after. Go ahead, finish, JJ.
No, it's okay.
Oh, I was just sitting there laughing about this whole bread making thing. It's almost like us being apes. How many people out there doing this whole growing their starter? It's like a whole industry.
Yeah, it's like any other hobby. There'll be a kind of a cult following. Quack quack. If you look on your screen, quack quack, on Discord, whether it's the phone or desktop or whatever, usually you'll see some little icons. There'll be one that allows you to turn your camera on and off. There'll be one that allows you to select the rocket ships. There's another one that looks like a shower head or a speaker with little water squirting out of it, or sound, if you will, cartoon.
Wow.
If you touch on that, that brings up the soundboard.
Well, you gotta. If you see like where the camera.
I found it.
Yeah, you scroll up and then you'll see soundboard.
He said butt.
I always wondered where you guys were doing that.
That's awesome.
Well, that's all the stuff that we have found, and Preacher was able to use his skills to add it, and KC add it to the already pre-programmed Discord. Gives you like crickets and you get some applause and stuff like that. But we've added a lot of the custom ones in there as well. Now Censor Content, he has a custom board that he downloaded some software. So his stuff is way superior to everything else, and that's why he has such a wide variety. So you won't be able to avail yourself of those. But yeah, all you got to do is click on the soundboard there.
Talk me through that again. Now I'm on an iPhone. Does it matter?
No,
I'm unsure.
I'm on the iPhone. It's on there.
All right. Channel. Okay. Back of the Big Tramp. Voice.
And where you see the icons to turn your camera on and off.
Yeah.
There'll be an icon, and there's a rocket ship, and then there's one that looks like a speaker or a shower head. Looks like a shower head with little.
On the iPhone, it doesn't show that. Just there's a little bar above that question mark that you can open up that board when you click on it. You see that little dash mark above it?
No.
You see the camera, microphone, and there's like a bubble?
Yes.
Okay, right above the bubble, there's a dash mark?
I don't have that.
Then maybe you have the shower head.
Huh.
So if you click above the bubble, it opens up another page, and then it says soundboard, share your screen.
Oh, I had to pull up on it.
Okay.
Yeah, pull up. Yep, swipe up.
It says soundboard. Mine's the first one says soundboard. And then I found the duck.
Yeah, and then sometimes if your screen's small, you got to scroll the soundboard up and down, because there's I don't know 12 or 14 of them, but you may only able to see like 6 at a time. So.
I was wondering how you guys are doing that.
Yeah, that was mine. I asked to have that added. That's the theme song from Benny Hill, Chasing the Nurses Around. It's actually Yakety Sax from a musician, and we added in we had him add in the circus clown music for when all the clowns show up, and then there's a great deal of custom ones on there that we've come up with. You got your sexy time music, the porn, the closest we could come to replicating the soundtrack for the stereotypical soundtrack for porn movies. I think it says Foo Dogs song or something like that. Yep,
Yeah,
that's that one.
Says Foo Hub.
You are
Wow,
a
chicka,
smelly
wow,
pirate
wow.
hooker.
Yeah, smelly pirate hooker. How could we forget that one?
I can't remember,
You are
but did
smelly
did
pirate
Doug
hooker.
did Doug say he's down in St. Pete,
Fort Myers.
Fort
He's
Myers?
in canal. He's down there where all those freaking canals are. Fort Myers.
Why did I think he was in Cleveland at one point?
Mm-hmm.
Which is bumming me out because I actually got a Cleveland layover tonight.
We have somebody in here today from Cleveland. I'm sorry, I'm embarrassed. They are. Oh, who said they were from Cleveland? Come on, sound off if you're still in here. Somebody earlier said that they're currently in Cleveland, or maybe they hailed from Cleveland. I might have that wrong. Attendees at Cleveland Steamer. Yeah, that's different. But I like the way you work.
Why are you gay?
I didn't even look at the price today.
There you go.
We're doing it.
Frank
We're
Lehman.
doing anything?
Frank the Tank says he's from Cleveland. He said he's in Tampa now, but he lived in Cleveland in 2007.
Why are we down 12 cents? What a bunch of shit.
You know why, man? Max Payne's $4.50 for Friday. You know, you've been around long enough.
Silly me. Yeah. Why would it be anything different?
Exactly.
Within a nickel.
If anything, like Tuesday, Wednesday, sometime midweek, they'll do a head fake. You know, they'll buy a little bit, maybe close out a few positions, and it cause it to run up a little bit, and then everybody runs with their hair on fire to the options chain, thinking that they're that guy that's cool enough to pick the exact day that this thing's going to light off. And they pour a whole bunch of their hard-earned. They pour a whole bunch of their hard-earned money into the options chain, and then Friday they get the rug snatched out from underneath them. And it's been my theory that that's how they have paid for the rent. I think that's how they cover the cost to borrow on the short shares. I think that goes a long ways. Yep, it's a little pipeline they've got of milking dumbasses, filching them out of their money.
I know KC doesn't think it's going to make a huge difference, but even if it doesn't make a huge difference, just that it's a Lego piece that they step on at night in their living room, I do want that cat system to happen.
Yeah, I'm all for it. I don't think it has any downside for us. I just don't think it's going to be the panacea or the silver bullet, if you will, that's going to be the answer to all of our problems. You know, too often we've seen people come out, and whether it's you pick your event, whatever it is, and they're like, okay, this is going to happen, and it's going to happen on the 17th, and that's when it's going to happen for us. And then everybody gets all pissed off when it doesn't happen, and I think ultimately it's just bad for morale. So I embrace it. I look forward to it. I think it's going to be good, but I don't hang my hat on it.
I haven't seen a Georgia representative yet saying we must protect the investor yet.
Exactly. Yep. Sure.
But I'm sure I'm keeping my ears open. If I hear a Georgia one, I'll be on the phone to their office going, "Are you a fucking idiot?"
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. We encouraging people. You know, somebody, I think it was Glenn C, shared that he had actually taken the time to, instead of just whining and complaining, he actually picked up the phone and said, he said he banged out an email and sent it in. Said he didn't get a reply, or somebody else was complaining that they never get replies. And I said, don't worry if you don't get a reply. Make no mistake about it. They've got an intern or a secretary who's passing all that forward. Now, all that being said, if you do your research on your representative and he got a giant campaign donation from the Wall Street types, then it's gonna fall on deaf ears, because it's pay to play. Those guys are wholly owned subsidiaries. When they cut a check for a $10,000 or $100,000 to have them get reelected, that comes with strings attached. And if that string is hey, by the way, I don't want nothing to do with this cat system, then those guys have to at least pretend that they're not going to bite the hand that feeds them. So, but I wouldn't let.
How about the one representative, French Hill, who's speaking on the cat system, how he's against it, and he puts out, he's like, oh, there's 3 reasons, and the first one was privacy. He's like, oh, it's going to be no privacy, this and that.
Yeah, that's why they're trying to sell it. They're trying to spin it that somehow or another it's going to infringe upon your privacy as an investor. That's
how many data breaches from Target and Starbucks and who knows how many different companies have leaked your data? What's the difference? Your data's out there. National security. He's talking about, national security. We got to put our efforts to securing the system. What about like securing our the grid? People can just freaking attack us and knock out our power grid. That's stuff like that's more important than data. And then the last one was like, who's gonna finance this? And my thing, like, if you would find these, SEC would find these institutions that are going against the rules more than a couple million and a slap on the wrist, that would pay for it in itself. Get the money from them. All this, fuckery that's going on. So I just thought it was a terrible argument on his part. Who doesn't want transparency?
Forgive me for interrupting. I don't want to change the subject or anything.
No.
I'd just like to take a minute to give a salute to Tom. Tom D said that his nephew graduated from boot camp today from the United States Army. Looks like he's gonna have a career in cybersecurity. So I'm sure the rest of my fellow veterans in here and/or active duty service members will all give you a congratulations and a salute, Tom.
Yes.
Well done. Yeah. Give him our respect and our best wishes, my friend.
That's awesome, Tom. Somebody say congrats. Yep. Both clap.
You couldn't be more right, Danny. And if I run a dump truck and I get paid by the ton to haul gravel in your town.
Mm-hmm.
So the more tons I haul, the more I get paid. I'll run speeding tickets. I'll speed as much as I want as long as the speeding tickets are cheap. Because if I can get an extra load in a day, that's an extra $1,000 in my pocket. If that's only going to cost me $100 speeding ticket,
yeah,
it just becomes the cost of doing business.
Yes. Yep. You're absolutely right.
Hey, preacher.
It's like
Good to see you, buddy.
We always say, the SEC did find this institution 60 million or whatever it was. Yeah, but how many billions did they make? You're finding them pennies compared to the hundreds of dollars that they made. It's insane. But we all know that. I'm just bitching. I just thought that was crazy how that he just comes up with these against the cat system, his definitions, and I just thought they were all bogus. We see through it. So. How long is a typical boot camp?
I'm unsure for the Army. You have to let Tom answer that. They're different for each branch of the service.
Okay. I mean, it's no more. It's not like a month, is it, or more than that?
Usually variations of a theme weeks. It can be anywhere from 8 to 16 weeks. Then when you finish your basic training, which is commonly referred to as boot camp, then you go on from there to whatever your MOS is, which is an acronym for military occupational specialty. Go on to your school. So if you're going to be a medic, or if you're going to be a crypto guy and do secret cryptography, or if you're going to go to whatever it is your particular job is, sniper school, whatever, you go to your boot camp where you learn customs and courtesies. You learn, the basics about being in the military, and then from there they refine your education based on whatever your particular job will be going forward. So it's a combination of things, and it consumes the better part of your first year in the military.
Hey, Pirate, check this out. Here's the sawdust. You see it?
Nice.
Is that crazy?
It looks like that.
That's I've never seen anything like that before.
Kinetic sand that the kids play with.
Yeah, I was about to say sand.
Magic sand.
Yeah, magic
Tom
sand.
said field artillery boot camp was 13 weeks.
Okay. Oh wow! So it's like, that's quite a bit.
Thanks, man.
NE2 will do says the boot camp for the Army now is 10 weeks.
Huh. That's over 3 months. That's quite a ways. Congrats.
And
either way, man.
each branch is a little bit different, whether it's Navy, Air Force, Marines, or
Yeah.
Army. But in a sense, you meet in the gathering point. They put you on a plane. They fly you to any number of the recruit depots, which is what they're commonly referred to, because you're a recruit at that time. And you come in as what's called a rainbow. Everybody gets off the bus and they have everything on from their jeans to their khakis to their polo shirt to their AC/DC rock shirt. And you look like rainbows because you come off. Everybody's brightly different colored, and you stand out as an oddity because everything else on the base is very uniform, olive drab. So immediately the first thing they do is strip you of your rainbow status, and in order, they tear you down to build you up. So the first thing they do is take everybody's clothes from them and give you your military clothing. You go through. It's a very regimented process, and you go through where they issue you everything. I mean, even the most basic of things, from underwear, socks, everything up, so that everyone is dressed exactly the same. And then from there you attend various classes that teach you customs and courtesies for everything from how do you address senior members, and everything about what your uniform represents, how to wear your uniform. Every single detail is boiled down to its finest details in order to make continuity, to make everyone is homogeneous. And then of course you have a basic firearms training, you have PT, which is physical training. From there you'll go into and then they'll have you have class days, first aid, all sorts of things. They take a child and make a man, or a young person and make an adult out of them.
Absolutely.
You get your hair. Everyone gets a common haircut, which essentially shave you bald. And then, like I said, and then you go through all of that. And then once you're successful in that, then when you're done, based on whatever your contract was when you signed up, you take what's called the Armed Services Aptitude Battery. It's ASVAB is what it used to be called. I don't know.
Yeah.
You take a test and it gives them an idea of what you have, your skills lend themselves towards, whether it's secretarial or mechanical, or if you make a better doctor, if you lean towards medical profession. And then that, based on that and the contract that you agreed, a lot of times you can go into the military and have a guaranteed job. Like, for instance, if you want to be military police or something like that. So then when you're done with basic training, then there's usually not a break in it. You usually don't get a vacation. You go straight from basic training to, say, for instance, if you go to Lackland Air Force Base or whatever, they have a dog training facility there. So you're going to be in the military police, and more specifically be a dog handler. Then you'll go there and be trained on how to do that. And then once that's all finished, you're like the lowest guy in the totem pole. So they'll send you to the cop shop for my example here. They'll send you to a base, perhaps wherever your first permanent base is. They'll send you to that military base, and you'll become a low-ranking member of their police force there. And then your career begins. You start doing your job. That's in a rough Reader's Digest version. That's how you enter the military in an enlisted capacity. A little different for officers. But, it's general, and it's loosely the same for officers as well, but they're segregated.
Nice.
Yep. can't say enough good things about the military, man. I mean, I'm torn right now because of what I see happening in there with. I'm not going to go down that path with all the
No, I know
with all
what you
the
mean. I see
cross
the
dressing,
video.
the men dressed as women, and all that. I'll just set that aside for right now. But all things being equal, the military probably played the single biggest role in my life of giving me my chance, of giving me that little break I needed to break out of what was almost certain to be a really bad life, and it gave me an opportunity to have, at a minimum, just a good middle class lifestyle, and I will forever be grateful for that opportunity and the time I spent in the military. And I'm sure there's no shortage of people out there who've had bad experiences in the military. We used to say the military is what you make of it, and whether you go in and do 4 years and give something to your country, and then go on about your life, or whether you spend 20 years there and make it a career, it's it was a big part of my life, and I'm very fond of it. I'm sure that's no secret to you guys.
I've known many people, family, students, and I've only heard success stories. I haven't heard of any bad incidents. I'm sure that, like you said, there are some, but you're going to hear way more. Look at where this person is now compared to where they started. It's life changing, like you said.
Yeah. Well, listen, I get it. If you're one of those people who were fortunate enough to be born into a family where you have an abundance of opportunities for you, whether that includes higher education or through nepotism, the ability to find an entry-level position in some field that may be rewarding to you and offer you a career path, by all means, I get it. But if you're like the vast majority of us, or at least the people I come up with, where you had relatively few options, the military should not be discounted from the educational opportunities that you can avail yourself of while you're there, to the steady paycheck, the incredible benefits. Nobody's ever going to get rich being in the military, but you won't ever go hungry. I'm not going to say you won't go hungry. It could be part of your training to be taught to go hungry, but as a general rule, you'll be well fed, you'll be well clothed, and you'll have a dry roof over your head. And that's no small thing. And then when you couple that with the ability to have doors become open to you. Again, I hear people, I'll give you an example. I'm a big lover of real estate, and everybody says, yeah, you can't get a house, you can't buy a house. I'm like, join the military. But I said, join the military, join the Army, join the Air Force, the Navy, the Marine, join the military, you'll get a house. Well, how? I'm like, well, because there's programs. If you keep your credit decent, you do your time in the military, you get a zero money down, government-backed guaranteed loan through the Veterans Administration for a house. And then on top of that, they have really strict and stricter than usual inspection protocols that make sure that not only does the house meet the bare minimum requirements, but they're going to make sure that you get a good house. So I'm like, yeah, but what you'll hear is from people, they'll say, well, yeah, I don't want to do that. Well, I'm like, then stop it with the I can't get a house business. Because what you're saying is you can't get a house under your terms.
Yep.
And I don't want to step on their toes here. I love to fight, and I love to get people in these heated arguments. And I think maybe I'm slipping into that. So I'm going to back up a little bit here. But I'm just saying there's a great many doors are open to you if you're willing to give 4 years of your life to your country. And then worst case scenario, you come out of it with the veteran status. You become part of a group of people who are afforded a certain special entitlements, if you will, or special considerations because you participated in that. And so that's enough of that. I didn't want to sound like I'm running a recruitment channel here for the military, but my love for all things military knows no bounds, and sometimes it creeps out. And this is an example of that.
That was well said. Well said.
I got a quick little update. KC just said briefly that he got his teeth scrubbed. They knocked all the tartar off of him, and they yanked the 3 rotten ones out in the front. He put a gold grill in, so his dentist work is done, and he's gonna have himself a snack, and then he'll be back with us shortly. So for those of you who are eager for his return, you can rest easy. He is inbound as we speak.
When he comes back, who keeps pressing?
There you go.
When he comes
Papa
back,
says says 22 years, Army retired. Well done, Papa.
Wow.
I salute you.
That's awesome. Thank you, Papa.
Yeah.
Now, I was gonna say, when Casey comes back on stream and he's in the big tramp, don't stare at his gold teeth in the front.
Right.
You know, look him in the eye.
I busted my face up pretty good with motorcycles as a young man. I'll save the story for another time. But that was one of the coolest things, man. Went in the Air Force, come out of boot camp and come out of school and went and started my career. And right off the bat, you know, you go see the dentist once a year in the military, whether you want to or not. They don't ask you. You're going. You're government property. They're going to make sure your teeth are taken. And that's the first thing they said was, yeah, we're going to fix these busted teeth for you. And they did, man. I got medical care and that was second to none. And they have a big joke in the military that the medical care is free and you get what you pay for, and I get all that. But the simple fact of the matter is, coming from where I come from, just seeing a dentist and getting my teeth cleaned was a big thing. And for them to say, yeah, you come in here Wednesday and we're going to fix all those busted teeth you got, boy. I'm like, yes, sir. You know, and so again,
that's awesome.
I apologize for slipping back into it, but it's another example. AMC sneaking up there a little bit at 455, picking up a few pennies. More interestingly, though, is GameStop looks to see a modest increase, I say, in volume, and it's enjoyed, I don't know, 4 or 5 1-minute candles that are green, and looks to be moving in an upward direction. Currently at $21.26.
Yep.
Interestingly enough, we're not enjoying that same volume bump with AMC for whatever reason. But there you have it.
Apes together, strong.
Is that you, Quack Quack?
All right, I'll stop. I had fun with it.
No, keep going, man.
Man, listen, don't feel bad, Quack Quack. You're no different than anybody else. I did the same thing. The very moment, it's like when you get a brand new toy, you can't help but play with it, and we understand it. I did the same exact thing. Once you figure out how it works, you can't help but say, "Well, I wonder what this one does."
Yeah.
No.
Wait, what's this one?
So you get a pass. Everybody gets.
Had these beautiful golden curls.
It's definitely fun. I wish there was more sounds though.
Yeah.
I like
Well, initially they didn't even use it. I mean, almost nobody fooled with it. And I was imploring KC. I was like, I wanted a rim shot. You know, I fancy myself a little wannabe comedian, and I was like, I need a rim shot, KC. The old badum every time somebody tells a good joke or a stinker. And he was like, well, look, dumbass, it's already there. I'm like, what you talking about, Willis?
Look, dumbass.
What you talking about, Willis? And he's like, no, it's on there. All you got to do is push that little button. And then we were off and running after that. And it was like, oh, this is so cool. And then Preacher let it slip that he could manipulate that and add and subtract some. And then then it was like, so we took the running gags. We took the running gags and the jokes that had legs, that the recurring jokes and what have you, like you would in any social group. And we tried to incorporate some of that in there. And then it just became a factor of if you could be timely. If you were cool and on your game, the trick was not to use it a whole lot, but to use it judiciously to where it added laughter to it. And I'd like to think we've been very successful in that. Yes. Yeah, I'd like to think that we've all had a hand in making this a much better clubhouse. But make no mistake about it, Casey created this, he built it, and all the credit is due him. He's very humble, and he'd be the first one to say that it's not, that it's a group effort, and we all make it what it is, and that's appreciated. It's nice that everyone likes to be appreciated, but the truth of the matter is, he's the one that spent hours talking into a microphone with probably nobody here other than his wife and mom checking in on him from time to time. And I shudder to think how many hours he spent doing that and refusing to turn it off or give up until he finally, I don't know, he has, I don't know how many thousands of subscribers he has now, but he.
Yeah, which one is that one? I don't know.
Oh, geez.
That's custom. That's Yucca's private tool. I
Ah.
think he recorded his secretary on their lunch break or something. So when you hear stuff that's not available to you on there, you just chalk that up to an individual's. And I don't think there's very many people who have it. Censor content he is the Mozart. He's the Mozart, if you will. He's unparalleled in his ability to use sound clips. He took the time to download some stuff off the internet that was, I don't know that it's behind a paywall or if he has, well, I don't know, but he's got some really good stuff. And I mean, it covers thousands of different topics and things. And then he's nobody's fool on the intellectual level. So censor content is able to, in fact, he's almost made it his shtick where he almost communicates, I don't want to say completely, but a large part of his communication is nothing more than the interjection of sound clips from here or there. Unless we get into a real, and he's a numbers guy. If you get into a real specific topic about like 8K filings or any of that, he's second to none when it comes to that because he sits and grinds through all of that minutia numbers wise. So you will find him heatedly debating different topics on there because he has the ability to speak with authority on those things. But more often than not, his day-to-day participation is centered around some pretty funny clips. You won't be able to, you'll recognize them when you see them. Unfortunately, Quack Quack, you're stuck with the boilerplate stuff like we are, and you have to work with what you got.
Yep.
CC's like the that character Bumblebee from Transformers, where he communicates through the radio the songs, little sound bites.
I have my personal favorite is the "Oh Billy," clip from the clip from I don't know what movie it is, but it's Jim Carrey and he's doing a prison inmate visit with another guy. Yeah, and he's rubbing his nipple up against the glass. He's making fun of the girls who go visit their men in the prison and try to give them a little peep show while they're in their visitation. And he's grinding his nipple up against the glass and he's moaning, "Oh, Bill." I guess the guy's name's Billy, and it's "Oh, Billy." And then we have a guy in here that's named Bill A. I think it's Bill A 87. And for a while there, every time Bill A 87 would come in, that was kind of his walk-on song. We have a running gag of everybody has kind of a walk-on song. And so that became loosely associated with Billy. That's my personal favorite.
That one's not on the soundboard, right?
No, the old Billy that's one of his, that's censor content alone.
Okay.
Yeah, we finally figured out how to use the soundboard. Now we want to add our own little clips.
Right.
And there's some, for those of you who are new, or those of you who are new to the Back of the Big Tramp, there's kind of some unwritten rules, protocols, etiquette, if you will. We try to not refrain. We have agreed that it's absolutely a no-go when Casey's doing numbers. All things apply. That's how we've managed. Casey took a leap of faith in opening up the Back of the Big Tramp that let us go a hot mic when he's running these streams, because you can be incredibly disruptive and it can really destroy a brand that he's worked he's worked so hard at building, and none of us wanted to do anything that was harmful in any way, kind of like the doctor's mantra of do no harm, the Hippocratic Oath. And so in keeping with that, we've got some rules that generally during numbers, it's silence, let him do his thing. It can't all be fart jokes and boobs. It's, there's people who come here for serious numbers. And we don't want to detract from that in any way. We didn't want to turn Casey's efforts to document this on a historical level and reduce it to a joke. That was never our intention. We wanted to be value added and adding entertainment and humor, but never discounting the fact that, at the top of the hour, he goes through the numbers because there are there are people who that's all they come for. And, so that's one of them. And then, you know, if someone is sharing a story, or you have a guest host, or someone else is in the back of the big tramp and they're trying to share something DD wise or whatever, we try not to step on their comms, if you will. But other than that, yeah, it's pretty much have at it.
Hey, Billy's here.
Now, see, you can go two ways with the Billy thing. I'm a huge lover of the Caddyshack movie, and for those of you who are in that of the same mindset, you know, Judge Smales on there had his putter was called. He named his putter Billy. If you remember, he would hold the putter up to his mace. He'd say, "Oh, Billy, 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 Billy." He would sweet talk his putter when he was getting ready to make his putts. So. There he is, Billy 87. He said, "What's up, pirate? That's really your favorite?" Question mark. That's mine too. Yep, that's my absolute. I just think it's incredibly accurate. It's funny. The scene elicits laughter. If you're familiar with the movie, I'm a fan of Jim Carrey's work anyhow, and it's brief, it's concise, and it speaks to me. Hey, there's no accounting for taste. Everybody's got their favorites, and for me, it's the old Billy. Leo 69 says, "I come to this channel for the bread. I'd stay for the Nutella." Yeah, I call them the bread mafia, the baker's mafia, which is the membership is down. Quite frankly, I think it's just KC and JJ, the jet pilot. I think they're the, unless I'm missing somebody, I think they're the two. That's the bread mafia. You know, putting their little, posting stuff in the food channel on Discord, the little pictures of their loaves of breads and what have you. So we give them hell over that. And it's kind of funny, you know, well, like for JJ, for instance, he's a big tough guy, you know, retired fighter pilot, aircraft carrier, woo, man's man, you know. And then he comes in and he's like, guys, look at my bread I baked. So we don't let him slide on any of that shit, you know. And guys out there, Monday through Friday, he's flying, you know, jumbo jets, 747s, and L-10, 11, all those big wide body jets, and living the dream. He comes in here, he can't share stories of how he's banging stewardesses two at a time, you know, in hotel rooms in Vegas. No, he comes in, hey guys, look at my bread, look at my loaf, look at my sourdough. I'm like, man, really?
Or he's talking about all the contrails that he leaves behind for us.
Yeah.
Chemtrails.
$12, which puts it, my time is 1 o'clock, Wall Street. So all the traders should be back at their desk. All the big wigs who make the wheels in this machine go round and round, they should be back at it. So maybe we'll see some activity here. We got a couple pennies reflected in the 1 minute candles. It put AMC at $4.57. And GME remains at 21.16. So we'll see if the 2 martini lunches are over. We'll see if these guys sit down at their desk and decide to do anything today.
Mission and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space.
Leo 69 shared a message, says, I agree with you, Pirate. If it wasn't for the military, I think I wouldn't be in the place that I am. I did my time as a military police officer, and it could have easily been on the opposite side. I couldn't agree more, my friend. I couldn't agree more, my brother in arms. I've shared on multiple occasions. I have my kid brother's doing life in prison for murder as a direct result to his involvement in the cocaine trade. And I chose a different path. should be noted that my father was a police officer. He died 2 weeks prior to his retirement, but he spent his entire adult life in law enforcement. And my brother was a huge disappointment to him as well. But I'm a prime example of how two boys could come from the same man, the same family, the same background, and go in two completely different directions. One led his life, as I have shared with you, and the other one has spent the better part of, I guess, 33 years now in prison. So, yep. I can't say enough good things about the military. You'll be pleased. Leo, I'm pretty good with names, and I'm relatively certain that you're rather new. You may have been here for a total of 3 years, and this is the first time you felt emboldened to speak or to chat. So I don't want to make assumptions, but it's neither here nor there. I just wanted to tell you you're in good company. We're loaded with veterans in here, so you're in good company. Some of them aren't the blabbermouth that I am. A lot of them keep it to themselves, but they've shared on many occasions, the usual times, Memorial Day and Veterans Day. You'll see some people revealed. You're in good company here. Papa Bob says you're sharing a little intimacy there as well. He said his brother was killed by his own cousin. He joined 3 months later and never looked back. Here, my friend. I get it. We all choose our path in life. Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm glad to know that I'm not alone, that my story is not unique in any way, that I take comfort in the fact that as the older I get, the more I realize that I was not the oddball. I'm not some sort of weirdo. I'm not some sort of freak. That the truth of the matter is there's more out there like me than anyone known. I'm sure I can't speak for you, but as for myself, those are the things that I hid in my youth. No one wants to run around and brag about how ugly or untoward their personal circumstances are. But there's always that sneaky suspicion in the back of my mind, for me personally, that maybe it was me. Maybe I was the weirdo, the freak, the outcast. And as you grow older and become more confident and more successful, you realize that you're not. And so I take a lot of comfort in that. Leo says he's been here for a while, just doesn't speak because of his occupation. And he's a UPS driver and all that. I get it, man. Well, we're glad to have you.
Yeah,
we're glad that you can communicate when you can. I'm certain that you're reflective of the greater number of people here. Most people, they certainly can't just hang out in the back of the big tramp and blather endlessly on the boring trivialities of their life as I do. I think a lot of people are fortunate if they can just engage the chat a few times a day, but you're every bit as valuable. Make no mistake about it. We're pleased to be circled by like-minded people who have skin in the game, who've put their hard-earned paycheck money into this crazy thing we're trying to do here. So.
What up, Highway Frog? You're absolutely right, man. We all got things that we've been through in life, That's what makes us.
Yeah. And I was naive. I was naive, Danny, as a young man. I thought everybody else's life was perfect, and I had all this baggage that I was trying to either hide or lived in fear that would be discovered, that would reveal me as being some sort of an outcast. And it wasn't until many years later that I realized that I'm I'm a good example of I'm just average. And
Yes.
the sooner people realize that, I hope that somebody out there might hear my voice and take comfort in knowing that you're not the outlier, you're not the freak, you're not the oddball in the group. The truth of the matter is, we're probably all more alike than we realize. And,
Not only average, you're probably above average, Pyre. That's the funny thing. You thought you were you thought you were under average, and then you found out you were average. You're probably above average. But that's why you got these kids, you know, who are naive because they're young, and like you said, just regular adults. And you go on Facebook and Instagram, and you see people, they're posting like the best things of their life, and that's not the reality, you know. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, man. Mrs. Pyre constantly reminds me that because I have a tendency to be a little jaded, I guess, and she reminds me constantly that the world is full of good people, far more good than bad. It's just unfortunate that we hear too much of the negative stuff and the ugliness, and it's important to remember that that's not representative of the body, the whole. No. So it helps me with my mental health to remind myself that she's correct in that. The good people, the decent people, the people that are truly good-hearted, they make up the bigger part of the population. There's just a few bad apples. Unfortunately, they get most of the attention, but that's just a matter of life, I guess.
Yep.
Grove says his family has a bunker that's been passed down, but I didn't know if there was a bunker for locals or anyone that's a U.S. citizen. Oh, he made some comments earlier about military people having designated a spot that's confidential. No, none that I can speak of, Grove. Most military people, once you leave your military career, your active duty military career behind, you're always, once a Marine, always a Marine, once Navy, always Navy. I mean, that never leaves you. It's just part of who you are. But as a general rule, most people put that part of their life behind them, and they involve themselves in civilian life and become immersed in the civilian population once again. And they carry with them their experiences, and some of them involve themselves in groups like the VFW Hall or disabled veterans groups if they were injured and things like that. But more often than not, they return to civilian life. And now don't get it twisted. These guys, they have skills. They never lose their skills. They never lose everything that they were taught. But to my knowledge, there's not some big super secret gathering spot for military guys if the shit would hit the fan. There may be some loosely organized groups. Common sense says that were we to be, for whatever reason, some big dramatic event invaded, if you will, well, then it stands to reason that the guys will come together just as a natural course of things. Papa Mac wants to know if anyone here has heard of Tank Hill. I'm afraid I don't, Papa Mac. You got me on that one. I'm unfamiliar with the term.
Papa Mac's here?
Papa Bav. Did I call him Mac? I might have misspoke. I might have misspoke. Bav. B-A-V. Tom D said that he's familiar with Smoke Bomb Hill from Fort Bragg. I don't know if those things are related or not. I'll leave it to those two.
Hank Hill.
Papa Bob says it's Fort Jackson, South Carolina. There you go.
I had to look up Hank Hill. I forgot it was the King of the Hills.
Danny, you're kidding, right? You didn't actually look up Hank Hill.
About Faith Hill.
CPR says, "Where's Papa? He went missing." I would hazard a guess, CPR, that he's taken some time off, gather his thoughts. I don't want to speak out of turn. I was here when I think he made inquiries as to why he lost his status as a mod, and I don't mean to stir the shit pot or nothing, but I don't think it's a stretch to say he might have got insulted by the fact that he lost his mod status, and that he may be taking some time off to see how he wants to handle that. Like I said, I'm not trying to spread gossip or stir shit, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend like that's not what happened. And the truth of the matter is that he ran, as many of us have done. He bumped up against KC on some issues that they had differing opinions on, and as is KC's prerogative, KC felt it was necessary to remove the wrench because he didn't, I guess, and they spoke about this on the open chat that KC didn't feel like he was in keeping with what he was trying to achieve on a particular issue. And I don't know why. I don't even know if it did blow up to anything more than that. But since that conversation, we haven't seen him. So I can only assume that he's taking some time to reconsider his how he's going to react to that and all that.
Shit, Papa Mac's coming back with a KC diss track.
Maybe, and I may, like I said, this may all be. I may be completely off base. I mean, I saw this happen, as well that 200 or 300 other people. We sit and watched it happen. I may be completely wrong. He could be, for all I know, he could be on vacation taking a scuba diving trip with his grandkids.
Yeah, we all love Papa Mac, man. It's just
very popular, and I'm sure it'll work itself out. It'll do time. He's, like I said, he's got a lot of time and effort built in his backup channel. And and there's nothing wrong with stepping back, man. Some of us have been here Monday through Friday, 8 hours a day for years. So people shouldn't lose their mind if a guy, takes off for a couple of weeks and just does his thing. It could be for any number of reasons, and I wouldn't want anyone to read too much into it. JC put a message in and says, "Good career choice besides military as an alternative." Well, he didn't say alternative. I added that would be merchant mariners. That's what I do. I work oil tanker for 6 months at a time, and it's a great career. I would tend to agree, JC. I live. I have the luxury of being able to see the comings and goings of barge activity. Some of them are seagoing barges and these big towboats, and I always thought that would be a wonderful career to travel around, whether it's on a barge or large tankers and all those things. I guess it would be a single man's game because of the time away from home, but you could make that argument about military too, I guess. But Pensacola being a port city, there's no shortage of the big boys coming and going from the Gulf of Mexico. So I would tend to agree with you. Someone wanted to look into being in the merchant marine or involving themselves in the maritime activities could be quite the adventure.
Hey, who let a little food dog in here?
Hey now. Who let the door open? Let the food dog wander in.
Who let the food dogs out? Woof, woof, woof.
How you doing, bud?
Doing pretty good. Just I was gonna start hosing my car, but I got the little shroud off and found that there's a little hairline crack in the radiator.
Worst day ever.
There you go. There you go.
Just when you're about to pull your
I'm gonna say aluminum radiator for a 2002 Corvette. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say $600.
Almost. They range from 800 to 1,000, but
there you
I found
go.
one. I found just an aftermarket one for $140, and
there you go. Yeah. I'm no stranger. I don't have a problem with aftermarket parts. or junkyard parts. I'm a junkyard guy. My Mrs. Pirate has accompanied me on more trips to the junkyard than any woman should have had to done. We're fond of the U Pull-It junkyards, the ones down here in Florida. They have where you go in and they'll say, "Yeah, we got a." I say, "You got a 2002 Corvette?" And they're like, "Yeah, third row, 10th car back." And then you take your own tools and you go back and you take whatever you want off of it. You bring it back into the office and then you pay for whatever
That's awesome.
Yeah, You Pull-It junkyard, man.
I love You Pull-It. We have one down here.
Did Yucca pull it for you? Hiyo.
Twisty saying goodbye for now. We'll see you when you get back, Twisty. Come back as soon as you can, bud.
See you, Twisty.
I got to be careful with that. I have a habit of assigning, whether it's a he or she, to certain people. And to be honest with you, I don't know if Twisty Swifty is a man or a woman. My default is guys, because Casey has shared with us a number of times that we're about 99% male in here.
Yep.
But I don't. If I'm ever off with anyone, give me a pass. I don't mean any harm by it.
Yeah,
Where was it cracked at, Casey? Or excuse me, at Food Dog? Was it cracked at the tank, the top of the tank, or?
Yeah, right at the top of the tank, which surprises me because there's nothing around it. Nothing like touching it.
You know, you can snatch that out if you got the time. When you do, take that to a welding shop, any welding shop, and they'll braze that with a bronzing rod. You can maybe get away with soldering it, but either way, you take it out there, carry it in there, and I'll bet you for $50, maybe a Hondo, throw a guy $100, and he'll bronze that up for you. See, in the old days, man, there used to be guys out there. We had a guy that had a radiator shop. It didn't matter whether it was out of a bulldozer or a dune buggy. You could bring it in there to him, and he would rod all the cores out, and he would put a pressure bulb in it, pump it up, and then put it in a tank to see if it leaked any bubbles. And he even spray paint it for you and hand it back for you for like $100. But if you really are adventurous, man, snatch that sumbitch out there and take it to a welding shop, show them the crack. Even if they won't test it for you, they'll solder it up, and then you can bring it home and test it in your bathtub.
Yeah. Hey!
There he is, man, with all this. Show us the new grill, man. Did you get them gold teethers put in the front?
Yeah, I got a brand new grill of teeth going in here. I wanted to get all bling bling here before everything starts taking off in price.
Welcome back, man. Welcome back. I'm sure people's eager to hear some serious technical analysis and some numbers. We've done our best just to try to go over the big high points, but you've been sorely missed. We're glad you're back.
Oh, thanks. It's good to be back. No cavities. No cavities. They said my teeth look better than they did last time, which is always good news. Yep. So yeah, good stuff there. I hate cavities. I have. When I was younger, I used to get cavities all the time, and it didn't matter how much I brushed. It was just, and I've heard some people are just kind of prone to getting cavities. Depends on how good your teeth are. But for some reason or another, something changed at some point in my life. Once I was out of my teenage years, my teeth suddenly, like my visits to the dentist were improving. The quality of my teeth were not getting any worse. I guess I got all of my cavities out of the way in my younger years. So whatever that means.
Yeah, I think that's pretty normal. I don't know why. I don't know if our teeth harden off or if the chemistry in our saliva changes, but that seems to be pretty normal. That once you reach a certain age, the cavities kind of come to an end.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like
more often than not, what you end up with somebody's like root canals and stuff like that. That's where it kind of shifts to what they call it, periodontal disease and all that kind of shit, gingivitis and all that kind of kicks in.
Yeah.
What'd you have for lunch, man? You shoved down the pie hole.
Yeah, I did.
Come out there with those fresh, clean teeth, and then went immediately towards cramming some cranberry.
What is the worst? What is the worst thing that you could probably think of right after getting your teeth done? What's the worst thing?
An apple.
No. Barbecue, pulled pork,
barbecue, yeah.
Stringy pulled pork barbecue, and corn on the cob.
Corn on the cob.
Okay.
Am I close? What did
No,
you get?
no. I mean, I actually did think
Mango.
about stopping at barbecue though. That's interesting. You should say that, but I didn't because I would have taken longer. But
Stella and Jay Brown immediately coming back to back with Oreos.
Oreos.
Absolutely. Oreos are just like, yeah, that's the final boss. I agree with both of y'all, Stella and Jay Brown.
yeah, no.
Oreos, but
I got myself a grilled sourdough burger from Jack in the Box with curly fries and buttermilk ranch, of course, because you can't have it any other way.
do it.
Yep.
That'll do it.
But Taco Bell was right next door, and I thought about it. I did. The only reason I didn't stop at Taco Bell was because I texted Melissa to see if she wanted anything, but she is sleeping right now because it's Wednesday. So she's sleeping, but I texted her and said, "Hey, if you're up, do you want anything to eat?" And she didn't text me back, so I was like, "Well, I guess that means Jack in the Box." So I'm kind of like
Jack in the Crack.
Yeah, I'm the outlier in the family that likes Jack in the Crack. So, and I just love those grilled sourdough burgers. There's nothing else on their menu that I order. That's it. It's the only thing.
Well, man, I don't know because he just passed and all that, but I played the entire Jimmy Buffett album, the entire album from back to back. So you may get demonetized for the day, or the stream might get shut down. If it happens, just take it for what it is. It's on my shoulders.
Oh, okay. The price movement right now is interesting. I know I had just drawn up there an ascending parallel channel. I don't think that's what's going on here. There's something else here going on. So I'm not gonna stick to that. But hold on a second here. I still think that there's something about this data point right here that popped up yesterday's trading in the pre-market, and we saw this this one single data point at 9:20, like 10 minutes before the market opened, where the price very quickly dropped down to about 436.5. And I think that was trying to signal to us maybe like a level of support there. Because if you remember, I was drawing an ascending level of support that kind of looked a little bit something along the lines of this. But then we just kind of traded through this sideways and dropped out a little bit. But I think this is a signal here. I think this is trying to tell us that I need to move this down a little and use that as the secondary touching point, because look at that. It lines up perfectly with where we just touched down on. So there may have been, I don't even know how to explain this. I feel like this is a signal, the algorithmic signal to kind of let the market know where they were going to try and test for the future price. That's what it's starting to look like. Because I mean, it doesn't line up any more perfectly than it does. So. But what that potentially means is that we just got an extension on our bullish triangle. Leaving out just the tip on this, if I go to a 30-minute time interval, I guess it would extend it out to perhaps maybe Friday as a possible breakout point. Maybe something along the lines of that. Yep, that's what I got. So, let's take a look at some. I mean, we really only have like 20 more minutes, so I'm just going to talk with you guys for 20 minutes, and we'll do the 1 o'clock numbers instead of doing them twice, like back to back. Let's see here. Maze and Blue 2 says 2 p.m. Fed minutes. Joe Pounce says the SPY. Wow, let's check it out. Oh, yep, look at that. Yeah, I didn't see that coming. I mean, the volume is just so low on this. 13 million shares traded so far. Let's check this out. Let's see what kind of pace this is on here. We got 13.02 million shares traded after 250 minutes worth of trading. So that is bad math. 250. We're looking at about 20.32 million shares traded on the SPY. But notice that as price is falling on SPY, you can see the volume starting to pick up. There's a clump of volume right here, right where all this volume, where this price movement is. So
I mean, it's a valid move, right?
Yeah, it validates the move.
Yeah.
So what does that mean? That means that maybe we see volume start picking up on SPY a little bit, and it's like an actual real sell-off. We'll see. I got to tell you guys a fun story. My dentist is a cool dude. I mean, he's cooler than cool. I can't even. I wish I could explain to you guys how cool he is, but he's just like that Texas kind of cool. If you know what I'm talking about, then you know what I'm talking about. But he's Texas cool. Anyways, he's into everything. He knows everything. Really smart dude. Very friendly and quite a nice a guy who I look up to. And I'm sitting there in the chair. He's looking at my teeth and everything, and he's like, "Oh, how's everything going for you?" And I'm like, "I'm going, dude. You know, it's same old, same old." I never really talked to anybody really about AMC or GME or anything like that at all. And he goes, "You're doing stuff with stocks, aren't you?" And I go, "Yeah, I am. I don't really even. I may have passively mentioned something about it, but not really anything too deep." And he goes, "What do you think about Bitcoin?" So we talk about Bitcoin for a second. And I just kind of tell him like my concerns about it, and some of the things that people are saying about the halving and all that kind of. We talk about it for a minute or so, and then he goes, "Well, I'm really looking into getting into GME." I was like, "Oh shit, you don't say." And I was very calm and collected, and I didn't really say anything, and I was just kind of like, "Oh, okay." And he goes, "Yeah." Well, he goes. Well, you know that guy that started the whole thing's back. I was like, yeah, I heard about that, and I'm like, we don't really know if it's him or not, but yeah, he is definitely back, and or at least we think he is, and putting out some stuff out there, but he's actually considering buying GME, and I thought that was cool. I don't.
Very interesting. Yep, it's very interesting. See, that's somebody that's away from the fire. He's just a general. It's just Joe Public.
Yep, Joe Public.
Joe Public.
I didn't say anything about it.
Personal.
Yeah, I didn't say anything.
Like your own personal little focus group.
Yep.
Where if you didn't lead him, or if you didn't introduce the topic, if you sat down there and just let him, and then he was truly the one who initiated all that, that says a lot.
It does. It tells me that the general public knows about what's going on, or at least what happened in the past, and that it does reinvigorate people into seeing what may be happening in the near future. So he was talking about buying into GME, and I didn't. Some of y'all are probably going like, "Well, why didn't you tell me about AMC?" Look, guys, I'm not here to give financial advice. If somebody wants to buy into GME or they want to buy into AMC, that's their choice. I'm not going to try and convince somebody.
Two sides of the same coin. It's two sides of the same coin.
It really is.
Who's back?
In my opinion, it is that's exactly what it is. It's the same thing. It doesn't matter if they want to buy GME or they want to buy AMC. It's the same thing.
People are asking, who are you talking about? Like, who? Fudong?
His dentist.
My dentist.
His dentist, man. If you're listening from the beginning of the story, is the dentist.
I thought you said your dentist was an ape a while back. No?
No, not my dentist. No, maybe. Jeez, who would have said that?
I think they're confusing from some stories you talked about your doctor back when you were chasing down your fevers and all that shit.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You're getting your physicians mixed up.
Yeah, it must be because we've never talked about GME or AMC before. So
who's back?
Apparently you. Welcome back, Yucca. Welcome to the conversation. How you doing?
Fuck you, asshole.
But anyways, I just wanted to let you guys know that that's important.
Stop with that, Yucko.
I think it's really kind of it tells me that the general public is just kind of into it, and that's good.
Look at Joe Pound. He's back. I think we're talking about him, huh?
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
How was your dentist? Did you put anything in your mouth?
Yeah, he sure did. His hands.
Oh, you did. Whoa, his whole
No.
Well,
Put
not
his
his hands,
in your
but his fingers were at least.
Oh, what?
Mm-hmm. Crazy, right? Crazy.
Two fingers or just one?
He had multiple fingers in my mouth.
Whoa, that's a freaky.
Yeah.
Freaky.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
How come fool's not jumping in here? Damn it.
Not only that, but his well, I don't even actually know what they call him anymore. Dental assistant, dental practitioner assistant. I don't know what they call him.
Hygienist.
Hygienist, dental hygienist. His dental hygienist also had her fingers in my mouth as well. Yes. Yep.
Ooh. Did they put you under? Were you under?
No, I don't do that. I'm not a puss.
You're on top.
You didn't wake up on sore? No.
No.
No, no mouth hugging or anything like that, huh?
No. Ro AMC says, Casey, do you get aroused talking about stocks too? No, I don't. Now numbers.
We don't judge here, man. We don't hold nothing against you if that's your thing. This is a judgment-free zone here, man.
Yeah. He's a real cool dude though. Man, that guy, he's dabbled in just like everything. Anything from like raising cattle to, I know you're like, your dentist raises cattle and you let him put his fingers in your mouth. Yeah, I do. I trust him. He's got gloves.
Last year I played a joke on you guys. I asked you all if you wanted to see a picture of Mrs. Pirate's naughty bits. You remember that? And I put in the picture of her X-ray as a gag.
Well,
at any rate,
I do recall.
It was an X-ray from where she had a complete hip replacement. But the guy that I had a man crush on her surgeon. I met with him before the procedure.
Man crush?
I had a man crush on this guy. This dude was the shit, man. He come in and shook my hand, and I wanted to make sure that I wanted to meet the guy and find out if he was on his game or not. I didn't want some guy learning. But the dude comes in. He sat down. We talked a little bit, but he was an engineer, man. He went to school, went to MIT, got a degree in engineering, worked as an engineer, and he said he got bored. So he went back and went to med school and became a surgeon, an orthopedic surgeon. And then he's worked like 20 years as an orthopedic surgeon. But I'm thinking, that's pretty badass. There's people out there who could barely make it through MIT to become an engineer, and then to just go, yeah, I'm going to change. I'm going to go be a surgeon now. And I'm thinking, man, there's, and me, I think I'm God's gift to the world. I thought to myself, this guy here, he's really got his shit together.
I feel like I should shout out my dentist, his name, and then have like people actually call him up and ask him if the conversation actually happened, and like have his phone just blow up. And he'll be like, what the hell is going on? Why did I talk about GME? And all of a sudden people are calling me, asking me if I talked about GME. He's going to be like, oh my God, what's happening? That would be really funny, actually.
Like, hey, we heard you like GME.
We
wanted to.
We
got a recommendation for you.
Are you going to bring him into, are you going to bring him on?
Let's Gabe's together strong.
He is such a cool dude. He probably would do it. He's an older gentleman.
Call him up, give him the hard sell. Call him up, give him the hard sell. Do you have a few moments to talk about GameStop stock?
Yeah, that's funny.
Are you going to invite him to your show?
I hadn't thought of it.
Why not? Take him to the back room.
Well, he happens to be right across. His office is right across from a Cinemark, Cinemark. Yeah. So our conflicting competitors are right next door to where he's at. So.
Do you guys have the same thought?
The same what?
Same thought.
What's that?
when you guys saw your competitors, did you guys think about going over there and?
Oh no, I never go. I only go to that movie theater if somebody invites me to a movie, like like a birthday party or something like that, and I rarely go there.
Yeah, you don't go in the back and piss.
No, I don't do that. It's actually very open in the back to a main. The back of the place is facing the front of his business.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. How's it going?
Hey. What's up, John?
Hey.
Hey,
How are you?
John, how are you?
Good, guys, good. I
How
was
was
a
your
little
day?
bit.
You busy?
I was a little bit busy those days. We had
What were
the day
you
off.
doing?
Where I'm going?
No, what were you doing? You were busy. You were
I was fixing the rocket.
Can you stop with that? You're a sick puppy.
All right.
Oh, good. I was a little bit busy. I tried to catch up with the YouTube, but it's better in the back of the big Trump.
Yeah.
That's nice. I'm glad you're back.
Oh yeah.
Huss just
Yes,
just realized that I'm in the back of the big tramp here. I'm down here in the van, guys, in the corner. Wee! I'm down here. Ah! No hands, guys. I'm driving. No hands. Ah! Scream.
Casey has a man crush.
No, I look up to him. I look up to my dentist. I think he's a very good role. Like if anybody were, if you were to pick out role models, he's a great role model. Perfect one. Very outstanding. John? He's a very outstanding citizen.
I'm confused.
Mm-hmm. Always. It never changes with you.
We're talking about John, and then I said you have a man crush on John.
Oh, I thought you meant I thought you meant my dentist.
You have a man crush on everybody.
Mm. I do. Apparently, I guess. I don't know.
I made you a He-Man birthday cake.
The 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time is the number one choice right now for poker for this next Saturday. So that's kind of interesting.
Huh.
It's close. But runner up is 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that's very conflicting numbers. I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
We might have to. When it comes down to, we might have to do a final and find out which people would rather have, because there might be people who picked 11 a.m. Versus 10 p.m. And it might, because if you notice, the 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time has 22%. If you were to look at the ratio, there's more than 50%. No, there's not. There's 53% that are voting on nighttime versus daytime. So.
Doesn't make sense.
So we might have to repoll and find out which one's going to be best for everybody, the 10 a.m. or the 9 p.m. We will do that. If those are the top two choices, 10 a.m. and 9 p.m., then I will I'll repoll for later.
Yeah, I like poker. I like the poker, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Foo, you still there?
Nah, he's not. He's that little pervert.
I'm making fajitas. I don't think you guys
fajitas? You're making fajitas?
Speaking of vagina, hey, you got a Mexican word of the day for us?
Yeah, it'll come here in a little bit.
I got one if you don't mind. I don't want to steal your
go
bit.
right ahead. Yeah, no, you go right ahead.
Oh, you and your chat GPT.
Unless you know it. If you know, how about despair? You know, despair?
Despair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, Food Dog's car had a flat tire, so he had to use despair. Ondale.
Wait a minute. I don't get it. That's really.
But he got it from ChatGPT again.
That's really the real. I'm so confused.
Yeah.
The word is despair.
At the beginning, he started to sound Chinese. He's like a Chinese.
He did sound Chinese, very Chinese in the very beginning of that. I will agree, but I'm still more confused. How did?
Well, Fu was talking about his part for his his car.
I'm just gonna do this, Danny. I'm just gonna. Let's just go with that. Why not?
I'll take
Nice job.
I'll take thank you. I'll take that.
to not create any kind of anger or angst amongst anybody here, I'm just gonna give you some claps and be like, "Nice job, Danny. Good job."
Oye, vato, gracias, man. Salud.
Please pull forward. Oh man, man! I just coughed so hard it tasted like the doctor's office. Dentist. That sounded like an Asian Cheech and Chong.
You guys want the real Mexican word of the day?
I don't know. I mean, is it gonna be good? Because I feel like Danny just kind of set the bar right there. So I don't know if we can go any higher.
Well, if you're a comedian, you want the worst one to go before you. So I was trying to help Fu out.
I don't think we can go any higher than this. So maybe we should just chill a little.
Do you have a cream guy?
What's that?
Do you have Creamerson guy?
I thought you said that, but I had to confirm. I didn't order any.
Good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
We got a 3 minutes, KC, for FOMC.
Yep. And I'm getting ready to do numbers here as well. So let me get my account logged in. When you guys are out and about, do you ever turn your phone like to full blast on
Taylor Swift
on screen brightness?
No.
No?
My battery goes down fast.
Well, it depends if you're in the sun.
When I'm out and about, I feel like I can't see my phone at all, so I have to turn it up full all the way up. And normally I run it like less than half.
Oh, that's old age. Yeah, it's creeping up.
I guess so.
Get you some readers. That's what I had to do.
What do you think it's on my face?
Oh, I thought those were regular glasses.
Oh, no.
Oh, well, okay, I see what you're saying. Well, I mean, they are technically my readers, but they're not readers. Like, they're not the kind that are meant. I mean, they are meant for reading, but they don't enlarge.
Oh.
They don't enlarge at all. Actually, that's not true. I think I do have. Shoot, what do they? No, they call it.
Ease.
I forget what where it tapers.
They
from,
don't enlarge; they just engorge, right?
I can't think of what it's called.
Geez. Here we go. They can't get nuts out of their mouth. I don't know what's going on.
Progressive. No, that's not what it's called. Maybe it is.
What you're trying to say, but
yeah, basically where like if I look at the lower portion of my glasses, it enlarges things, but if I look out of the top, it's just a regular prescription. But you can't tell that it's enlarging. Yeah, it's, Dynamite says progressive lenses. I got it right. I did get it right.
Oh, I thought you had progressive insurance or something. I was like, that's totally.
No. It's called progressive. So basically, it's like at the lower half of the glass, it's meant for reading, and the top half is meant for just your normal correction.
Gotcha. I think it's just my pride, Casey. I'm 2 years from being 50, and I'm trying to make that goal of no glasses on my face. Readers are okay, but no contacts or glasses on my face until I'm 50. Yeah.
Well, I used to have 20/15 vision, which is better than normal. And when I got to normal vision, I started complaining to my optometrist. When I started getting 20/20 vision, I started complaining because it was that like noticeable. I could tell that it was a big difference for me. And they were like, your vision's 20/20. I don't know what to tell you. And I was like, okay, well, it sucks. And so when it got a little bit worse, I finally convinced them that they should prescribe me something to make it better, because I just couldn't take it anymore. Like I didn't like the idea that I couldn't see a quarter mile down the road a sign and not be able to read it. It was like kind of pissing me off a little. And yeah, so
I'm getting there right.
So I don't mind wearing the glasses, because I really do enjoy seeing things clearly very far out. So I really don't need these. I really don't.
It just takes some time to get used to. I mean, when I bump my head, I forget that I got readers on, and then they get, sideways or cracked or whatever. You just forget about them if they're not the norm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You bumped your head, Doug?
Yeah, I bumped my head
That
a lot.
explains it. Wait a second. What's up, Doug?
What's up, Danny? Danny.
Good afternoon.
No.
Good afternoon, Doug. Let me just, I'll say real quick here to Preacher and John, welcome as well. Good to see you guys today. Fu, also, I don't think I mentioned you, or Danny. All good morning, good afternoon to you guys.
Good afternoon.
But it is time. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Nice to be here always, Casey.
That was weird. It's time for numbers.
Now.
Yeah. Let's do it. Dr. Burke, by the way, that's my dentist, in case you were wondering. Just gonna throw it out there. Let's see here. Remember, I'm going to take you guys over the other screen here as we go to do numbers. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. It's been a couple hours since, I think 10 o'clock was the last time we did numbers, so we've missed about 2 hours. We're on 3 hours since we last did them. So let's take a look and see what we got going on for the day today here. Normally by 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I would expect to see in off exchange somewhere right around 64% going through that and EDGX combined. As it stands right now, give me 1 second when I need to pull something up here. Okay. 59.13% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.25. The combined total in that's 69. Nice. 0.38%. That is 5.38% higher than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 2,778 shares going through that exchange. GME is, that just reminded me of something. CHX volume is, for GME is 86,000 shares. I just remembered my dentist asked me, he said, you know that DFV, or he said, that kitty, Roaring Kitty is into kitties. You're not into kitties, are you? That's what he said to me. I said, no, I'm into other stuff. And I was sitting there thinking about the Big Tramp at the time when he said it, but I didn't have the guts to say I'm into the Big Tramp, really. So I didn't know if he. Sometimes I just don't think things like that would be very humorous, so I just leave it out of it. But anyways, it was funny to hear him say that. You're not into kitties. Sorry. We had 300,000 shares available to borrow according to IVK as of an hour ago. It's now down to 11 o'clock this morning, Eastern Standard Time. There's now 200,000 shares sitting there, which means that another 100,000 shares have been borrowed out this afternoon. That's 450,000 shares. Fees are currently at 4.04%. And let's see here. According to Ortex, there was 4.13 million shares borrowed for the day. It's now showing 671,000 shares borrowed. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 13.36%. The cost to borrow mins at 4.33, average 5.71, and max is at 7.94. Shares on loan for the day today is at 73.3 million shares. That's 5.4 million shares less than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 1.95 million of that is in return short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume at 10 o'clock this morning was at a $5 strike. That is still the case. It went from 12,000 contracts to 16.1 thousand contracts. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4 strike. There was 4.2 thousand contracts earlier this morning. There's now 8.4 thousand contracts in volume. The market is still suggesting a closing price between $4 and $5 by the end of the day today, based off of what I'm seeing in these numbers. Taking you over to the other screen here, we're going to take a look at orders by Fidelity customers. AMC was not on this list earlier today. GME is still on here with a 64.59% buy to 35.41% sell ratio, looking very, very strong. AMC still not on the list. We are seeing lower quantities of volume right now, so that could be partially the reason why. MMRI an hour ago or 10 o'clock this morning was at 287.46. It's now 287.91, so slightly up. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates, 0.44, now currently at 0.451. Is my dentist blowing me up right now? Okay, no. They're just telling me when my next appointment is. I thought, oh no. They're texting me to tell me, keep us out of your mouth. I can't. You're always in it. Let's see what we got going on here with the sectors. NASDAQ is currently down 0.36. Dow Jones is down 0.44. S&P 500 is down 0.33. We have 3,406 decliners to 2,258 advancers. The market is more declining now than it was at 10 o'clock this morning. 2258. One of the other interesting things here, guys, that I want to mention to you is that my dentist is probably getting, I mean, he's up there in his years, and he's probably, I hope he doesn't retire anytime soon because I love him as a dentist. Definitely, I guess we're going to call it a man crush. Fine, whatever. I have a man crush on him, and he's a great guy. I know, right? And so one of the things I want you to remember is he's sitting there asking me about two different things, Bitcoin and GME. This man has his entire retirement future invested in the marketplace right now. And his two thoughts are Bitcoin and GME. Those are his two thoughts. Think about that for a minute. Think about the ramifications of what that means for all the rest of the retail investors around the nation, around the world. Mm-hmm. Those are their options that they're looking at right now. Things like Bitcoin and GME as a possible retirement position to take. That's crazy. That should show you how fearful they are about what the markets have in store for them.
I don't know. Does that make Bitcoin look better for you when you see
so
that other people?
My thought process to him was, I told him, I said, like, it depends on whether or not people see Bitcoin as a safe place to put their money after if on a recessionary, if there's a big recession in the market, do they see that as a safe place with it being unregulated? And if they do, then yes, there's a very strong possibility you start seeing it spike because people just start throwing their money there because for whatever reason. But at the same time, does it make me feel safe about it? No, not really at all. Because if our government feels like it's a threat to their monetary, our money, the U.S. dollar, they're going to do something about it, and that would scare the crap out of me, the living daylights out of me. And he expressed that as well. He's like, "Yeah, I know it's really scary. I don't know if I want to invest my money in something that I can't really, it's not regulated, and how do I know, if it's safe or not?" And so, yeah, so he is expressing his fears. But that's up for him to decide. Healthcare and communications are the only two sectors that are up right now, in that order. The worst sectors for the day today is energy, and then followed by consumer staples, but the materials is a close runner-up. Of the Mag 7, 1 is green. Financial institutions plus or minus 2.5% or more will get a shout out. FRC is down 10.71%. NYCB is down 2.92%. And that's about it. Gold down 1.39% and trending down. Silver down 2.38, trending down. Ethereum Classic down 2.86, and currently it looks like it's trending up, but the 5-minute interval is suggesting that it's still trending down here. The US dollar up 0.15. It does seem like it's being suppressed a little bit on a downtrend, but the overall longer period of time still shows it up as an uptrend. Oil currently is down 2.37 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.15 to 0.21 and are trending down. And the SPY is down 0.35 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We have approximately, I'm sorry, I'm on the SPY here. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do volume. SPY's volume is 16.94 million shares traded so far. After 290 minutes to 281. SPY is on a pace for about 23.52 million shares. It is still very, very, very low volume pace for the day today, even with the volume increase as price was moving down on it. VIX is currently up 5.4% at 12.5. It's starting to get those big leaps right now that could potentially get it back in line with where the futures are suggesting at 13.63. Still a full point underneath where it should be. Does look like the futures might be leading the VIX again. VTI is down 0.41 and trending down. Vanguard is, VB is down 0.61 trending down. Tesla is down 4.01 trending down. Amazon is down 0.32 trending down. Cinemark is up 0.23 trending up. Doge is down 3.32. Consolidating. Bitcoin is down 0.42. Current trend is down, but the overall trend has not been broken. That's an uptrend for a longer period of time. GME is down 3.82 and trending up. HYMC is down 3.13, trending down. NCMI is up 0.71 and consolidating. Hood is up, or down rather, 5.46, trending down, and AMC is down 2.52, trending down after an uptrend. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day. There's well, it's not even two, it's three. $3.1 million more inflow than outflow. Sorry, more outflow. My bad. 20.84 million shares traded so far. After 283 minutes worth of trading, we have volume prediction or pace right now would be about 28.71 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's going to be underneath the 35 to 55 million I was suggesting in the pre-mark this morning, so it's underneath that value already. We would have to see significantly large amounts of volume in the end portion of the day today to meet those pace that I had predicted. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 46.28, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 42.82, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 41.66, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 10 minutes and RSI at 43.01, which is slightly below average. And with that, we got the news about RFK buying 24,000 shares of GameStop. For those of you who didn't see that tweet yesterday. That's all I got. I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp.
Yeah, is there any way you can contact him and tell him to put 24,000 in AMC?
Oh yeah.
I'm sure everybody's responded to his message.
He got the wrong one, Casey. Remind him.
Nah, I mean it's one or the other. I mean, it doesn't. It's in my opinion, it's they're both great investments. So I tend to like AMC a little bit more, but that's just my personal. I feel like there's a lot more business opportunity for AMC than there was for GME, but GME does have a lot of money and the ability to be able to grow, and they have a lot of different ways they can take it. So they have options. They have options, and they just need leadership that's going to implement those options.
Ryan Cohen.
All the leadership, right? Everybody. It takes a team.
Yeah. Well, I've always told people that if AMC was not in debt, it would fly past GME ever thought of.
Oh yeah.
So that's what I.
There's
and I'm like Lauren.
Oh yeah.
There's two ways to look at it, though.
We're getting there.
There's two ways to look at it, though, Doug. And I think you have to you have to be realistic about the some of the information here.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, if I told you have no control over, let's say you had two different, your life depended upon two different, what do they call those damn things? The sand, when you turn the sand over and the sand falls from one side to the other, it's I can't remember what it's called.
Oh, it's
an hourglass. Thank you. Yeah. Say for example, you had two hourglasses, and it's the amount of sand that's on one end of the hourglass is dependent upon how much life you have left to live. And if I told you that one of the hourglasses had three, let's just say 10 times more sand in it, but the hole was 20 or 30 times bigger, right? Which hourglass would you pick?
Whose hole is bigger?
Would you pick the one that has more sand because it has sand 10 times more amount, or would you pick the one that had, even though the hole that sand's traveling through is 30% bigger? Or would you pick the hourglass that had less sand and a 10% less, or hole that's smaller for the sand to dribble through?
Well, the one that, since you put that in perspective of the hole being bigger, I would pick the one with the hole that's smaller.
Yes, and that's GME.
Yeah.
Do you understand why that is? Because you have no control of the flow of sand, and the flow of sand is shares. Because you have no control over the flow of shares that go in and out of a stock, it can make a big difference as to how far that the stock price can travel up before it's over.
True, but isn't it also true that AMC is more heavily shorted?
Yes.
Than GME?
Yes. I do believe that. I do believe that to be true.
Yeah.
But that doesn't, just because it's more heavily shorted doesn't mean that it's not. There's also way more shares in existence too.
That we know of.
No, that we don't know of. I'm convinced of it as that we don't know of. I'm basing this off of what things we don't know. I'm not basing this off of what we do know. Because if we were to base this off of what we do know, then AMC is a better looking situation. But what I'm saying is that there's more than you can possibly imagine going on in the background, and because of that, you need to realize that the flow makes a big difference. The flow is what matters more than it does on how many shares there are in existence.
Yes, sir. I agree. But I am still a firm believer that AMC could do better long term than GameStop.
That's debatable. I'll agree with you. It's debatable. It's very highly debatable. It depends on what happens. I mean, who's making the business decisions, who's what kind of decisions do they make? But it's very debatable. But they're both great buys. I've never once ever tried to say that GameStop was not the way to go. I've never once said that.
I understand, but how should I say this in my terms? It's played out. AMC has not played out.
I don't think that it. I don't think that it has been played out. I don't think that it has been played out.
You don't think so?
Nope, not at all.
Well, look at the ingredients, like you've told me before.
Mm-hmm.
The ingredients to make a cake. Mm-hmm. You have the flour, the sugar, the cream. You know the deal. And then you look at CME and you compare it with AMC, okay, the short interest of the free float, outstanding shares, the debt,
Okay.
everything that is surrounded by AMC has the ingredients of a short squeeze.
And GME has it more.
I disagree with that one.
Well, their numbers aren't. The numbers aren't lying. You're talking about strict numbers here. Who has higher short interest rate now?
AMC.
No.
What?
No. We're at 13%. GME is sitting at. Let's see here. GME's at 20.76. Oh, it did change.
Oh.
It changed massively. You haven't been paying attention to the numbers lately because it changed. It used to be there was a period of time in 2022 and early 2023 and the later portion, or maybe the very early portions of 2024, where what you're saying would be true, right?
Yeah.
But now it's changed. It's flip flopped.
Well, son of a gun.
Yeah.
Smack my ass and call me Sam.
But I'm not sitting here saying that AMC is not squeezable. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that these are both very, very squeezable stocks. What I'm trying to say to you is that some of those numbers that you've been maybe paying attention to from the past have certainly changed quite a bit, and GME is a very squeezable stock again.
Yes, sir. I agree. I guess I like AMC. I love movies. I'm going to be like Roy and Kitty. What you like is what you get in. And I believe games is, I'm a little bit older now. I like video games, but I don't like video games as much as movies.
That's okay. I mean, part of the reason why I invested into AMC was because I felt that they had a better business plan and possible recovery than GME had, and so that's personally why I invested in AMC. But GME's already got rid of their debt. They're cash cow. They're a cash cow right now, and now all they really need to do is to change the business dynamics of what the company's how the company is profitable, and that will turn the entire tide of whether or not that company is a profit or whether or not that company is seen as a company that should be shorted. They're on the they're on the precipice of breaking every short thesis into just little tiny crumbs.
Yes, sir. I agree.
And we've got a little ways to go on that before we can. We need to get rid of some of our debt first. But I think that if GME's price were to start running, and we've already seen that AMC's price is sympathetic to GME's price movement, and AMC is able to sell enough shares into the marketplace to be able to raise capital to get rid of that debt, then you're going to watch AMC play out exactly the same way that GME plays out. Exactly the same way.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, see, I'd like to come clean if your ears were burning a couple hours ago.
Go right on ahead.
Well, Pirate said that I shouldn't make fun of people when they're not there to defend themselves, and that was me. So,
How
dare you?
I don't care.
And it wasn't a big deal. I just didn't realize that the state capital, home of University of Texas, was in such shortage of batteries. I didn't realize it.
What did you call it? Oh no!
Because I stood around looking for batteries for a half hour. Is that why you're saying that?
It might have been something about, I guess you had to get them from Amazon, and perhaps it took a little bit longer because Amazon's delivery is actually kind of in sync with your internet speed, so it took a little bit longer.
I actually went out and bought it. I went on foot and bought it. So, but Austin's battery supply is
I just wanted to come clean to the host. Just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, well, that's okay.
All right. Making sure. So, because,
Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to.
Good afternoon.
I mean, I know I live outside of Atlanta, so it's very difficult for me to find those essentials like battery stuff.
Yep.
Because I didn't know that it was Bob Ross who was coming back. I actually thought you were referring to Astro.
Oh.
Hey.
Well, I know what you pay attention to.
Yeah, apparently. Yep. There we go.
Yeah. This was a good test today to find out what people are paying attention to, because everybody was assuming. It was really kind of fun for me to watch, to see what people are most focused on. Some people thought it was Adam Aaron. Some people thought it was DFV. Now apparently Astro. You're telling me I see how it is. That's cool.
And I enjoyed the fact that when I saw him, I didn't recognize him. I was like, wow, he must have had to go get a job, cut his hair, put on a little weight, cleaned up. Must have had to go get a real job.
Yeah, it happens.
Look at that little V-dip.
Moonlit Rift says, I thought you meant Astro as well too. Can't lie. Y'all, why in the world would I care about that when I have this?
Now then, let's watch the
Don't know.
That's the fun part of this whole technique.
Well, that was the head fake. You were looking at, and you went for the unobvious.
I couldn't hear what you were saying.
I said you pulled a little head fake on us because you knew which way we were looking, and boom, there we go.
Yeah, that's all right. I actually.
You guys see that Singapore Airlines, that turbulence thing?
Wait, what's that?
See that? I think it was Singapore had that turbulence issue.
The one person died and the others like 7.
Oh yes.
Singapore, yes.
Yep.
I tell you, I didn't see what kind of airplane it was. I'm guessing it was a 777. They fly a lot of those. But man, when you move an airplane that much, that must have been horrific.
Anybody? It was Singapore.
Anybody know when Jamie Dimon is supposed to step down exactly? Did he give a date?
My God, who the hell cares?
Well, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why I think this is interesting. The reason I am asking this question, why I think it's interesting here, is because what do you guys know about what CEO or employees of companies can do with their shares as an employee?
Exercise.
They're limited on what they can do, right? As an employee of the company, they have certain periods of time where they can buy and sell. They have certain periods of times where they can exercise. There's a lot of different things that they have to wait for because they're an employee of the company. But when they're no longer an employee of the company, some of those restrictions are lifted. And I find that kind of interesting. And that's also part of the reason why I really want to see if he's going to continue to be on the board of directors or not.
Even though when he quits KC, isn't there still kind of a vesting period because he still has some knowledge, future stuff. Like he couldn't dump his whole thing.
I don't. Let me see. Let me see because I'm not actually sure. Hold on a second. Let me see here.
Isn't it called lockout period or no?
I mean, he knows what's going on with the bank for the next couple months at least.
Like 90 days.
Yeah. Because what did he sell? Was it $8 million for?
This says so. This is BCLP law says, which I'm not even sure who that is exactly, but it just says here, former insiders should not trade until they have disclosed or stopped being aware of any material non-public information about the company. According to NerdWallet, whatever that is, the expiry date for stock options is usually up to 10 years. But time frame for exercising options after leaving a company is called the post-termination exercise period. The PTEP is usually stated in the options contract. In many cases, employees have up to 90 days after their final day to exercise vested stock options. If incentive stock options, ISOs, are not exercised within 90 days, they'll be treated as non-qualified stock options for tax purposes. Let's see here. According to Miller-Knoll, Section 16B of the Exchange Act states that any short swing profit made by an insider from a combination of purchases and sales of a company equity security within 6-month period can be recovered by the company.
Wow.
But that's just for short swing.
I don't know in the I don't know in the banking industry when you get to his position
That they would even try to
are
recover.
you looking for? No, I was thinking, a lot of those guys, obviously money isn't a worry of his for a long time. But I always kind of wondered, like our CEOs, like airline CEOs, when they leave the airline, they go to another, like a bigger corporation. You know what I mean? Like okay, they made the airline do this, and they're looking good. What's their next challenge? Is there a challenge for a guy like that other than, and the easy one is, become a person in government where you've got the ultimate power? What would a guy like Jamie Dimon do next? He can't just go hang out. He's got to do something.
Yeah. You would think.
You know what I mean? So what would be his next achievement that he would want to, what mountain does he want to climb, or is he just like, yeah, I'm done? Does he join Bill Gates and those weirdos and say how they're going to change the planet?
I'm just going to throw this up on the page here because I think this would just be really, the more I think about this, the more I think this would be really, really super funny.
Yo.
I'm going to throw that up on the page here for anybody who wants that information. Just, in case you wanted to, shout out my dentist and be like, thanks for taking care of Casey. We hear you're interested in GME. Have you ever heard of AMC? Just saying, in case, any of y'all wanted to have some fun. Don't prank call him. Don't. He has a wonderful staff. Do not prank call them, please.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Count on it.
Yep.
I was walking through my local Publix and saw that AMC popcorn was a BOGO. I don't know how to feel about that.
What? A BOGO?
Buy one, get one? BOGO?
Yucca, did you have to hang up the phone really quick when Casey said not to call?
Yeah.
Well, I said not to prank phone call them because I'm sure that would not be that would not be, to be polite. Remember this is somebody I do business with. I don't want next time I go in there, I don't want them cracking my teeth with a hammer. Thanks a lot, asshole, for sicking 100 people on me to call me and yeah. So don't harass.
We're not just people, Casey. We're apes.
Yucca was right in the middle of asking if their refrigerator was running.
Yeah.
I think the conversation would have started, Mr. Dentist office. Oh, so you were in Casey's mouth, were you? Oh, yeah. What'd you put in his mouth? Did you give him the gas before you did it? Yeah, did you go deep in his mouth? Yeah.
Ta-da.
Gee whiz, guys. He's actually a cool enough guy where he probably would laugh at that. He'd probably think that was pretty funny.
Well, if he knows KC, I mean, come on, and he knows your channel and followers, or no?
Did he finish?
I don't even think he knows I live stream.
What?
I don't.
Casey.
Like I said, man, I don't go around like advertising this stuff. I just don't. It's not what I do. I don't run around thinking, "Oh, I'm the most popular person in the whole world. I got to tell everybody my business." It's not how I operate. I'm a very shy person, and I
need to tell him, hey, you've been in my mouth, and I just want to tell you, I run a channel called AMC. You ought to check it out.
I don't. That's not the kind of person I am, though. I'm not outgoing like that. I mean, it seems like I am here with you guys because I don't know, but how somebody is on the internet is not how they really are in person. It's just that's the way it is.
Did he finish here? Did he finish?
In my mouth? Yes, he did finish in my with my mouth. Yeah. See, I would never tell a joke like that in public. Like I would never publicly. For some reason, it's okay on the internet, on a live stream to say those kind of things. But in public, I would never joke like this. It's just not how I am.
Oh, come on! I do it all the time.
Yeah, I don't. I'm very reserved.
Why are you gay?
You didn't have your T-shirt on that says 6,400 scribes. Do you want to be another?
I'm very reserved, but when it comes to me going to an airport, I'll wear the Jack Black shirt that says "Love me tenderly and sweetly, tightly," all that other stuff. And then point at it as I'm crossing through, looking at the TSA right in the eyes. I'll point at my shirt and just kind of give them a wink.
To be fair, do they really have TSA on that side of the airport?
Oh, hush now! You just be quiet, sir. It's if you're missing when you smile at them and you're missing a few teeth, they just let you walk right through.
I mean, after their job, do they take the metal detector to the beach to comb sand? Is it that kind, or do they actually have the kind you walk through?
I was mid-drink, sir, when you said that. I almost spit that all out. That's pretty funny. Yeah. Is that why it smells like beach in there? I had no idea all this time. Makes sense now.
Like beaches?
Yeah, it's always smelling like little Sandy in there.
I've had a girl named Sandy.
I didn't know you knew a Sandy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's Yucca. Come on, Yucca. We got every line. Go.
Well, we're getting some volume at least.
I think it's the doctor buying. Your dentist is buying? What? He's listening to your show at this moment.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Exactly.
I don't know what you said.
Why are you gay?
MCon says, what does that smell like? I have like the best answer ever, but I don't want to say it because it's like so rude. I don't.
Type it in chat.
Okay, fine. Here we go. I can't do this. Yes, I can. There it is.
A little push.
You are
Oh, shit. Oh, damn. We'll never see MCon.
Yeah, sorry, MCon. That was uncalled for. Don't worry, you wouldn't know what it smells like. I can understand. Oh, man. But yeah.
You ever saw?
Oh, good. I'm glad he's laughing. That's good. I'm trying to hold back laughter. Stop laughing, Casey. It's not funny. It's not even numbers time. Damn it.
You're going to try to skip out to
Next time, just take a drink, Casey. Take a drink.
Hey, the Strangers movie was pretty dope. I highly recommend it if you like horror.
Ooh, if you like a good horror movie, Strangers it is.
Chapter 1. It's gonna be 3 parts, so at least go into it knowing that. Yeah, there's tons of them, Yucca. Your kind of movie.
I love it. Horror flicks. Yucca likes the horror flicks.
Why are you gay?
What? Why are you gay? I'm glad you're so happy with yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to tell you, Casey, I didn't say hi to you earlier because I was face deep in a vagina.
Fajitas. You told us you were. Yeah, you were in those fajitas. Yeah.
Oh, is that how you pronounce it?
I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, look, I lived really close to El Cajon, and I lived in La Mesa, and I love going to the beach at La Jolla. So I mean, it is what it is.
Jolla?
Yeah, La Jolla.
Please tell me you know. Please tell me you know why they call it La Mesa.
La Mesa. The table.
Yeah. Oh God.
Why are you guys from America so weird all the time? I
Veman says, "Never thought I would hear an old man laugh so hard at your mom jokes." I couldn't help myself. I mean, I'm Beavis and Butthead humor here. It's pretty lowbrow, so it doesn't take much. He said butt. G33 says I'm in Spring Valley. That's where I went to middle school. Spring Valley Middle School. SVMS. Go. Gosh, what were we? Conquistadors? Something like that. Something like that, I think. Conquistadors? I don't know. Whatever. Something like that.
I forgot to tell Danny that I went to Biscayne Gardens Elementary School. I don't know if he's here anymore.
Ooh, Monta Vista, the Monarchs. No, I went to. I was a foothiller. I went to Grossmont High School. I was right on the border of from the Monta Vista and Grossmont school districts. So I got lucky. You would say probably not, but I felt like I got lucky getting to go to Grossmont. And but Monta Vista, rough school, man. The one thing I want to know about Monta Vista is this: why in the world is your guys' like mascot? What did I say it was? Monarchs. But you put lions up everywhere. I mean, you put butterflies up everywhere or something like that, right? Like you put lions up.
How dare you?
Call it a monarch. Is it the other way around? I can't remember which way it is. It's like either you call yourself monarchs and they show butterflies, or they put lions up there and call them monarchs. I always forget which one it is. I feel like you guys put lions up and then you call yourselves monarchs, and I go like, that's not a monarch, that's a butterfly. Which one is it? I could never understand. G33 is going to we'll have to give G33 a minute to answer. But yeah, good area. Spring Valley, some of my favorite little restaurants are down there. Yeah, I understand monarchs are butterflies. That's my whole point.
I guess they're just a play on the words because, you know, obviously the monarch's the king, but then the lion is supposed to be the king of the beast, and that big butterfly is the king of the butterflies.
Right.
Yuck is the king on Figueroa Street. Hmm.
Why are you gay?
Yeah.
Candies is on GPT.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. We didn't have ChatGPT in 1994. Get off my lawn.
My grass.
Yeah. I wonder if they still have the big old logo painted up on the wall right next to the pool. Let's go take a trip down memory lane here, shall we? Right now, AMC's price is at 464. We are on 24.16 million in volume and trending up. Let me do a little Google Maps here. I'm just kind of curious if they've, after all these years, if they've left that logo up on the Google Maps. If they left it up on the school there. It's kind of like it's like the one thing that always stood out when you pulled up into the school. You'd always see it. Let's see. This will answer questions. San Diego, Chula Vista, Spring Valley, and the school should be right around here somewhere. Campo. There we go.
Are we pegging with GME?
Huh? Let's see. It does look like GME's moving up as well. Yes, sir.
Doing it with my friend.
By the way, there's, well, Casey, I don't think you had a chance to look, but Ha posted in general a video from a guy who was going over the options numbers for, well, for Jimmy. Apparently there's 80 something billion stuck in options for over 2 billion shares of GME. So, and they have to, well, he goes over how to roll over. I need to watch that a bit more thoroughly to understand exactly what he's going. Probably it's going to be easier for you to understand.
Yeah.
But apparently there's some numbers available for GME that kind of shed light over how bad things are for the
hedge funds.
Short sellers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what I was trying to suggest before. It's going to get pretty nasty when you have 100% of your option contracts go in the money. That's not a good thing. I just took a screenshot of Monte Vista High School out the front of it, and where that wall that it used to be painted on was right here. Whatever this new event center building is right here did not used to exist, and if I recall correctly, the pool used to be kind of in this area, and I don't know if it still is or not, or maybe they have like an indoor pool, possibly. I guess it's possible maybe that they have an indoor pool there now. But the logo that I'm talking about is right here, and unfortunately this is the closest I can get to seeing it, and that doesn't even look like a lion or a butterfly. I'm not even sure what the hell that is anymore. So I don't know what happened to their school logo, but
Can you zoom in on it?
no, I know. I thought maybe. Well, I know I can edit with 3D Paint and then zoom in just a tad bit more, but it's not going to help clear anything up. I can almost guarantee you. Oh, that's a lion. Yep, that's definitely a lion. Yeah, this is the mane around the edges, the big old nose right here, and so the logo's still there.
The zoom in did actually help.
Yeah, but the logo that I remember took up majority of this wall, or at least I feel like it took up majority of the wall. Maybe I'm just remembering it, but yeah, there it is, Monte Vista Lions. I always thought that was interesting that they would have a lion up there when it should have been a butterfly, in my opinion. That was just a rival school making fun of another rival school, that's all.
How dare you?
Yeah, I know. It happens. I'm
want to be the mariposa.
I'm not really much of a basketball fan, unfortunately. My wife's more of a fan than I am. Grovegrove is asking, is that poll over, Casey? No, it's not, but I should resubmit the poll for at least another hour. So we'll go ahead and end the poll now, and then I'll resubmit it for the 10 and 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That way we can have like a final say on whether or not people want it to be in the nighttime or the morning. Give me 1 second, I'll resubmit it. Let's see here. All right, so the prevailing votes, 32% for 10 a.m. Eastern. And then the other vote was for 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right, there you go. So we'll let this be the deciding factor as to what time we'll hold it on Saturday.
Hold these, man.
Hold these.
And of course, this doesn't commit you to actually attending the poker game. I'm just trying to give options. I prefer you vote on it if you're going to plan on attending, because it would make more sense if that were the case. But you know, if you're not going to attend, I could certainly understand that too. I mean, if you still wanted to vote on it because you felt like, you know, you want it to be a good sampling of people who felt like it would be an appropriate time to have a poker tournament, that may make a difference on who will and who won't attend.
What are the rules?
For the game?
Yeah.
We'll probably do with format very similar to what we did last time.
What was that? Like segregation and stuff like that?
Well, whenever you've got too many players, you have to put people on different tables, yeah.
I know that. I noticed it was pretty racist.
It was not. It was a random number generator that picked out who went to what table.
Well, the random generator is
I think
racist.
Yaka means that he was the racist one.
I realized that Fu Dog and I were together just because Fu is from Mexico.
Yeah.
Well, my wife was on your table, wasn't she?
She was just a spy.
She was from
She was
Texas.
spying on us.
Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to.
Yep. She was spying on you, man.
Okay.
So you guys were right next to each other, reporting on each other. Yeah.
No, actually, I forced her to go to a different room because I didn't want anybody to think that would be the case. Also, if she would have been in talking, it would have picked up on my microphone, and that would have caused a feedback loop, and it would have been ringing in all of our ears.
Yeah.
Grove, when I have a chance to go on break, or actually, I guess it'll be after the live stream. When I get on my phone after the live stream, I'll check it.
He is from the island. Fu is from the island.
I'm an island boy.
Yeah. Are you gonna invite those guys, Casey?
No. No. I just do you like see, that'd be another one. There are some people when they just like latch on to AMC, I go like, I don't care, because you know, like I just don't. We're all equal, and I don't really care who it is that's joining up on the crusade of being a part of it. But for sure, if they were to join up on buying AMC shares, I would not. I could care less. Great, welcome to the club of many.
So if I bring them to the Moaz party, you would not let me in?
The what part? Lamaze party?
The Moaz party.
Oh, yeah, no, I would not let him in. Yeah, I of course I would let them in if they were really shareholders. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
If they were really shareholders, I would let them in. If they participated in this channel, I would let them in.
They're gonna perform for us, man. You've heard them singing.
Oh my gosh. No, thank
Gentlemen,
you.
I apologize for my abrupt departure. I had a fire I had to put out.
Fire?
Should've-
Was it
I should
behind
have
you?
said goodbye. But
Was the fire behind you?
I'm back. I hope I haven't missed too much fun. But
Pirate, was that fire behind you with that with those wings you had?
no, it's just something that demanded my immediate attention, and so I should have just took the moment and said and interrupted and said I'm leaving. But failure was mine. Hey man, I apologize, and I'm back.
Oh, welcome back.
Why are you gay?
We were talking about the Island Boys. Perfect timing.
No.
Hey, JC, are you there?
I am.
Look, I'll solve the mystery for you. We got jammed up by the HOA. Yeah, the infamous homeowners association. Mrs. Pirate got a nasty gram.
Who the hell cares?
Mrs. Pirate got a nasty gram and shit rolls downhill. So she come in and started raising hell with me, and so it's all about having the dumpster in the driveway, and my personal dump trailer. You can't have a trailer here for more than 2 days. I'm like, well, how can you drop a construction trailer off for 6 months? And so anyhow, this is HOA fun. It's handled, taken care of.
Somebody shouted out my name. Was that you, D Money?
Yeah, it was. I was saying what was going on with the HVAC. What did they tell you?
I was 4 pounds light on the coolant, suggesting that I have a leak somewhere, but they told me that my coil was extremely old and that it needed to be replaced. So I need a new coil, apparently. They want to charge me like $3,000. They're going to send me a quote, but they want to charge me like $3,000 for it, which includes more than just the coil. But there's also, I think part of the reason is that they said that there was a beam when they installed originally the unit. There must have not been a beam there, and then a beam was placed in there somewhere, probably after the unit was installed, that doesn't give them access to the panel for the coil. And he said that when they would install a new coil, they would be installing it in a way or a fashion that it could be accessed or more easily accessed. So they would take care of that. So I think that's going to be part of the quote. And then he said that my contactors and my capacitor were looking a little bit old and needed to be replaced. But I told him I would take care of that. That's not a problem. I can do that. So going to save some money on that one. And but basically it was just it was low on coolant. That was the biggest issue.
Okay. Yeah, you could probably send me a picture in Discord or whatever if you want of your attic where it is, and I can kind of look at it from there to see. But on the capacitors, make sure you get one that's 24 volt coil, not a 120 or 208. Because
Okay.
there's different types of coils out there, and if you get one and it's 208 or 120, it's not going to pull in. So it has to be 24 volt coil, and has to be a 2-pole, 1.5 to 2-pole. I do a 2-pole, so, and do a 40 amp.
Okay. Yeah, I usually just look at whatever's in there usually, and then try to base it off of that, and when I'm buying the parts.
Yeah.
But
Wait,
Should be on the side.
yeah,
all this happened at the dentist?
no, this is with the AC guy. You missed that part this morning.
Oh,
That was before you got here.
okay. I guess I got it all mixed up.
Yeah.
So your AC guy is a
Get your
dentist
holes
as well?
right, Yaka.
So your AC guy works in the morning, and then he becomes a dentist after.
No.
Wow.
No.
Oh, different guys.
Two different guys. Yeah.
Oh. Is your AC guy holding any of the infamous
AMC?
They're twins?
infamous stocks? The infamous stocks.
So I had everything going here on my screens, and he definitely did see my screens as we walked by them. But he never mentioned anything about stocks. I mentioned to him that I needed to go do some numbers on a live stream. when I did the numbers at 9 o'clock in the morning. But he never asked anything. If he doesn't ask anything, I don't say anything.
All right. So you don't know if he's working for Citadel.
I don't know
He's a
nothing.
spy.
I know nothing as to whether that.
Trying to turn Casey into an Amway salesman.
Yeah.
Like anybody he randomly meets, he's immediately got to shove AMC stock down their throat.
Look, I got AMC written on my truck, AMC to the moon on my truck. If you pull up into my driveway and you see the truck that's out there, you'll see AMC to the moon. It should be pretty damn clear as to what it is I'm involved in. And if somebody doesn't want to make up or strike up a conversation about it because it's written on my truck outside my house, then you know, then I'm not going to go and start a conversation with you about it. You know what I mean? It's not going to happen.
Well, but you planted a seed.
I don't need to force conversations like that. That's not the kind of person. I can't stand people who try to sell me things that I have no interest in buying.
So you're not interested in this set of plasticware?
Can I talk to you about our Lord and Savior,
Yeah,
Adam Aaron?
You know, if I inquire about it.
Opportunities in the mass farming of chinchillas, factory farming of chinchillas. You're not interested in all this being
I
getting in on it early.
I get door-to-door salesmen just like all the rest of you do, and I usually cut them off pretty quickly. And I say, look, I'm really not interested, or I know, you know, if it's having to do with, like, if they say, oh, we're installing new windows in your neighborhood, I'll say like, well, I don't own the home, thank you very much, and then that instantly cuts off the conversation. They take off, right? And even though I do own the home, I'm not going to give them a chance to be able to try and talk to me about putting in windows in my house, right? Like I know time is money for those guys just as much as it is for anybody else, and I need them to move along because I'm not interested. So, and it's better for them and for me.
Yucca, I got a pen. Can you sell it to me? What movie is that from?
Why are you gay?
The Wolf of Wall Street.
Oh yeah. Good timing, you bastards. Son of a.
Yeah, if you want a bit of not anomaly, but just cultural difference. Door-to-door salesman it just doesn't happen in Europe. I've never seen it. There's like no soliciting. The only door-to-door things that I've seen in the many years I'm here, for example, also in Romania, I didn't see it, was the local mayor candidates were just going around, trying to talk to people to get their votes, but that's it.
Yeah,
and that's why
it's pretty common in the United States, preacher. I mean,
yeah, I know, and that's why I'm saying
if you live in an open neighborhood, it can be as much as a once a week event where somebody's knocking on your door for one thing or another.
Yeah, I'd say it's about right here.
That's why also here because I know in US it's like you want to make money, go and mow lawn or whatever, but here it's not a thing. Everybody mows their own. There aren't like these small jobs you can go around and just do and make money out of. People take care.
That's one of the big reasons why the Ring device became so popular over here is because you can look down on your iPad, and I can see a guy standing out there with his whatever it is that he's selling, and the minute I say, "Can I help you?" and he's like, "Yeah," I'm like, "You need to be on your way. Off you go now. I don't even have to get up off my ass." So that's That's probably the single biggest reason to have one of those little door cameras is it allows you to remain at rest.
I just have a sign that says no soliciting in 2 languages.
Apex says, never mind, Casey, I found the info May 22nd.
What 2 languages?
CAS industry testing
Chinese?
checkpoint call
French,
at 4:15 p.m.
English and bad English.
I'm not sure what that is.
Danny away. It's the cat system.
Oh.
I thought you had another Mexican word of the day with soliciting.
No, Casey told me I can't. You messed it
Why?
up.
Oh, come on.
I got
it wasn't
Danny.
It wasn't
Danny,
me, man. It wasn't me.
Did you hear me when I said that I went to Biscayne Gardens Elementary School?
No, I did not.
Oh, okay.
Did you really?
I really did. I had an old Cuban lady as my first teacher.
Wow.
Is it just me, or did Danny's voice just suddenly get like way softer?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
He's got
Depends on how close he is to his microphone. If he strays too far from his microphone.
When he's in the mood.
Canoe.
Why are you gay?
He's got a lot of water under his canoe. That's why.
What does that mean?
What?
I like things that float.
Yeah. Yeah, he's floating all right.
ROD said they want $2,500 to put an evaporator core, which is part of your air conditioning system on a car. Whew. Yeah. The price of that evaporator core is probably $80, but you got to have specialty tools. Those air conditioning lines, you got to have specialty tools. So the minimum, you got to go buy the tool that allows you to take the evaporator off and put the new one on. But then here's another tool you need. You got to pull a vacuum on the entire system. Air conditioning systems, once they're done, all the ambient air has to be pulled out of those till they have a vacuum. They have to, and then only then after it has a vacuum do you add the coolant. So that's tough. It's hard for me to advocate for you doing that at home in your driveway. That's an ambitious project for a guy who normally knows his way around cars. So I feel for you that they want $2.5 to fix your AC. But that's the nature of these things. That guy working there, that's how he feeds his wife and kids. And he's like, look, I'm not here to be your friend or your buddy. I got a house payment. My kids need to see the dentist weeks. So if you want me to fix your air conditioning, it's $2.5.
Yeah, that's a lot of money for an
I've said many
$80.
times, man. There's one of the single best things you can do is establish a good relationship with your neighborhood mechanic. If you can find someone outside of a main dealership who operates and has done so for a number of years, it's a financial win for your family to have a relationship with that guy and take work to them, and you'll be treated fairly throughout the years. Can't say it enough.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, but 2,500, you're getting a little reamed on that.
Oh yeah.
It probably only takes about
Yucca
2
food.
hours.
My wife and son just took my dually across the highway to Firestone. How much do you think they're going to charge me to put one brake caliper on the front and put brake pads on both sides? What do you think that's going to cost?
Well, number one, it's Firestone, and number two, if they see a lady, they're gonna absolutely.
I'm gonna
crazy.
say.
So yeah, probably about
$2,800.
$800.
I was gonna say 2,800.
I'm going to go with the middle of you guys. I'm going to say it's going to be $1,200.
Oh yeah.
Wait, you're saying pads, because they're gonna do the disc too. So pads, disc, and calipers.
No, my disc are fine. My disc are fine.
They're not.
I've got a caliper.
None of these brake guys will not do it anymore without replacing the disc. Like none of them.
The disc, and maybe they will. Listen. This is the first time. That's what we had words here today because I ran them off. I gave them a credit card, told them to go to Firestone. Make a long story short, I've never paid anybody to do brake work. This is a first. Now I've paid some people to do some other things, and while the car was there. Maybe that, but I'm just saying overall, I usually do this at home.
What kind of car?
But I'm just telling you, what happens is it's a Ford dually, a big truck, 1-ton dually, like a farm truck, and it has big brakes, big calipers, and when you go down the road, if you do a hard stop, the brake doesn't release. When you go to take off again, the pad doesn't retract, and it gets smoking hot. Sometimes it releases, sometimes it doesn't. And sooner or later, it's going to burn the truck down. So intermittently, and what it is the calipers wore out. I changed one of them last year. I should have changed both of them. My point is, this is a good opportunity because they're over there right now for you. And if you do pads on the driver's side, you got to do pads on the passenger side. So they're going to have to do both sets of pads and put on the one caliper that I didn't replace. And we'll see what that comes back at. I can tell you this time last year, I had a mechanic. I had some problems with the rear end, so I had some substantial work done, and they did the rears on that dually, which is were still disc brakes, by the way, and it was $1,800 to do both sides. It's expensive, man.
Yeah.
You pull into those places, and these guys they're not working for $10-20 an hour. The parts, everything.
Yeah, everything's going up. All right, guys, we're well past time for numbers here real quick. So let me hammer these out real fast, and then we'll take a look at everything else. All right, I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Off exchange and EDGX volume by this time of the day is usually around 66% on a normal, what I would consider to be a normal day. We got about 57.74% going through off exchange, EDGX at 9.74. The combined total on that 67.48% or 1.48% higher than I would expect it to be. CHX volume for the day today is coming in on AMC at about 3,795 shares. Nothing unusually high on that. GME's CHX volume for the day coming in at a very high amount, 127,561 shares. Remember, anything over 30,000 gets my boobies all jacked. So that is a big, big number there. Taking a look at borrow fees in the last hour, another 50,000. Oh, actually, may have been more than 50,000. No, just 50,000 more shares have been borrowed. Is that right? Hold on a second. 50. Yeah, 50,000 more shares borrowed in the last hour. So we're looking at about 500,000 shares by IBKR borrowed today, and fees are currently at 4.03%. As of an hour ago, there was 671,000 shares having been borrowed for the day, according to Ortex. It's now a return of 108,000 shares. That's going to drop our estimated short share interest, the free float, to 13.28%. The cost to borrow mins at 4.33, averages 5.71, and max is 7.94. Shares on loan for the day today is at 73.3 million shares on loan. That's 5.4 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimated about 1.95 million of that is in closed out short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume for the day today has been at a $5 strike. Let's see where it's at now. There was 16.1 thousand contracts at 5 an hour ago. It's now 30,000 contracts. Our volume has doubled. So a lot of volume going through here now as prices heading closer and closer to that $5 range. Highest amount of put volume at a $4 strike. There was 8.4 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 13.3. Market still suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4 and $5 by the end of the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers. I don't know how AMC couldn't possibly be on this top list here. AMC has not been on the list for a while today. GME is still up here on the list with a 63.05% buy to 36.95% sell ratio. I would imagine by now AMC's got to be on the bottom of the list, at least the bottom. Wow. What does this tell me? Whoever's moving price right now is not, there's no relationship to retail buying. That's what this is telling me.
Exactly.
Because we're not on the top 30 most heavily traded stocks based off of orders. So any price movement that's happening right now has got to be institutional related. It's got to be. Orders by MMRI was 287.91 an hour ago. It's now 288.77. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates, let's see here, was 0.451 as of an hour ago and is now currently at 4.43. 0.445 is the spread between the 2-year and the 10-year. So it's dropped just a tad bit from earlier. NASDAQ is down 0.49, Dow Jones is down 0.62, and the S&P 500 is down 0.49. We have 3,658 decliners to 2,055 advancers. The market is definitely doing worse than it was an hour ago and almost on fire. It's almost to the point to where there's almost not enough advancers to be considered on fire from my point of view. Sectors that are doing well for the day today. We've got one sector doing well. It's healthcare. Lo and behold, healthcare is not doing too bad. Energy is down for the day today, 2.2% down. That's one of the bigger movers. The second biggest mover for the day looks like it's consumer discretionary, followed by materials. Of the Mag 7, 1 is green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% or more in price will get a shout out. FRC is down 25% for the day. NYCB is down 3.06. Lots and lots and lots of red. Charles Schwab down 3.01%. And that's about it. Gold is currently down 1.81% and trending down. Silver is down 3.51%, trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 3.57 and trending down. The US dollar is up 0.26, trending up. Oil is down 2.8% and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.19 to 0.27 and consolidating after a downtrend. SPY is down 0.52 and starting to consolidate after a downtrend. Volume right now on the SPY is at 24.59 million shares, so the pace has definitely increased with 346 minutes of trading into the day today. It's looking like it's going to hit about 27.72 million shares for the day, which is extremely low volume, but it's still extremely low volume. As I scroll out a little bit on the SPY here, you can see that as price was moving down, volume definitely picked up compared to where it was at earlier in the day today. Volume has picked up, but as price is starting to rise back up here, you can see volume starting to taper off a little bit. VIX is currently up 5.14%. Looks like it may have found a high at around 12.81 and started making a reversal back down again at 12.47. The futures on the VIX are suggesting that it should be somewhere around 13.68 in the future, so still a full point underneath where the futures are suggesting. VTI is currently down 0.51 and starting to consolidate a little bit, maybe a slight uptrend after trending down. VB is down 0.85, trending down. Tesla is down 3.83, trending up after finding a bottom at 178.12 and on a downtrend. Amazon is down 0.28, trending down. It's starting to move back up again after finding a bottom at 181.97. Cinemark is up 0.74, trending up. Doge is down 3.16, and man, I don't know what to call this. I'm going to call it, I mean, the overall current trend is still down. Yeah, it's still trending down right now. I mean, it looks like it's about ready to break this. On a shorter term basis, it's like it's getting close to trying, or at least attempting a break to the top side. But on a larger scale, you can see that even if it did break past this and even rise up to as high as like 17, it would still be right in that like consolidation period. So trending down. Bitcoin is currently down 0.58, trending down. GameStop is down 0.9 and consolidating after trending up. HYMC is down 1.15 and starting to break a downtrend into an uptrend. NCMI is up 1.01% and consolidating. HOOD is down 5.32% and slightly trending up after finding a bottom at 19.59. AMC is up 3.66 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We have approximately $4.4 million more outflow than inflow. 32.45 million shares traded so far for the day today after 348 minutes worth of trading. That's not right. Sorry. Give me a second. We're on pace for about 36.36 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I suggested somewhere between 35 and 55 million. Our volume got so low this afternoon, I didn't think there was any chance in hell that my volume prediction would come or get any close to where near possible. But here we are back on pace for that kind of traded volume day today. So pre-market volume helps to watch. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI at 51.01, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more More buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator within the last hour. RSI at 60.61, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator within the last hour. RSI is at 68.72, which is almost signaling overbought. 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 72.82, signaling overbought. And I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp.
Ooh, dog.
Yucca.
Are you gonna say the Mexican word of the day?
No, because Casey banned me from
I
saying
no,
Mexican word.
I didn't. I didn't ban you.
What?
Oh,
You got,
okay. Well,
you're gonna say the chicken strips.
no, Casey probably didn't see my yucca joke, so I had to revert the yucca joke.
Okay, say it, and I'll say the chicken strip one.
What does Yucca say when he's on Figueroa Street? Hi, man.
Yucca, yucca, yucca.
No.
He says, hey.
Oh, he said, hi, man. Oh,
Hey, puppy.
Oh, man. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah, I like the hay ones.
You know, the ladies don't caro when there's no dinero.
Tiny D.
All right. So, word of the day?
Chicken strip.
Chicken strip. Chicken strips or strip?
Yeah, chicken strips.
Chicken strips.
Chicken strip. Chicken strip. Chicken strip.
It's okay, boy. I paid chicken strip.
Chicken strip.
I guess. Have you ever been curious why they don't make chickens?
Going.
Have you ever been curious why they don't make chicken strips and dark meat? I don't feel like I've ever seen those before.
Chicken strip. Chicken strip.
Can you use it in a sentence?
Yes. My girl is taking pole dancing classes, so chicken strip for me.
That's just what I said, Yaka.
Oh my goodness. Okay. It's a chicken strip for me.
So you just said what I said, but louder, huh?
I don't know why it was so much.
Take all the credit.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You didn't say it right, preacher. You gotta say it with the.
You're right, Casey.
You gotta use
That's
it.
the first thing. That's the first thing the service writer asked them. They just pulled in. I asked them what happened. They said they took it in there and he said, "What do you need?" They said the brakes won't release. He wants a caliper put on the driver's side. And he's like, "Why not?" But we usually do both sides. And my son said, "Well, we did the right side last year." And he's like, "Well, why didn't he do the other side?" He's like, he doesn't want to do the other side. He hurt his shoulder, blah blah blah. But so that was the first thing I asked is, "Why are you even here?" So he said he'll call us here in a few minutes, so I'll keep you apprised of whether they force me into buying new rotors. And,
I'm going 20.
You may be right because they don't turn them anymore, and they're always looking to sell parts. So.
Yep.
My God, who
and mine aren't
hell
moved.
cares?
I think you're going 2,800.
Well, men do care. We talk about repair stuff.
Well, maybe I might be on the high side.
Men do talk about auto repair.
I might be on the high side. I think you might be able to get away with 24, but I'm going 28 just to be freaky today, I guess.
It's fire.
I'm gonna tell you it's 18. I'll tell you it's $1,800. And what pisses me off is the rotors aren't grooved. You know, if you run the pads down until it's metal against metal, it heats up your rotors. But those rotors are shiny. If you change your pads out, they stay shiny.
I'm old.
They don't care.
I'm old school,
I'll tell you
dude.
It's out of spec.
My auto shop teacher told us that if you can see your reflection in the disc, then you don't need to change them. You know, and that's what we always said. So
he's right.
And so it
we used to
pisses
turn
me
them
off.
2 or 3 times. We used to turn them 2 or 3 times. Now they're like, these have been turned once before. I can't turn them again. And now they don't even want to turn them at all.
Yeah, I'm with you. I got it. I know. It pisses me off.
Let me ask you, Quack Quack. Do you have a particular issue? Do you have a particular issue with talking about auto repair?
Or I'm just enjoying the buttons. I was gonna say the reason they don't turn them again is because we talk auto all the time, buddy. The reason why is the metal has been cheapened by Chinese-made products.
That's what I kind of figured.
So they can. Yeah.
They sell it. Their sales pitch is it's a liability issue because if it shatters and the front wheel locks up because they were turned too thin, and they got you over a barrel. But anyhow, we'll see. I'll let you guys know how that plays out.
Which is correct, is because the metal is different than the metal back in the 60s, where the auto shop teachers, we would turn them 3, 4, 5 times, as long as you're not taking a lot off of it, but you can't do it nowadays. It's already to the bare minimum to save weight. So, and no, I have nothing with you, Pirate. I just push buttons. I just learned how to use.
No, I just heard
soundbar.
it just screamed into my ear. Who the hell cares? And we normally reserve that to play as the punch to the gut when somebody's being boring. And I thought maybe that was the chance. So you're just pushing random shit's what you're doing.
Yeah. I'll cut back.
We'll take.
Well, Pirate interrupted me complaining that Yaka stole my joke. I don't know what button should I press then.
Yes, correct.
Preacher, the problem is you didn't say it creepy.
I'm an asshole.
You are a
Yes. No, but I'm not the asshole here. Am I?
No.
I need one that says you're the asshole.
Plus, yeah.
Remember the big push points.
No, man, I wasn't trying to pick a fight with him. I was just like, damn, if he's that averse to talking shop and auto repair, we're down to fart jokes and titties, and I'm like, I only have a limited amount of entertainment value.
One of the I just wanted to point out that we're past the 485 1 hour chart, and I'm just going to take you guys over to it real quickly here on the 1 hour chart for Ichimoto, just because I like saying Ichimoto. It's kind of fun.
Ichimoku.
Yeah. This is the signal right here that gives us that buy signal that I was talking about at 485. Now, notice that the lagging line back here is above price line, obviously, because we're where our price is at. It's just a lagging indicator. Conversion is not technically above base, but the candle itself is still through the cloud. What we really want to see is the next hour open up above the cloud, which is going to be 485. So if we can get this next candle to show up above, or at least starting above this will get the conversion to jump way above the base, and we should see some good buy signals kind of kicking in at that 485 price range, right?
503.
So
just rung the $5 bill. Nice.
Yep.
505. Yeah. Take some more of that, please. Take another helping of that. Look, I apologize, man. I'm a little jacked up between the HOA Nazis, Mrs. Pirate she come off the leash on me, and then the Firestone guy. It's like I sit here for weeks on end and never talk to anything but the wall, and then I get shotgun from all directions.
She got off her leash.
We got to break 518.
Heard some stories about this HOAs, and I would probably murder someone if I would have to deal with those.
Come on, spank the monkey.
Where they regulate what you do with your own house and with your own lawn and whatever shit. Like, fuck. If they're not paying the bills, they don't get to tell me what I do. But yeah, I get it. I guess you can't control that.
No, when you buy the house, you agree to the terms. They tell you right up front, this is how fucked up it is. You need to know that going into it. And under ordinary circumstances, I would never touch a house in an HOA, but I don't buy my houses the way most people do. But if you have a choice, all things being equal, you really don't want nothing to do with HOAs.
Yeah.
But you go in them with open eyes. You can't. They tell you right up front, these are the rules.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
See, another thing too is they have a girl here that gets paid way too much money to do way too little work. And one of the things she has to do is drive around periodically and take notes. She's like your little home inspector. It's like a drill sergeant going around giving everybody inspection. And they're the one, she goes by with a little notepad and she'll look out of her thing. It was just like someone was talking the other day about their neighbor turning them in for having their grass too tall. So if, for instance, you have like a grease spot in your driveway where your car leaks oil, they'll send you a nasty gram. And truth of the matter is she's justifying her job. because if she doesn't go around and do all that, then they say, well, what do we need this person for? So she's kind of stuck. She doesn't necessarily want to be Nurse Ratchet, you know, but in order for her to justify that check she cashes, she's got to go do all this stuff. So she's got to walk a fine line between, and I get it. Yeah, exactly. It's caught in the middle too. And then of course, and we're like everybody else. When you get that letter in the mail that says your mailbox is faded, it needs to be gloss black, and yours is matte black. It just makes your blood pressure go through the fucking roof, you know. And I take things far too. Surprise, surprise! I take everything personal. So stay away from them if you can. If you can stay away from HOAs, do so.
There are times. I feel like there are times where they're like useful, but you know, for the most part, more often than not, they're less useful than they are helpful.
Yeah, there's not a better way to almost virtually guarantee that the value of your life, the value of your house remains the same. That's what the primary function is. All those strict management, it makes sure that the property value stay high, but there's a price to be paid for that. So,
right. Yes.
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to park your car on your front lawn just because you want to park your car on your front lawn, do not live in an HOA neighborhood. Because
absolutely not. Yeah.
That's not going to happen. Yeah, it's not going to fly.
And there's two sides to every stone. You can't swing a dead cat in this part of Florida. That's one of the jokes around here, because the property values have increased so rapid. It's not uncommon around here to see $1 million house built next to a lot with an old flat top mobile home on it from the 60s. It's really like that. So I see both sides of it. You know, you see people that have 10 brand new houses they built, and then there's a guy that wants to run a junkyard in his front yard. And you can do that in some parts of Florida. You can park 5 or 6 old cars in your front driveway and snatch an engine out of the tree with a rope. So, you know, all those things come into play when it comes time to sell a house. And, you know, we're real estate people, so I get it. But it just is what it is, man. I'm venting to you guys because you're my friends. And truth of the matter is, I'm the transgressor here. I shouldn't have let happen what happened.
Transgender?
Yeah, exactly. If you wouldn't have a truck, you wouldn't have truck problem. So,
well, listen. This is an example. If you hire a contractor tomorrow in my neighborhood to come in and remodel your entire house or put in a new swimming pool for you, they're perfectly allowed to bring in, say, a refuse dumpster. One, they call them gondola boxes, big steel box, and they put it in your driveway. That's where they throw all the scraps and all that stuff. That can lay there for an entire summer. They'll bring an empty one and haul the new one off. And if it takes you a year to build a new house, they don't have an issue with that. So we had a guy's house 2 doors down that caught fire 3 years ago, and it burnt half the house down. Well, it took him almost a year and a half to complete the rebuild. And they had a dumpster box in their driveway the entire line. But the rules in the HOA says you can't keep a personal trailer in your driveway for more than 48 hours because they don't want boats living here. Well, I have my own dump trailer. It's hydraulic. You fill it full of trash. You haul it away. It's like a dump truck that you pull behind a pickup. Well, they're telling me because it's mine that it can't stay here more than 2 days at a time. And at some point you go, this is ridiculous. I don't understand. Not to mention the fact that I can pull out of my driveway and drive around the block and then pull it right back. You know, it gets pedantic after a while. So, but I see their point too. You know, Mrs. Park's like, look, we got a pickup truck with a dumpster in our driveway with a fiberglass hot tub piled up to the moon. And I'm like, I get it, people. I get it.
Yo, sorry to interrupt, but you guys seeing Amy break out the wedge right now?
Yeah.
We don't talk about it. Where have you been? We don't talk about a streak, man. Watch, everybody look.
I didn't know.
Everybody look now. He did it. Let's all look. Watch. Red candle anytime.
So
who did that anyhow? Was it Rex? Is it Rex? Who was it?
It's only up from here, boys.
That's Thor blade. So we're just gonna that next red candle, we're gonna call the Thor blade candle, because you don't talk about the pitcher. He's on the mound throwing a no hitter.
Hold up a second, if you guys can hold up for a second here, please. I gave you 2 different possibilities on what I kind of was forecasting, and I showed you guys this earlier this morning, and this is something that I drew out for you, not this morning but yesterday, on a 4-hour chart, what we would be seeing on Ichimoto, what we need to see have happen, and price rising. And I gave you 2 different intersecting points here where I felt like, over the next day or two that we would see this again. I drew this out for you guys. What day was this? Before we actually even crossed over this line here. So I would have, looks like I would have put this up here for you. The drawing that I did would have been on 5/21. So that was yesterday. So, price moving up through either this point in here and would cause the, the conversion line to start trending up. The baseline is going to trend down. They'll start inverting to the other direction or normalizing to where it's a buy signal. And you'd start seeing price start rising to points to where it looks like it's going to move into a breakout kind of in this time frame in here for that red cloud. And so now here you have price starting to move up. You can see lagging lines starting to cross price line. Conversion is now starting to trend upwards, not as much as I would have anticipated, but the base is definitely coming down quite a bit as price is moving up. And so anytime that the conversion is above base, lagging line is above price line, and price is above both the conversion and the base, it turns into a very strong buy signal that kind of starts to form here. Because the rule is for this indicator is that price just needs to not be inside the cloud as long as the other conditions exist, which is, again, that lagging line above price line, conversion above base, and price above conversion and base. And so we're getting to that point to where this is starting to become a very strong buy signal. And you can see we have plenty of room to move up in a buy signal here from anywhere from $5 all the way up to $7 is a big buy zone. That kind of a buy zone would push price more than likely above. You okay, Yucca?
Sorry? Oh shit, my bad.
That would push price well above the $8 mark, breaking us through the cloud going into tomorrow. So I'm really kind of I'm looking like this is really kind of playing out the way that it that picture that I had put up for you guys from yesterday. So it's really important to watch. If there's any period of time that I would suggest that you watch when I explain things to you, and I went back in my live stream to get it this morning because I actually didn't have this picture anymore, and I pulled it from my live stream from this morning because I've taken other screenshots throughout the day. I didn't save this anywhere, so that's why I say if there's any portion of the morning that you should, or of the live stream you should listen to, go back to the first presentation of them every single morning when I come in on a live stream and watch that. I give you everything that it is that you need to know. If you want to know what's coming or what's about to happen, that's where you go. That's your period of time where I kind of explain what's happening and why it's going to happen.
Just look at the Thor blade candle. That's all I'm saying. Everything was fine. Everything was green. Thor blade had to go ahead and talk about the no-hitter, the pitcher on the mound, and ruin the streak. And that is what's called a Thor blade candle. Immediately, within 60 seconds of him breaking tradition, we immediately got 2 red candles. I got a Sharpie right now. I'm writing it on my screen. Thor blade did this.
We're just cooling down before we rock it after hours.
I love it, Thor. It's all good.
No, it's done now. It's done. You can thank Thor blade. It's over. It's finished. Forget about it.
Oh, God damn it.
Damn you, all that.
Own it, man. Rules, repercussions, man.
Damn it. Come on, man.
Fuck you, asshole.
See, that was timely. That was more accurate. It didn't interrupt anybody. It was timely. It was funny. So you're catching on.
Yucca, you be nice to that monkey you got over there.
Which one? The one I'm spanking?
We heard you spank and went out. We were like, oh my God.
Yucca said, oh shit.
My bad. I didn't know. I thought I had it. It's a stupid mic, man.
Oh yeah. Yucca's morning voice. Your morning voice.
Who said your mic is off? But I could hear you. What the?
You're all, oh yeah, and then you got interrupted. Always
I
blaming
can't
me.
listen anymore of this. What's the matter with you people? How can you sit here and talk and talk and talk like this?
Who said that? Who did that one? Who did that one? Who was that?
You know who? You're the monkey with the smoking that.
That was a good one. I like that. That was I like that one. That's a good one. Save that one for later.
We'll just say Yucca was looking at the chart.
Did you guys notice the price that we went up to $519.5? Do you remember when I marked that the other day and I said that's the price point where we should hit $519.5? Found a perfect retracement off that.
Yeah, 523 is the where we need to break, and then that's it. We're breaking. We're gonna
It's
squirt
funny.
up.
We had Roaring Kitty back, started to fly, and then today we had Bob Ross back.
Roaring
Look
Kitty
where
didn't go live. What are you talking about?
every time coming back next. Who's the next catalyst?
What are you talking
Terrible.
about,
I
man?
attribute this to Bob Ross.
You're spreading rumors.
Look, let's let Bob Ross talk for himself, shall we? Bobblehead Ross, what do you think about this? Like attributing this specifically to you?
And that may be the true joy of painting, is when you share it with other people.
Can I ask him a question, Casey?
That's the true joy.
Damn it, Yucca! Why do you have to fucking keep interrupting all the time? Just listen for a minute. Damn it!
Then it wouldn't be Yucca.
What do you? Man, why? Jeez, man. I don't know. What do you want to ask him?
I want to ask him where the hell are the bodies being buried?
Yeah, okay, Mr. Bobblehead Russ, where are all the bodies being buried? Yeah, well, guess what? You're not going to hear what he's saying because you're interrupting him, so don't worry. He's saying something, though.
Thing.
That's a good one. I like it.
Oh, well, we could have found out where his trees were buried, but we have no idea now. Or his dead bodies, not his trees. I guess we'll never know. Sorry.
Oh, damn it.
Oh, man.
All right.
What do you want? So, you really want to ask him where the dead body's buried? You really want to soil? You want to soil the? You want to soil this Bobblehead Ross and make it a terrible thing?
Soil.
Yeah, you're soiling it.
That's a rude person.
Let's ask him. Bobblehead Ross, what do you think about dead people under trees?
Let's get crazy. What the heck? Take a 2-inch brush.
Oh, shit.
This is your bravery test.
Damn. I thought it sounds to me like you just said he's going to murder you, and the man is dead.
Yeah.
You better watch out in your sleep, Yucca. He's coming for you.
He's gonna pull my feet under the bed.
Best I see that jackhammer. If you angle it, don't push it straight like a drill. Turn it on an angle. It's more effective.
What?
Okay.
I have a hammer.
So jackhammer at an angle.
I have a hammerhead that's very effective.
It's curvy or what? Coiled?
Yeah, it curves a little bit to the right.
Even though you're left-handed?
Are you really left-handed?
And yeah, when I look at myself in the mirror, I'm like, oh. I didn't know I was left-handed.
My oldest is left-handed. I taught him to shoot right-handed, though, Foo. I know you'd be proud of me for sharing that with you. And you too, Casey. I know you're a gun nut. Despite the fact that he's left-hand dominant, I went to great pains when he was little to teach him to shoot right-handed so that those weapons would be okay.
I'm a man of the left hand, Casey. So I practice black magic with my left.
You like it to feel like it's a stranger?
He sits on his hand for like a half an hour and then
That's you need to go to the doctor if that's.
Do you wear gloves? Do you wear gloves, Yucca?
When I spank the monkey, no.
I didn't say that. I just asked you if you wear gloves.
That's what I heard.
you wear the catcher's.
Do you like to tickle yourself?
With a feather.
Do you like
dress up as a nurse?
Yes.
With a feather. All I do
Oh my
is
God.
wear socks.
Do you wear? That's a good one. Do you wear socks?
Only.
That's the best
Only on the
one
left
right there.
side.
Only one.
Oh man, I like that one.
The other one is
Left side only.
One is my right foot.
Do you ever only wear one sock?
My middle. One sock on the right. The other sock is on my middle foot.
The other sock's just too crusty.
My hammer foot.
Do you sometimes wish that you lived in India so that you could shake with your left hand instead of your right?
Nah, man, we don't shave.
Take it off, Yucca.
Take it off.
Oh man.
Damn it! Look what happened. Is it building a flag?
You had to go and say something.
Catch and release.
Musical companion says, "What the f is going on around here?"
Hey, Casey, can you ask
Welcome
Bob
to the
Ross?
Shaw Show.
You ask Bob Ross.
Pretty much standard, really. If you've been here for any period of time at all, this is about normal, really.
Oh man.
Hey, Bob Ross, do you use your paintbrush? Do you use your paintbrush for more than just? Hello.
This is just a dry.
What are you people? On dope?
This is supposed to be just a drive-through.
What are you guys?
Your vehicle and listen.
What are you guys, smooth brained? Danny, was that a real bobblehead Ross question?
If you want it to be.
Did you really want to know what he does with his brushes?
With his bristles.
Like, do you want to smell his
I'll
brush?
leave it to imagine.
Or would you rather it just be something you just imagine?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
wanna
yeah.
Smell them. Smell the
Sick.
brushes. Smell the grip of the brush.
What the heck?
I don't know.
K222 Kevin says, Wells Fargo Bank just emailed me that alerts are no longer available. What kind of alerts?
Like if your balance is low, because they want to bank on your overdraft
On your mistakes?
days. Yeah, like let's say you have an overdraft, like it's low.
Do you think
gotta-
they're also not
deposit-
available for hedgies?
That's crappy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
kind
so
of.
let's say you're like on $2 and you're gonna go to the Starbucks and buy a coffee for $20. They're gonna bank on that.
Yep, he said gas stations, ATM withdrawals, and total number of transactions. Sounds to me like it's time to stop banking with Wells Fargo.
Right?
Yep.
Well, at the end of the month, you got like 10 late draft, overdraft fees. They're like, I got you.
Yeah.
Gotcha, mother.
It's a bank. That's the bank I want to bank with. The one that gets me with
Right?
the gotcha bills. Sounds like a great bank.
Yeah, because they know what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't they just get hit with a big fine, 300 million or something?
They got hammered.
They got jackhammered.
Yep.
At an angle.
At an angle.
Let's see here. You read a financial post, but not a dick toenail. What?
Well, that's cute.
What does that mean?
Dick toenail, Casey.
Who has the last name Toenail?
Dick toenail.
Dick Tonal? T-O-N-A-L?
Related to Dick Tracy.
Another Mexican word of the day.
You got another one? From ChatGPT?
He's gonna say something about like car alarm. Car alarm is the word for the day, and then he's gonna sound like, oh, car alarm. I was driving the other day and my car alarm went off. Car alarm. That is a Mexican word of gay.
Car alarm.
Was that?
Car alarm.
Oh boy.
You're right.
I'm sorry.
Go where?
Oh my goodness. Danny, please tell us what your car alarm
How about Puma?
is.
Puma.
Danny,
Puma. Word of the day.
Danny, did you see Garfield for menu options?
For menu options. Wait a second. I feel like I'm walking.
No one got that?
No, I don't get it.
Never mind.
Oh,
Lasagna?
Yeah, you got a low brow around here, buddy. You got to step it way down. Otherwise we just got a bunch of we got a bunch of JJs, the JJs flying around our heads.
And now for something completely different.
I heard that you were feeling ill. Headache, fever, and a chill. I came to help restore your pluck, 'cause I'm the nurse who likes to...
My goodness.
That one was a good one.
What was that from?
Where's Quack Quack?
Was that a Saturday Night Live skit?
Ferris Bueller.
Oh, okay. It sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it though.
Oh, I shut you guys down.
Come on, squeal, squeal.
We're all being very, very quiet. We want to see prize close at $5.
That little girl thing from Ferris Bueller reminds me of that Pepto Bismol commercial. Remember?
Oh yeah.
It was like nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Yeah. Got 10 minutes to closing, so I don't think I can stay quiet for 10 minutes, Casey.
I know, it's okay.
But you know the Budweiser word of the day?
No. what's
Yeah.
that? I'm sure you'll know it.
Instead of- oh yeah, that chick has buddy, but Budweiser is so ugly.
What the
Your
hell
mic,
just
your
happened?
mic cut out like half the words there.
Oh no,
Yeah, try it
All I
again.
heard was chicken strip.
Budweiser. The word is Budweiser. That chick has a fine body, but Weiser face so ugly.
That's not bad.
Okay, Danny, we'll give you that.
All right, give it a 2.
But Weiser got a bump in the front. I don't understand, bro.
I don't know, man.
It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Wine. Wine.
Do you guys
There you
remember?
go.
Do you remember the ones where they were sitting there and they go like,
Yep.
blah, or whatever it was on the phone? I don't remember what.
Oh, yeah.
I don't. Oh yeah, what's up? I never understood that. I never. Like everybody was always doing it all over the place. What's up? And I couldn't understand like why it was catching on, but it was. It was like everybody thought it was the funniest thing ever, and I just didn't get it.
Gay frogs.
I did not get it.
Water. Frog.
Yeah. They were always wet, those frogs.
Grove
What are we
says,
doing?
"You guys ever come home watching the stream to the point you're getting in the shower watching the stream?" Yeah, that's me.
Little pervert.
I'm in the shower as we speak.
Are you using a loofah?
You gotta wash all the grody off.
Loofahs.
Cold,
Dang.
dirty.
We did not get anywhere on the votes today with a 50-50 on 10 a.m. versus 9 p.m.
Really?
Yep, it's 50-50.
You have to make a command decision. That's where you got to step up and be a leader and just make a decision on what's best for the body.
Or I just continue the vote tomorrow and
Go in
see
the
if we get a
middle.
different
Go
result.
in the middle. Let's meet in the
This
middle.
is true.
Meet in the middle. 3
Hold on.
p.m.
2 days. Stop 2 days.
3 p.m.
I have an idea.
Rock,
PM.
paper, scissors.
Why not just have 2 separate games, one in the morning and one in the afternoon?
Yeah, because I don't need a weekend.
Yeah,
Yeah.
ChatGPT.
I mean, we could, if somebody else wanted to host the other half of the day or something like that, that'd be
Well,
fine.
that's what I'm saying. There's clearly there's a clear and present need for time differential on this. I mean, only half are available in the morning and half at night.
Well,
That's a little strange.
no, it's not.
Yeah.
No, it
A little
is
bit.
50.
I don't know.
Yeah.
See,
Oh,
the
my God.
problem is
No,
the
it's
prob-
not.
The problem
It's
lies
not,
with the people
no.
on the other side. Something is happening over there.
All right. Well, I'm gonna
They can
end.
never catch
Looks
up
like.
to this side.
I'm gonna end it now, and then that way we'll just continue the vote tomorrow and
No,
see.
right
But
here.
no, no,
It's
no.
number
It's
one.
50% and
Yeah.
49%. No, you
Look at
have.
that.
Yeah, but that's not like really good enough to say like
That's
it was
it.
a
That's it.
definitive
That's not
answer.
outside of the margin of error. You
What's the
guys know
point
he's
of? Oh, no. What's the
There's
point
some-
of voting if your vote will not?
Well, I mean, you can
nothing
you can
like-
revote tomorrow. Like, what if something changes and then somebody's like, "Oh shoot, I better vote the
Synthetic
other
I
way."
mean, come
Yeah.
on. I mean,
Synthetic, yeah,
you know,
right.
you have elections. One guy comes
Something
out
bought.
the
Okay,
president, and then
if
like,
it's
oh no,
if
let's
it's
do
still
this.
close,
1%'s 1%.
if it's
Yeah.
still close tomorrow, we'll take a look at it and go with whatever's higher.
No,
Yeah.
you're giving
Yeah.
them an opportunity to go
Easy.
and start
Just
programming
take a
bots.
decision. What works for you, and that's it.
Yeah. Well,
Rigged.
we'll
It's rigged.
we'll try it
anyways.
again. We'll
Because
try it again tomorrow.
It's split, right?
Freaking
It's split.
bots,
So whatever
bots,
works
bots.
best for you, go with it.
All right.
You're
Bots.
already putting all your time into everything you're doing, right? For us.
Yeah.
So at least this thing, which is on top of everything you're already doing,
It's
place it
tradition.
where
We
it
do
works
it in the
best for you,
morning.
and that's it.
Keep it
I think
tradition.
the
Well,
only
I love that attitude. I wish that was. I wish that was. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that
What
sentiment.
attitude?
Well, whoever
Casey.
doesn't agree, send them to me. I'll tell them to fuck off.
Yeah. Yeah. Tradition. Keep it
Why
tight.
can't we make it divisive? Why can't we make it like Europe versus North America, and then have like you guys send your final boss, like you guys over there play a tournament, and then you send your white knight, you send your knight in shining armor, and we'll have our tournament here on this side of the planet, and then we'll have a heads off between your two best poker players in this country.
Good
We'll
one.
we can have like a civil war on poker.
I'd like to say something.
Casey, I think the only fair thing is to let Bobble Ross
No.
make the final decision.
He's not.
Absolutely, that's what we have him for,
I'd like
Yeah,
to say
yeah.
something.
to make the hard calls. If
Yep.
Bobble
All
Ross,
right, all right.
can't make
We
the
will
hard
end.
calls, then-
We will end it. I mean, it's appropriate. It says he's back in the title, so we'll end the day with a Bobblehead Ross quote. I'm gonna take off out of the back of the tramp.
country on earth.
I'm gonna.
Wait,
All right.
Is Yucca
I
ready
will.
to taco
It is
Bob, or-
unfortunately that time of the day, so I'm gonna take off, guys. I'll see you later. I'll pop back in here in just a minute. But we'll leave it up to Bobblehead Ross here to end the day with a quote for us, since he is back. Let's take a listen to what he has to say.
Anything that you try and you don't succeed, if you learn from it, it's not a failure.
There you have it. I think that's how we started out the day. All right. It is that time of the day, unfortunately, guys. So as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be
friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead, so when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
So light 'em up, light 'em up, my songs know what you did.